check. 1 2 1 2. Hello, hello.
Baggage full of cabbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 Mickeys on the candy plain bento. Dabba dabba on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Get the cash from the floor, 60 seconds and I'm gone. Bad when I'm gone, bad man, probably gone. Going fast, talk up on, going quarter-mile marathon. Shimmy in the Jimmy, high ride, sipping Kimmy. Got a brand new mark, roll hands in the Limmy. Lately all together, see something gonna stick. Lazy on a river, dream someone on my hip. Maybe under 18, no rim, all switch. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Like this. Nothing like this. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Baggage full of cabbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 Mickeys on the candy paint bento. Dabba dabba on, keep my brass knuckles gone. Put a crash on the one, get the cash from the pawn. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this.
No. Oh my gosh, here it comes. Get out of there. Come on, Ant. Where you at, Ant?
Too late.
Yep, now Ant activates.
Oh,
I love it.
Just over 20 seconds to go.
Where you at, Ant? Activates behind him.
They isolate him.
Yeah, get him.
Take it on shot.
Hey! Go!
He's doing that.
Hey! Let's go.
RCXD out.
Yo, these RC cars, please. I'm about to make a rule, bro. I'm going to override everybody
Carolina have no
in the CDL organization
They've been able to find one
for LA Thieves. The coaches, the players, everybody.
Try for a little turner here.
I don't care if you get a fucking RC car, you do not call it in, bro. Ignore the thing. Do not call that goddamn car in.
Scrap sitting back. It just doesn't feel good. They've been able to clean up one. Scrap is just waiting. No way.
Oh my god. All right, well.
Oh.
Chat, don't clip that. Don't fucking clip that.
Way too much fun.
Just doing whatever the hell he wants right now, Alan. No, 9 Kids is back at it, baby. Oh, I don't believe it. Holy shit, in the corner. 3, gonna get a 4th. Gross, out of Joe deceives. I mean, this is disgusting stuff from Neptune in the 1 versus 2.
Has both weapons to work with now, and he sees him off the top rope, off through the door.
Get it, Crib. Get it. What's an ace? What's that play?
Good morning, gamers. It is day 3 live in Dallas, Texas, as we are getting ready for another elimination match at our Optic Texas Showdown here at the Credit Union. Once again, Optic Texas winning the World Championship in the same venue just 7 months ago. But now the team finds themselves against the wall. Will they be able to survive against a top 3 seed as they take on Toronto to open the day? Welcome in, everybody. There's a new face and a new energy brought by Skies to the table. Optic fans have been very happy, but their dreams could be crushed bright and early. We got Maven on the desk to talk some negativity. How we feeling today, Maven?
I'm feeling good. Talk some negativity. I feel great, bro. I feel rested. Feel sexy.
Oh.
That was not long. That was our bingo card from Madrid. It didn't take long in this show to hit that one.
We did it.
Nameless, we've had a ton of upsets early on. Jesus.
We're like 10 seconds in, guys.
Yesterday, things started to sort themselves out, though. They went the way we expected. In fact, Allie, I went 5 for 5. How'd you do on predictions?
Did you go 5 for 5? I went a little crazy, so unfortunately, I did get 2 wrong yesterday.
Let's take a look here at our bracket and where we're at. And Nameless, the chant has already started. The team hasn't even begun playing.
Yeah, they're ready. You saw them new jerseys out there, right? So they're feeling good on that stage. And the crowd is behind them. And you can see our bracket shaping up here. Thieves, falling early down to the loser's bracket, but, they righted their wrongs with a huge 3-0 over the Royal Ravens, where they just absolutely dominated them. We saw Ultra get a big 3-0. They look clean. Joe Deceives and Beans performing, and now they have a date with Optic, which is what we're about to see.
Carolina, one of our top 4 seeds, already out of the tournament. Surge in Breach, that is an 8 seed versus a 5 seed. Up there in the winner's bracket, one of them guaranteed top 3 in Texas.
Wow.
Let's talk about our elimination matches, though, because we've already sent 5 teams packing. This will be number 6. Is it going to be the home team in Optic Texas or their opponent, Toronto Ultra? Let's start here with the Texas talk. Yesterday, they got a clean 3-0. Maven, did you see it coming?
No. I thought that series was going to go a little bit deeper, but that map 1 was everything. Yeah. I think if they don't come back in that map 1, that series goes very, very differently, especially considering where the team has been, coming in with a new player. They needed to vibe, they needed some positive momentum, and they needed this crowd, which may be the single biggest factor. That map 1 win was everything.
Yeah, so that's what we're going with now. We're calling Skies the great enabler.
Yeah, listen, he had Kenny's stat line. I don't know, bro.
To be fair, in the interview, I did really like what he said. He's like, I've been, picking up my pace recently, playing alongside Dashy, and we get to the match, they're killing everything. I'm just going to slow down and fill gaps, right? That could be what this team needs, and he did a good job of it yesterday. 2.5 minutes in Hills.
Well, he had to do a lot of that last year, remember? Like, it was like, what Sib's going to show
Change
up?
back and forth.
Yep,
exactly.
So he's used to doing that.
He got benched with these same numbers on LAG. I'm not sold quite yet on Skies, but I am sold on this guy. Let's take a look at what Neptune said after coming back. This was a 3 years in the making attempt to return to the CDL.
This win means everything to me because I haven't been in the CDO in 2 years, and I feel like this was my chance to actually prove myself. Obviously, it's just one match, but it's obviously good to get that first win on the board as a team. So all the fans that supporting us, thank you. It means everything to me, just being back on the main stage, and I hope you guys keep showing support this weekend. Thank you.
All right. I thought that was beautiful because, Ant, you've been around a long time. How many times does a player come in, they don't find success, and they're in challengers until they're finding a job?
Well, yeah, exactly. And sometimes, you get the wrong mentality, too, because you go down in challengers, you feel like you're better than everyone else, and your challengers team don't find success. Well, he went down there, and he just grinded for years. And I know, Allie, you were really tapped in with the challenger scene. Neptune's been going hard.
You see it, you compare it to likes of Joe Deceives, right? It was sort of the same thing. He was in the league, and he needed to build some confidence. He went back down to challengers, came back to league, one of the best players that we have. So for Neptune, I think day 1 was really important for him to show up as well, because that was the big question, right?
On land,
Vancouver Surge, how good is Neptune going to be on land? How good is the rest of his teammates going to be on land? Because they had lackluster performances at Major 1, and those questions got answered for me day 1.
If Vancouver gets past Boston, they are the one team who has been a consistent issue for this squad. Atlanta FaZe, your top dogs on our overall season standings. They won our minor 1. They won our major 1. FaZe in this tournament, are they the favorites to win out?
Absolutely. With the fact that LA Thieves got dropped to elimination day 1, you have to then lean towards FaZe, right? But that does set up that situation of where they're going to run into Surge eventually. And then it's like, okay, well, they did it one time. We thought it was a one-off and it was a flat series from Atlanta FaZe. Then they go into the minor and they do it again. So now it's like, all right, does Atlanta FaZe have Achilles heel when it comes to the Vancouver Surge squad? But the Atlanta FaZe that we saw in day 1 was the Atlanta FaZe we expected during the qualifier. Absolute dominance across the board.
The only thing I will say is they cannot look past their next opponent. They're going to be going up against Cloud9, and you know when they did play them online, it was a close game. 10-point Hardpoint. The Search and Destroy FaZe ended up losing, right? So they're not perfect by any measure. Like, this Atlanta FaZe team still needs to improve, and I think this matchup could get real dicey. I think they got a game 5 today.
I mean, yeah, but like when you talk about FaZe, like when they're testing maps, like the Breach series, it goes 5, that one goes 4. The only reason I was close, they played a Hossie and a Hardpoint, which is one they're trying to mix into it. Like, I mean, I was saying with you, I thought during the qualifier FaZe looked like weak at times, but it's usually when they're working on their map pool, which you just have to like weigh against now. Like, you're not doing that in a tournament. You're playing your best.
Yeah, you're going to be playing your best maps, but you never know how it shakes up.
Yeah, no, true.
Maven, you look like you just re-entered the Call of Duty universe. A 22-year-old Maven vibe is coming off right now. I'm excited. This is 80 years of combined esports energy.
When did we
first talk about what we're going to see today, though, because the bingos have been rolling, old man. Let's take a look. You and I have been keeping our eyes on the board. We've had our stampers ready, and we have been busy. That O column almost done. We also have a bingo across the middle, potentially, if we see a donut in S&D.
Okay, I definitely craved barbecue yesterday. Yeah. We had barbecue yesterday.
You have to say it, though.
And I ate a bucket worth of it. Like, a lot. Like, I felt sick to my stomach.
How do you feel now?
Were you by yourself? Wait a minute. We didn't get to go.
Didn't
Hold
Hitch
on.
just hit the drums in B?
No, that was
No,
Hex.
that was Hex.
Oh, okay.
That was Hex up there, and it was pre-show. It was not caught on camera.
We also, in G, we had a 250-248 Hardpoint. We were
so
one
close.
away.
I can't believe that Skies didn't get the hill kit.
What's oldest versus youngest? Is that a shot at me?
It would have been Slasher.
No.
It was Slasher versus
Joe Deceives.
Joe Deceives, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, Toronto.
So that one's cooked.
Yep, sorry,
This
Carolina's
happened
gone.
day 1, match 1, just instantly.
0-4 hits the 2-piece with the cruise missile, and in the same game, Ali, he drops the 40 bomb.
Unreal out of 0-4, and that's what's so good about this Vancouver Surge squad is they got players like that, but LA Thieves also just putting on an absolute rocking Hydra, just nothing good.
The attacking round 5 was the bingo card here.
We'll tip that.
Well done and controlled. We don't see that often. What did Snoopy do?
I don't know, which one did he have?
I mean, this was just such a huge upset. He had 11.
11 kills with the breadstick, the chopsticks.
Got it.
Chopsticks.
Heretics, almost. What a tough draw they got.
Yeah,
This is like the second or third time Miami has ended on time. I think this is like one of the only teams.
I think we need to evaluate our fundamentals if you're Miami.
I mean, that red card,
Hey,
the red
yo,
card
bro, they
versus
won it,
Optic.
you know what I'm
like,
saying?
oh, no. I actually wanted to get a screwdriver to my brain after that one.
We saw a loser bracket round 1 win. Well done. Optic Texas moves on. They are into your top 8, playing for top 6 against Toronto. And Talent Craving Barbecue officially locked in. Can I get a yeehaw, Maven?
Yeehaw!
We need something better. Guy Blaze is good for it. I have a feeling it's coming later in the show.
I'm trying. I'm done.
You want to do one more?
No, I think I quit.
Allie, can we get a yeehaw?
I need a cowboy hat and some boots.
I need a cowboy hat.
Allie, was today's look inspired by Helen of Troy, Aphrodite, Persephone?
I'm just going to take all that and be like, yes, absolutely, compliments across the board. I'll take it. I just, there's nothing going on here, and I love my gold, my accents. I had to have something.
You're like Margot Robbie from Barbie mixed with Brad Pitt from Troy. And they had a kid that came out with those clothes on.
You're like a hairless George Clooney, man.
Thank you.
I love it. Let's take a look at our schedule for the day. We've got Optic versus Toronto, an elimination battle to open things up. Then we turn our attention to the winners bracket, who will lock into the top 3 first: Vancouver, Boston, Atlanta, and Cloud9. But when we come back, it's a battle of the Squirrels versus the hometown Green Wall. Make some noise for match number 1. Let's get this going. Oh, we're giggling here on the desk, and it's about to get even more entertaining. Maven, we are going to witness the Optic Texas Toronto showdown. That was our number 1 and number 2 seeds entering Major 1. Since then, both falling on hard times, but recently finding success last night.
Yeah, this one is a doozy because this is a very, very difficult matchup for Optic. You look at the last 2 times they played, it's 3-0, 3-0 for Ultra. But it's just not the same Optic team. It's not, especially in front of this crowd. Like, if I have to pick a team, I'm picking the crowd. The fact they got behind them yesterday, the way they did, you expect them to, it was a different squad, bro.
Well, you heard Beans talk about it. He said he loves playing against Optic, especially in front of their home crowd, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to
some
need to bring
players
that type of
live for
energy.
that, right?
I will say, like, stylistically in this matchup, like, Toronto probably feel very good because they've dominated them in the hardpoints the last 2 times they've played. They're a top 2 search team on the season. They do a lot of things really well in that game mode. Joe Deceives and Kleenex present a unique problem in that, like, if Shotzi's getting lost behind you, they're getting lost behind Optic as well, right? So it's very frustrating to go up against, and I think Toronto feel good about it.
I picked a bad time to wear purple.
I don't think it was a bad time to wear purple. I mean,
taking
Joe
my shirt off,
Deceives
dude.
loves this matchup. I mean, you're talking about last time, that guy had a 2.0 KD. We were talking about our bingo card. Joe Deceives might get a second opportunity to help us out with that.
Producer said, please keep the other shirt on.
No, it's
well
off.
done, Maven.
It's off.
All right, so the Toronto clothing is gone. Do you have a green shirt to put on?
I don't, but I painted my bot. No, I'm kidding. Don't worry. I was waiting to see my producer get real nervous. No. I got green body paint.
All right, let's talk about
Optic
Optic.
Texas. Thank you, Nate. Nameless. Yeah. Can you walk me through this one?
Yes, so, I mean, with Optic, you know, this is a team that didn't do anything online. We get to land, and Shotzi's just free roaming, going absolutely nuts, right? Thrives in the chaos. I think if you can get that same performance out of Shotzi today, obviously you have a very good chance in this matchup. But when we look at the context and we look at the matches that they had versus Toronto online, all things point to an Optic loss here, right? So you need just big performances individually.
It's just difficult. It's going to be difficult to, like, pick Optic.
It's so hard.
Until we see more of a body of work.
Yeah.
Like, it's just because you see it's like Jekyll and Hyde right now between the performances we saw in the online qualifier right now.
All right, here we go. Let's break down the numbers. We got our maps and modes presented by Scuff Gaming. Nameless, who has the edge?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with Toronto. I mean, Toronto just added Skyline to their rotation. They're undefeated on it and Search and Destroy. And then the Vault, when they played them, they beat them by like 110. So they feel good about the start of the series.
It's time for our pick'ems. Allie in the lead. Actually, I tied it with the LA Thieves match. All right, Nameless is officially 10 back. Would you like us to go first, or would you like the honors?
I'll go first. I'll go with Toronto Ultra. I just feel like in the matchup, they've dominated recently. I love what I saw from them yesterday. I need to see a little bit more from Optic.
Rosalie?
I don't know. I still have this weird feeling about Toronto Ultra right now. I'm going to go with Optic Texas. Honestly, I really enjoyed what I saw from them yesterday, and I think this might be the start of their run.
Clooney.
Oh, that's me. I'm Clooney. Okay, I don't believe in the Optic run yet, but with the win here, I start to believe that they can make a run like to a top 3, to a final. I don't want to pick either team. I'm picking the Optic crowd. I'm taking the fans. I believe in them more than the players. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
I do.
If the crowd was neutral, who are you picking?
Ultra.
Yep.
How about you?
Well,
I believe in Optic, but I'm going with Joe Deceives. The stats are going to give me the lead. Sorry, Texas. Match is ready. Guy Blaze, give us a yeehaw!
Texas, let's show them how it's done. Can I get a yeehaw? It's time to get day number 3 started, and we got an elimination matchup coming to the stage. The first team ready to crash out, get ready, because here comes the Toronto Ultra. Give it up for Beans, Joe Deceives, Insight, and Kleenex. Toronto Ultra know they got to give it everything in which they got to go up against the green wall and the home team.
Oh man, it's getting spicy in here today. Toronto Ultra have been so comfortable in this matchup against Optic Texas. The last 2 times they played, they 3-0'd them each time with a dominant start on Hardpoint. You're gonna need Beans and Joe Deceives, the new additions to this roster, to take over. Let's bring out the green wall.
All right, Texas, you know we gotta do it right. So here we go. Green! 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 Get ready, because here comes the defending world champions, Optic Texas. Show some love to Dashi, Pred, Shotzi, and Skies. Match by match, this
And now with the addition of Skies, the floor was extremely low for Optic Texas, but that makes the ceiling that much more high. We still have another day to get through, and this will be their toughest battle yet against the Toronto Ultra that loves to take them the distance. It's our first match of the day, Blaze.
I'm so ready to get this one started, Allie, but now we got a packed house, so Texas, I'm gonna ask you one time. You ready to get this game going? Chef Study, let's set it ablaze.
Heck of a way to get our day number 3 kicked off. A marquee matchup, Optic versus Toronto, based on the organizational name. Of course, a lot to ride on Skies being added to the roster. Really, if you look at yesterday, Optic played as best as they possibly maybe could, considering the recent addition, and they just got to come out and feel the vibes today.
Oh yeah, I think they have to come out answering in map number 1. Vault Hardpoint for the old roster hasn't treated them well all throughout this qualifiers. But you saw it yesterday. You're even down by 80 on that opening skyline. That momentum to have that comeback gave them the momentum to carry it forward for the 3-0. But this is a different squad that you're going up against today. Toronto Ultra, last time you played, it was 3-0 on their side. Joe DeCease was basically 2 players and one with a 2.0 KD. That's got to be your focus if you're Optic. Shut down that guy.
Yeah, Joe was everything. And on the other front here, you take a look at this Toronto Ultra team, and I still feel like just as a community, we're having a hard time labeling where is this team in the power rankings. Are they a top 3 squad, or are they just trying to fight for the top 6? It just kind of comes down to what are they going to provide on the day. And those 2 guys on your screen are the ones that I'm really looking at in this particular matchup. Not only because Joe, like you mentioned, has been key towards this Ultra squad, but Beans, we're still kind of waiting for him to have that takeover moment, to be the replacement for Scrap that Toronto was really looking for.
Yeah, it's just tough to fill those shoes for Scrap, because what he did for that Toronto Ultra organization was unbelievable. The best AR in the game for a couple years. Obviously, if you're Beans, you're still trying to get comfortable with this lineup. You got super aggressive players like Joe DeCease and Kleenex. Insight plays at a pace that you have to adjust around. But right now, in the hard points, that's the only thing that he really needs to work on. Because when you watch Beans in Search to Destroy, he's clutching everything. He's winning one-on-one gunfights. They always find a lot of success in their controls as well. It's just the HP in general for Toronto Ultra is their main focus. Can we rotate today?
Indeed, and that's going to have to be key with a map like Vault and, of course, Hacienda for map number 4, 2 of our most rotational, heavy-focused maps that we have in the pool. Dashy has been stepping up here in Texas. First series, he played lights out. And a lot of the people out there saying that, hey, Skies is letting him do that a little bit more. Is that actually the case, or is it just Optic trying to get their feet wet? No better place to kick things off as we look at our first matchup of day number 3. We've got Optic Texas, we've got Toronto Ultra, and a Vault Hardpoint. Let's get it on. Never mind.
Yep. You know, we go through these things all the time. Instantly spawn on in, the draw is instantly going to end the game. But it gives us a little bit more time to break down this map number 1. We always like Vault Hardpoint, but it's usually the same exact recipe for success. The P3 to P4 rotation. Last time it was Toronto beating them by like 100. They were clutching up on every single one of those gunfights, taking advantage of the spaces that they had, and then not really trying to overdo things. That's the thing, that Optic Texas, with their old lineup, they really couldn't understand how to play at the same pace. When you're going up against this Ultra roster, their SMGs play at a tremendously fast pace. Their ARs just try to fill those lanes, and if you're Optic, you have to be able to withstand those punches, because Ultra are going to be ready at every single hardpoint.
Indeed the case, and this kind of brings up the question here, appropriate graphic, especially with Skies in the mix, talking about what he's been able to do, just kind of jumping into the hardpoint. But at the very beginning of this year, Optic was great on Vault.
Oh yeah.
The shots he was able to just run around, create space, create timings that allowed for spawns to move around, but it almost feels like this Optic team kind of got out of sorts a little bit as we started to get deeper and deeper, and especially in the opening parts of this qualifier. With a roster addition, though, do you feel like this changes the mentality of the team to stay more centric, because you know for a fact you're going to just kind of default Skies to hitting routes and getting in the hill?
No, 100%, man, because Skies is going to be more of like that fundamental leader. He's going to put himself in a position to always play for that next hill, play ahead. And on a map like Vault, once you start to fall behind, you're playing catch-up. It's very difficult to play catch-up, because some of these hills are basically unbreakable. So for Skies, I know we saw it from Kenny all throughout this qualifiers, hitting early rotations from P2 to P3, but he was getting caught. If you're Skies in this situation, you got to try to assist your teammates. Just try to go for team fires, set up crossfires. None of that hero ball stuff today.
All right, well, let's try this again, Texas. We've got Vault Hardpoint with Optic Texas and Toronto Ultra, and this time it's for real. So let's get it on, as Optic will be trying to break over from the P2 side, Ultra from the left side of the minimap, and it's all focused up towards the upper hallways here for Optic early.
Yeah, and Optic playing a little bit patient towards the mid doors. Don't want to get naded initially out, and they find every single kill towards Top Cat.
3-for-1 trade. Already Optic Texas controlling a majority of the map. Shotzzy getting aggressive. This is the perfect start for the green wall.
Yeah, and I really like this, you know, kind of, again, what we were talking about. We've seen moments where Optic get a little bit too far forward. This time it's, let's feel out the hit, then hit a pinch, then come back. It's this little bit of wiggle, a little bit of an ebb and flow so far. Good stuff for Optic for the first 19 seconds. Toronto setting up, though, for their break attempt. They've got hallway control.
And you can already see it on your mini-map right there. Skies is like, okay, you guys are continuously finding all the kills to the middle of the map. I'll just do the dirty work and block the back spawns. But now Ultra and the final 15 have been able to find the break. The only player off the rotation now is going to be Shotzzy. He is going to be overwhelmed. Makes something out of nothing to at least find one. Gives his team an opportunity to find an early break.
Spawns aren't open yet. P2 has just now been enabled, so 2 Toronto members have to stretch all the way across the map. Big moment here for Insight. Tag down to half HP, and he will be slid on. Really good stuff there for Optic. They'll control the hard point, and they'll have an opportunity to fight off these spawns.
Yeah, they're able to stabilize in that moment, but Kleenex finding that one-on-one gunfight allows 2 players from Ultra to spawn on the backside of P2. So they're instantly going to be in a position to find this break. Shotzzy knows he's going to get overwhelmed, but there's so much pressure from every single angle. Back spawn secured here for Ultra. They're in, and there's still a lot of time to fight for.
Maybe just a small moment of kind of spawn awareness there. Pred does not realize that Toronto had spawned behind them. But the follow-up looks pretty solid here. 25 seconds to fight for. Pred able to clean up and really kind of just correct his mistake. A nice double there allows Optic to get the scrap time, and now we focus over toward 3.
Yeah, I don't know if Skies is going to read that one player from Ultra spawning towards the back end. Going to try to cut your losses and think about that rotation over towards Snoo. But he's still in the play. Wins the one-on-one, secures the final 15. Now off the rotation towards P3. Big gunfight won by Dashy. Secures arc control. Now you just want to play your life here.
Look, I just got to say, this feels more in control from Optic than what we had seen not just yesterday, but even through the stage qualifiers. And maybe some of that is due to the fact that Pred is 10-2. That doesn't hurt. But as we go over to P3, Toronto trying to work their way back into this game just a touch. 52-27 on the time still as Pred's on 3 in a row. Looking to find a challenge on the Beans. Shut down though as Joe Deceased helped out at the cross, and Ultra can still keep it neutral.
Yeah, this is usually a scary part for Optic Texas' game on ball. They don't really play for a lot of time here at P3. They're more focused on maintaining this side of the map. So Ultra with 30 seconds just gonna hop on in. You already have players going on long routes. Big one-on-one there for Beans. You start to be a nuisance on the overextension, but Optic cut them down. Now you have the numbers. Let's go back to that hard point.
And you've got a pinch coming on the way from Shotzzy. Able to clean up 1. AR in hand, actually, for Shotzzy as he tries to get this rotation underway over towards 4. Shots towards Kleenex are decent, but not enough for the elimination. Follow up. No, shut down. Kleenex, big double from him, but Dashy able to hold off the rotation. Toronto will get the scrap time, but Optic will have the setup for New.
Yeah, that's such a big gunfight one right there from Dashy at the right time. You lose that, your teammates spawn all the way across the map. Ultra find an early break. But they get a lot of time off of that P3. Now Optic are going to be outnumbered. 3 players versus 4. Skies opened up at the first. Skies is able to find a double. Even 2v2. Optic still trying to hold, but Ultra are in.
Yeah, but you do get Pred kind of bouncing outside the hard point. Big win on the backside. That will have the spawns locked in. Optic now try to reform over towards the hill itself. And wow, Pred is shooting. 13-5. Looking for more as Insight gets shut down by Skies. And now with 35 seconds remaining, Optic is starting to create a bit of a zone in front of this hard point.
And Thunder from down under. He's going insane so far in this map. Number 1, 14-6. Only 9 seconds in the HP, but just keep on slaying, young man. As Optic now up by 30. So 20 seconds to fight for here. Ultra are not going to give this one up for free. They find the kills. They flip the spawn. Basically be a tie game at the end of this one.
Yeah, it's good time right there for Ultra. On the other side, of course, we see that it is Kleenex 14-9, and I always say if Kleenex is shooting like this Ultra team is going to be deadly. So it'll be about a 15-point game as you rotate back over to P1. Optic with the setup currently, but a couple of the members will have to spawn out and try to rotate in, and that's going to cause some confusion here in terms of where exactly this Ultra hit's coming from.
Yeah, Ultra have a lot of mid-map control already. They find every single kill in the feed. If you're Kleenex, just back on up. Make sure we secure those spawns through the back end. Now all of your focus is on the front. Optic on their first break attempt. Pred again opens up with the kill. Pred finds another double. You have the numbers. Work your way on in.
Yep, Joe Deceives up top, just waiting patiently. Has Kleenex working on the bottom side with him. Shots are decent, but Optic in the time for now. Semtex to push Joe off the angle. Follow-up should be there, but Joe commits into the hard point and actually finds himself right into the waiting arms of his teammates Nade. Insight now on the way in. That will clean up at least 1. And no, nice shots from Insight for 2. Follow-up from Beans is good, and Ultra looking decent for this back 20 plus, holding the side of the map they want to be too.
Oh, that's double from Pred that he's simply not supposed to walk away with. Ultra are thinking, okay, we trade this, we can walk away with a lot of this time. But at least they still have the spawn stabilized for that new HP. But with Dashy finding 3, that's all 4 dead. Close spawns are still going to be here for Ultra, but that hill's yet to pop.
Yeah, only for 2 members that close spawn is there. So you've got a 4v2 situation here if you're Optic in the new time. and they're waiting to see how this develops. Big 1v1 for Skies, doesn't win it. Follow up from Dashy, not there either. Kleenex finds a double, and now all of a sudden the pinch is on the way here from Ultra. Pred trying to stay alive, not able to find the shutdown up top at Catwalk, and a good moment here now building for Toronto.
Yeah, Ultra know now. The back of the hard point is going to be cleared on out. All of Optic are going to approach from the front. Inside with a trophy at his feet, keeping them alive, but Skies with the shots. Finds that opening kill. Lead chains on the horizon. Ultra starting to run away. Flawless so far at this P2, 25 seconds to go, and Optic realistically now have to cut their losses.
Yeah, you got to find this shutdown first, and then hopefully you can create something for the front. Team shots do come through, so Kleenex will fall, leaving Insight essentially by himself outside the hardpoint. Nice moment here from Shotzzy, but he can't find the second. Beans trying to stay down, trying to find cover, trying to find some help, and he gets it. Jonas seems able to find the shutdown onto Pred, and Kleenex will make sure no one hits on the pinch. That's essentially a full 60 for Ultra.
Yeah, now you are going to be a little bit late off the rotation towards New. Kleenex finds that opening kill. Sky should spawn at least close towards his teammates, but Insight already taking a lot of space over towards that art side. Not able to get a kill, but sets up his teammates potentially for a double. Joe still trying to contest from mid-U, while Ultra just soaking up all this time.
Yep, small pinch on the way from Skies potentially. But the problem is Ultra have found some decent time here, going scrap to initial plus extra eliminations around this hard point. Wow, Ultra absolutely turning up and cooking as we head into a Toronto Ultra listen in.
Give me a sec, right? He's close. Fred's default. Still default. Default, boys. What's going on? No, both got. Give me a sec. Nice, play left. Push down, Jimmy. Weak. He's weak. Third. Nice one, look at low. Trying to get low dirt. One time, one mid, okay?
Get my right cross, I'm going to use
Don't have
it. Right. Get my right cross, I have left cross. Right, no, shot you dead.
Nice, good
I have
shot.
left cross, boys, okay? Don't worry about it.
Okay. Do you need me to get time?
I can get the right. I'll get time. Yeah, you did.
I heard you.
Make sure you have the right. I have your left.
I'm trying to help Jamie right here, okay?
You're left, Pred. I have left. Left, Pred.
Close that you. Plants. Jump down, Fred. Last guy.
Guys.
He's not having a low goal.
Don't see anything.
You get a guy time by the way.
Was it dub?
I still went dub. It might have been him. I'm not sure.
Nice. Cred. That's guys. Out Creddy. He's still Creddy.
Just miss me a dub.
Cross that Jeep. Him twice.
Jimmy, I can tell.
Cross
as well. Cross.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Probably
I'm
the back.
deep back. Access me. Went to scout.
Dub. Out default me.
Still back of me.
Default cross. Dead, man. Nice. Let's get Creddy.
I have a cross. I can't have a cross, okay?
What? Really? Creddy. Last guy.
I'm chow. Dead.
Nice. Boys, fucking go.
3D right.
Run up to him. Nice. No, absolutely.
You're good. Don't do the top. Both there. This is big time.
Oh, you have a time, right?
Look my front door.
Play the road.
Yeah.
Plenty no. 2 and no.
Scaffer.
Yo, one more front Jeep. He's on the Jeep. One shot. Chow front door. Like Scaffer. He's just sat there. Okay, it's guys. Gonna slay forward.
He's on the one stack in one front door.
One guy's an ego, bro.
Let's play cat together. Go out. Top single.
Joey, tell me what's it up.
Top single.
Shot he's dead.
Respond out. Give us a second.
Single. Game books. You want books?
Don't see it.
That's what I was
Nice.
Lobby again.
Missing Dash.
He's in mid.
He's hit open.
Nice. Let's go. Dash.
I'll close.
Spawn trap.
Open now. Open. Dead.
Nice, I'm here. Can we
Dead. Nice. Maybe
I don't worry about it.
Hold on.
I'm going to went through to Shotzi.
Yo, I have all your cat, okay?
Shotzi got through one. I can look at your line pinch. There's two. Let's Shotzi on the pinch.
I have line. Yo, ball.
Can't really beat. Let's play Shotzi.
Nice lobby. Listen, look at time. Take our time.
Let's get steps me.
Give me a second.
Give me cap.
Yo, pitch your cat. Play one shot.
I mean, that is a masterful second rotation set of hills there for Toronto Ultra. Other side of things, Shotzzy just cannot get in a flow due to Ultra just finding these quick rotations, these really solid setups that just can't get the pacing of this game down.
Yeah, it's just so difficult if you're Shotzzy to walk into some setups that Ultra already are in with the ARs posted up. All these gunfights are just a lot more difficult. Ultra have flipped the switch on the second half. Flawless 60 at P2, scattered at P3, win the rotation over towards P4. And once again, you find yourself up by 100. They can still close it out here in this HP. They only need 10 more seconds.
That last one left alive is Joe Deceives, wins the first though, and he's going to have a teammate that spawns near him. That's going to be an opportunity to kind of watch this cross on the way in. Team kill comes out. Beans trying to finish off the last elimination, and he will absolutely do that here. Wow, what a showing from Ultra. After that first set of hills, it was all purple all the way. That game flow chart is going to look convincing.
Oh, yeah. Ultra just realize, okay, we didn't have the best performance on the first set of hard points. Let's make those quick adjustments so we can start to dominate. And when you find all 4 kills at the ending of that P1, you spun all of Optic through the front. You already had layers being created from Top Cat. They could not even get close with that hard point. And then at that point, if you're Optic Texas, you know you're playing catch-up. You are forced now to play for time at P3, which is usually probably their worst hard point on that map there. They do not like to play for time there. Most likely just want to play for that arc control. But when Ultra find themselves up the way that they did, we can take a little time here, take a little time there. Optic need to be playing for this hard point time. And when they decided to make that play to get in towards P3, Ultra find the kills at the right time to flip the spawns. It's just out-rotating them, out-fundamental on the second half of that game. And Ultra shut up the green wall early in map 1.
Yeah, and I think there was something to kind of take a look at in terms of like the hill time spread. Like Shotzzy and Dashy, the two that are trying to soak the most, but Sky's spread not really in the hill whatsoever. And there's a level of, okay, you take a look at that play and say, who's the one hitting routes? Neither of them were finding success opening up space, especially when we're talking about P2 to P3, but more importantly, 3 to 4. Not at any moment in that second rotation could anyone get through for Optic, and Ultra setups, like you mentioned, were dominant. When Kleenex can pull out another AR to help the effort, he goes 33 and 21 with 26 non-traded, 30 under damage, and got Beans also right there with him with 11 assists on top of that. So it's just the ARs were dominant there from Toronto.
It just makes it a whole lot easier when you're winning rotations. You have all the power spots. You know where the pressure's coming in, so your ARs are able to set on up. And Kleenex find himself in multiple situations, either with the AR or the SMG. Has a gun for both situations. And he was able to just shut it down from long distance. So now Optic Texas slow. Start off in this opening HP. Need to try to have a bounce back on that Skyline search and destroy, but Ultra said, okay, we did this before, let's do it again.
Yeah, absolutely the case. But a hot start from Fred, mitigated largely thanks to the team effort for Toronto. Like we said, just Shotzzy could not find any openings whatsoever, trying to force the issue in a number of moments, and it just doesn't really work out. Like even right here, like in this moment, right, I think we see it coming through, P3, like we're focusing through the hard point because we have to play for time, like you mentioned, but we don't have anyone hitting for routes. So Ultra just get that pinch spawn, you capitalize on it easy, and you never get a chance to ever really see P4 if you're Optic. So tough scenes, but again, learning pains, I think more often than not is what we would say for what we're going to see here for Optic. But the search and destroy, this is where things get really mixy because Toronto has been one of our best search teams on the year, and you're going into a map mode combination that has been pretty beneficial for you.
Yeah, they recently added it to their map pool. I'm pretty sure throughout Major 2 qualifiers, they played it one time. They went all the way to a round 11 where they would ice up in the game 5 there. And then yesterday in their series, they were down 5-2. Didn't won 4 rounds in a row. So you have to feel a little bit more comfortable now on Skyline. But when you take a look at that game flow, it's literally the second half of the game. Optic could not take the power spots. Optic could not find rotation success. And Ultra were just able to run away with it.
So Skyline Search and Destroy, as we've already alluded to, but then the Protocol Control, that's one of those maps that you feel like it's just going to be a run and gun, who can just shoot better. And I think the thing about that is if Ultra continue to shoot as straight as they do, if we're going to get this kind of performance from Kleenex, they could look pretty nasty on it. So not exactly what I would call comfortable ground, although I don't know what you would call comfortable ground right now for Optic with the roster swap up and just trying to get your feet wet. So we'll see what they have in store for us. Do you assume here going into the Skyline Search and Destroy that we're going to get kind of, I don't want to say day one strats, but more of the heavy floods, heavy-handed hits? We're playing 3-4 members all together?
I think early into the rounds, yes. But then when trophy systems start to come into play, it's going to be about the SMGs just finding their routes. We know Shots is going to work his way through underground. The same thing could be said for Joe Deceives on the opposing end. But I love like this game plan from Toronto because on a map like Skyline, Shotzi's not going to have those abilities to find a kill and get out. We should be able to put ourselves in a position to instantly find those trades. So they're just trying to minimize the playmaking on the side of Shotzi because truly, he was the reason why they won that Search and Destroy yesterday.
Yeah, it's very true. Okay, we'll see what we get. Other side of things, you talk about the impact that those two guys have had. Joe Deceives in the respawn has been great, but Beans, he's always got that extra little bit of something special when it comes to the Search and Destroy. He finds himself in a lot of 1v2s. He's making it mixy, put it that way. All right, here's a look back at the last 5 maps for the Ultra. Again, the results have been solid. Wins across the board except for a 1 round 11 loss on Protocol. But more in particular, you look back to that win versus LAG 6-5. Again, the comeback effort that came through. We'll see if they can find a way to start off a little bit more solid, or can Texas find a way to get back into this series? Let's find out.
Yeah, this needs to be a response here from Optic. So far in the season, 3 times you played against Ultra, you have yet to beat them in a control. So Optic Texas gonna start off on the attack. Recovering the bomb a little bit late. Just Gaining early info on the stunts and name being invested in. Dashy almost times it to perfection, but the team shot's good enough for Ultra to find the first blood.
Yeah, the read was good. You know, if Ultra are tossing nades up top towards the top bedroom and that back staircase, they're likely going to try to hit you through top catwalk. Just cannot win the gunfight, Skies. A little bit of a workout by Beans over through the windows at Piano. But it's a bit of a tricky spot here, especially with Optic trying to isolate, but that's not going to work out. Shotzzy drops, and now it's 4v2.
4v2, Skies has info onto one. Has him a little bit weak, but you're trying to make up for the numbers. Fred unfortunately falls, and that's a clean 4 down. Clean round there from Ultra to start on defense.
Yeah, it just falls apart after, you know, again, that whole isolated play was trying to win over towards the top hallways. Dashy gets caught looking down the smoking guns of 2 different Ultra members to try to follow up to isolate. That doesn't work out. They just can't take care of Beans over towards Piano, so the round just kind of divulges from there.
Switching sides now. Optic going on the defense. You saw when Ultra started to have that comeback yesterday in their series. They were just working together, not really finding isolation gunfights, taking advantage of what they were giving them, and you can already see they take mid-map control, instantly going to work this A-bomb plan.
Yeah, but lots of nades, lots of stuns come through for Optic. They're aware of this. They're going to still allow for the plant to come through inside chicken, make sure no one's on the secret in the opening battle won by Fred. Now you've got pressure onto the bomb site for this retake. And Ultra are a bit scattered at the moment. They need to have someone check this bomb because the follow-up is there from Shotzzy. Insight on the long route, but it's going to have to be a 1v4, and he's read perfectly. Brilliant retake from Optic.
Beautiful retake there from Optic, and it all starts with Pred just saying, okay, guys, I'm feeling myself after map number 1. I'm going to slide in and challenge the guy who just planted. Finds that opening kill. At that point, Ultra are on the back foot because you had 2 players playing over towards Cobble Steps, but the other guy was working that late pinch. He was just banking on his teammates to try to stay alive. It's just Optic knew we had the numbers. Let's just play the trades. And not a single kill goes in favor of Ultra. Same exact thing on this side of the defense, all tied at 1 now.
And I love that, just kind of following up, knowing that you've got nades and stuns that are landing. Let's just take that chow.
Yeah.
You know that it can't be all 4 members there. Just take that chow. Works out beautifully. So, flawless round for Ultra, matched by a flawless round by Optic. See if they try to get the same read here for Optic on this offense. If they try to read the nades first before they commit. No, this time it's going to be a little bit more aggressive. Fred with the bomb. Trophy system down to keep them safe. Backside kitchen. Couple of shots from Dashy. Fred just looking, hoping he can find some sort of contact as you also have Shotzzy working through mid-map. There's the first bit, but no, Fred backed off, and he's got to stay down.
Oh, yeah, you don't want him to get isolated. Thankfully, Dashy's watching over him.
Great help.
Go 2 for 2 on the trades. Beans and Insight versus Dashy and Skies. The ARs on both ends trying to clutch on up. Dashy has him 1 shot. He's going to commit.
Yeah, that's all information from Skies, knowing that Insight is playing up top. So now they have the push through. Bomb is down, though. And the sides of the map will start to swap. Ooh. Little warning shot. And Ultra will hold their ground here. Backside staircase. Dash is going to see 1, but this is all about, can Skies find the rotation over, and does he even just want to just play this aggressively? Whoa, bold shell here from Dashy.
Dashy thinks that Insight was getting a little bit too aggressive, but he's playing super safe on the backside of the couch. Insight, you just got to turn around, try to keep your teammate alive, finds the first 1v2 for Dashy, and he's able to find it. 2v2 good enough, sub-sight. Just plays a cruddy angle there. And is able to secure the round there for Ultra. Good stuff there. When the battle goes down over towards that A side, you go 2-2. You get info early on, but Optic, no, we have to recover the bomb. It was just given the info, setting up Insight, having both players weak, and sub-sight clutches up.
Yep. Just chaos from that position. And you can see it when Dashy starts to rotate back over through mid. He's thinking, ooh, where did Insight go? They had no idea where he was. He's sitting right in front of you. Jonas Eves playing a similar angle here backside the couch. Kleenex is already in towards the gym. And I don't know if Optic are aware of this, so this could be a bit curious as Shotzzy's also trying to make a play through backside events.
Fred strikes again for the first blood. Now you're going to be a little bit more aggressive on this pinch. It's going to be Kleenex, but Shotzzy already finds the second kill. Numbers still in favor of Optic. You have all site control.
Yeah, you need to help this bomb if you're Ultra. Insight pushed off his angle. Now you have to go back over to Kleenex's direction. Can he find a way to stay stable over the top of the bomb site? Shotzzy going to shut down an Insight, and Kleenex can do nothing through Jim. Wow, back and forth affair here, all defense so far, Jay.
And it's every single time. Optic are finding that opening kill onto the bomb planet. Pred switching up the angles over towards bar side. Strikes for the first blood. puts them in the numbers advantage. Shotzi instantly finds the second, and then you know Kleenex is behind us.
Yeah.
Beans has to be playing all the way at Cabo, so we have side control. Eventually, someone has to check this defuse. And with everything being watched, clutch up in those one-on-ones. Tied at 2. Very intense search and destroy so far between these two teams. Just need to try to find some success here on the attack.
It'll be interesting to see, I think, next time that Optic are on defense. Are they going to keep trying to default play for these retakes? Not try to find any kind of opening aggression on the defensive side. This time, Nade lands over towards Piano, but the Insight Beans AR combo still takes down 2. So put a pin in that thought as Shotzi is going to try to create something. This is a big 1v1. Takes the first, up and over, trying to get out of there. Wow. Oh, just barely able to escape.
The fact that he's able to get out of that. Shotzi doing Shotzi things, but unfortunately they were not going to give up on the cut. Make it a 1v2. The new guy to the lineup, Kenny Clutch.
Shots towards Beans, not quite able to lock in. Easy follow-up, and we're going to stay all defense here. Yeah, just kind of a messy exchange over through the front side of Piano.
It's just a blind counter there.
Yeah, a little bit.
We're thinking, okay, we can take mid-map. We can take a little bit of pool control, but that time, 3 players from Ultra were set up on those angles. The opening first blood onto Kleenex with the nade was good enough, but Beans and Insight watching over. Keep the numbers on their side. All-out defense is still. And every single time, if you're Ultra, like, we've gotten the bomb down twice. We just can't get blooded off of that bomb.
And that's what I really want to kind of focus on here is Optic going to continue to play kind of passive around Kitchen and just play for retakes? Just don't let him get over towards the B side of the map. We'll just retake. Well, they're not going to have the option now because it's a full heavy-handed hit approach over towards top halls. They're trying to get aggressive through bedroom, but the bomb is already planted. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Optic's retake because they're trying to play around the back and they don't have the time to.
You already have Kleenex working on the deep pinch, so he's going to open up with that first blood onto Dashy. Shotzi's able to respond, but now the repositioning good for Insight to assist the teammates a little bit. Kleenex finds the second. Now with Shotzi technically in a 1v3, 25 seconds. I don't know if this round is going to give you enough time.
Yeah, he's not going to have enough time to make this play, likely. We'll see. He's astonished us before. This would be one for the ages. And with 13 seconds to clock, shots towards Beans are good, but it'll be Kleenex right behind him, just waiting until we get to the last 8 seconds, and that will complete the round. Yeah, that's just one of those rounds that Ultra just dive into A and say, hey, if they're going to let us plant for free, we'll just do it quicker and put some pressure onto that retake, which that time Optic were trying to play aggressive to top bedroom.
And I'm loving their offensive approach so far, even though the last 2 rounds didn't go their way. Once they get the bomb down, they're giving up that top hallway control.
Yeah.
They're saying, okay, you guys can take that side. You guys can push through our base. We have a player watching the pinch. Once you get this bomb down, you guys have to be a lot more active.
Yeah.
But then when that first blood goes down with Kleenex on the repinch, Optic are now stuck because you have to watch so many different angles. You do not have the numbers for it. First attacking round secured in Ultra, now up by 2.
Have to have a response here if you're Optic. This time it's going to be the orthodox goal nades over the top and approach in towards A. But look at Ultra's defensive setup this time. They were almost doing the exact same thing that Optic tried to do last round. Full hit up top. They're going to try to get us around on bedroom. Plant on the way from Skies. And does Pred catch any information on Inside dropping in towards Jim? Not yet. So now it's a 4v4 in the retake.
And Ultra just disregarding the pinch. They're going to send it all through mid-TVs. They find the opening kill. Pred forcing out back on up. Insight finds the second. They got to make something out of nothing if you're Pred.
No, finds the first. Trying to follow up with the top side of the bar. Not going to happen. And Ultra will go up now 5-2. Very clean on that, and just no one had any eyes on that rotation up top.
And when you're seeing the retakes set up right there from Ultra, everything is coordinated. Like, we're dropping down 2 players. We already know that we have top black control. And the way that Optic are playing on their post plants is a lot of one-on-one gunfights. Just leaving a couple openings, and Ultra are able to take every single advantage. Inside drop down into Jim, finds a double. Pred was the bomb planner. He's forced to reposition. But at that point, just don't have the numbers to contest it. Toronto, game point.
Yeah. And we're also on agency watch right now for Skies, unfortunately.
That's good for the bingo.
Okay. Silver linings, Jay. Kleenex looking to get aggressive. Here we go again. Toronto saying, if you don't want to fight us on A, we'll just head on over. Jodeci's following up behind this. Beans right there with the supply of support. And now it's just down to what else can you create here if you're Toronto. Bomb is down. Both ARs still standing. We've got ourselves a 2v2.
Last time it was the ARs from Ultra able to clutch up in this kind of round. The repositioning no good from Insight to at least find the first. Beans in a one-on-one. He loves this.
There we go. Bomb to be planted. Puts the clock in play. Sky's a couple of shots through. We'll see the rotation back. What does Beans choose to do? He's got both weapons to play with. Here comes Skies. Slide on over. Beans has seen it. Over the top of the heady. Whoa, what a win from Beans. And that'll be a very clean search and destroy. A couple of casual comments being tossed over to the Optic side of the stage, and Toronto find themselves quickly up 2-0.
They just had a better game plan. You guys got to remember that Optic have only been a team for about 4 days.
Yeah.
Search and destroy is usually the mode that takes a lot more time to try to iron out. But Ultra just sticking to the game plan. You're giving up A side for free. We will continuously, every single round, just get the objective down. Our post plans eventually will work. But being just like, okay, this might be a little bit too easy to start the day. Ultra quickly up 2-0 in the series.
Dangerous tidings here for Optic. And so far, we have not been able to see the instant magic of the roster swap at this point. I mean, yeah, the win yesterday is a big one. It comes with a couple of cinematic moments, a couple of heroic moments, but this Ultra team, when they're playing like this, they look like a top 4 team in the game, if not maybe better than that. So 250-144, the hard point. Again, the first rotation was tight. The second rotation, not at all. It was all Toronto. And then kind of the same thing, defense for defense through our first 4 rounds. And then Ultra just opened it up and absolutely steamroll through the rest, taking it to 6-2. And now we've got a protocol control to look at. And like you mentioned, there has not been a win for Optic on control versus the Toronto team.
Yeah, it's tough, man. And neither squad really like to play protocol. So we'll just have to wait and see when we get there. To the desk we go, though, to break down so far the first 2 maps.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And unfortunately for Optic fans, we just got another bingo square filled out, a donut and search and destroy.
Codcaster was broken. He had one. Just got word from production.
Okay,
so we did not get the bingo card yet. Guys,
I apologize. I take it back immediately.
We thought he did.
Let's take a look at the highlights, though, Allie, because it is now a 2-0 lead for Toronto Ultra after a close start to Hardpoint. Toronto starts pulling away.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the side of Optic Texas because Toronto was actually playing incredibly similar, mirroring them in the search and destroy, but they were just doing it slightly better. Good example of that, Shotzzy and Kleenex, I want to say around like 5 or 6. They both go for each other's spawn. Kleenex makes that push, he finds 2. Shotzzy's able to find 1, but by the time the round reaches its end, Shotzzy's stuck in a 1v2 unfortunate situation where they know where he's at.
It's kind of what I talked about before the match. It was like, stylistically, it is the toughest matchup for Optic because of the way Toronto likes to play, particularly in the search and destroy. Like Shotzzy trying to get lost behind you, and then you look around and Kleenex is just dissecting your setup, right? So coming into this one for Optic, they were faced with a hard task. It's like, okay, do we want to ban Skyline or Vault? They get rid of Vault, and now you only have 1 rep on Skyline on the season if you lose it.
This has just been tough to watch in the sense, like, you know, I've been very vocal that I thought Kenny was a scapegoat in a way. Like, yes, he was indefensible in the sense you can't drop a .3, you can't play the way he was, but he was one of many, many issues. Those problems are still like glaring. Solo chow after solo chow, misplay after misplay. This team is still not playing well together. And like, I don't want to be too critical because you scrimped for like 5 days. And I'm not putting it on Skies. It's just like the other trio. Like it's still a broken system.
If Shotzzy doesn't fry the rest of the series, they will be going home. He is literally their win condition, and it doesn't matter what Pred dropped 30 something. He started off so hot. It just doesn't matter. His impact is not felt the same that Shotzzy's.
Oh, I agree 100%. Yeah.
And then you go back to this Hardpoint, and it's just like, we were close in the first half, right? But then you get into the second set of rotations, and it's just a beautiful P2 from the side of Toronto Ultra. And then on top of that, Optic Texas, I mean, we were investing so much with like 20 seconds left at this P2. We had nobody sent over towards the P3 side. Finally, we get a body over there. There's already 2 members of Toronto Ultra. It's another full 60. We move into rotations. There's 1 person from Optic Texas pushing the back of P4, getting literally swarmed by 3 Ultra players. So it's a couple of glaring issues we saw during the online split. It's as simple as looking at somebody and being like, work this with me, right? And I don't feel like we're seeing that.
Well, the issue with this particular map was just kind of like Optic had a great lead, starting off super hot, the crowd's behind them. They tried to invest completely into the P4 on first rotation, and Toronto just did a hell of a job at like contesting it, right? They stayed in the game, and then from there, they're able to take flight.
Allie, the Golden Scuff is on the line at the end of the season for our pick'ems.
Golden Scuff.
Let's
we have
take
an
a
award
look
this
at
year?
Where you're
I would have
at.
tried harder.
86
right now.
and 47. Would you like to switch here at halftime?
No, I'm no switcher. Come on. I'm going to stand on business, dude, even if I'm wrong.
Nameless?
Hell no. I'm rocking with my pick. I got to make up some
George
ground,
Clooney,
brother.
listen, I picked the fans, and like props to Ultra because they've shut this crowd up. I mean, you heard them a bit in the map one. I'm not trying to call it the crowd. Like they just have not had plays to get hyped about. There hasn't been much to make noise about because they've been getting slammed.
It sounds like you're blaming the crowd.
Oh, that's my bad.
Can you give them a little chant?
You could hear a pin drop in here, though.
No, you can't. You can't. That is due to Ultra. Like, it's hard to get fired up when your team's getting beat up. And I think a lot of people in attendance, you started to believe after a Rocker win, and now you're like, oh shit, the same problems are still here. The same problems are still here.
Somebody wake up Hitch.
There we go.
We need the drums.
Where are the drums?
Reverse sweep needs to start right now. It's time to kick off control on Protocol. You send it back to your casters. Shift and study.
Trying to fuel up the energy just a touch. But yeah, I think I agree largely with the desk talking about Shotzi just need to have a takeover moment.
Oh, yeah.
We saw it from Pred a little bit in the first set of hills, but as we start to go to a protocol control, you're looking at the subs. They need to feast.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary map, though, because Ultra don't really like to play this map. They prefer more of the Hasis, more of the Vaults. Optic don't want to play Vault anymore. They haven't won it in such a long time, so they decided to get rid of Hasi, square up on Protocol. This is the map that they played yesterday versus Rocker, and this was the only map watching Optic yesterday where I was like, okay, their teamwork is actually on point. You had Skies playing the proper cuts, Pred and Shotzi getting lost, and then Dashy just absolutely piecing. I know they're currently down 0-2. I know they have yet to beat Toronto Ultra in a control so far this season, but these two young men right here are going to be the difference makers. They need to come alive.
Yeah, look at the defensive KDs. I mean, just untradeable. 2.0 plus when they played against Minnesota. To be fair, Minnesota did not look like their usual selves yesterday, but hey, regardless, stats to stat. And now we need to try to find ways to replicate that going into this control and trying to fuel up this Texas crowd. Protocol control. Can Optic find a way to extend this series into Hacienda Hardpoint, or is Toronto just too damn good today? We're about to find out as we jump on in and see what exactly we're going to get. Because so far, like you mentioned, there hasn't been many map wins anywhere for Optic this qualifier stage, but can they find a way to replicate what they did yesterday? Let's get it on.
Yeah, the records with a new roster don't really put a lot of focus there, but need to try to figure it out here round by round. Next couple of maps, Hasi, Hardpoint. We know that Optic likes to play that.
Yep.
And to end it all off on a protocol, a rematch from what they played in the qualifiers, but you gotta get through this one. Optic on the attack first, and Nady's able to connect on to Joe DeCease, but he already takes a lot of space from the mid map.
This is not a spot you want Joe to be living on. Dashy, just a little poke on the Kleenex. But Joe DeCease, yep, front side sidewalk in a good spot. Seeing what he can do to kind of manipulate these Optic spawns. Also finds Skies over towards Heli. And this is not what you want early opening up for Optic. Good shutdown. Okay, now you've got to follow up on the Beans and one more beyond that. Okay, here we go. Now we've got good clearance at mid-map. We can jump on the A point.
Yeah, that's perfectly played right there from Dashy to find two, but Pred winning that one-on-one in towards Grandma's allows his team to get on this A point. First segment is going to be locked, but you have a route being developed on the side of Kleenex. Yep. It's going to be on Dashy to watch this pinch. Beans finds the opening kill, but second segment should be guaranteed. He's able to find a double though.
Yeah, but Pred over towards bottom side. Grandma's almost able to kind of do the same thing to Toronto that Toronto was doing to Optic. Not the case though. Second to progress going to be largely depleted, if not fully depleted. Dashy doesn't have an angle at it, and Beans with another win. Now on 4 in a row, has completely depleted that second tick of progress. Help now for Toronto, and they're winning every single gunfight. Here's the danger moment as Ultra start to push forward.
Yeah, Optic need to spread their map a little bit right there. They were all focused on that A point. You leave the flank open. Kleenex is able to make a couple problems happen. Now you just gotta focus, taking your time on the spawn, but 25 seconds to go. Kleenex finds a double. That's already 3, almost 4 dead. Skies, you got one more final push.
Couple eliminations coming through for Optic, but there's still a second line of defense behind us. And Kleenex is shooting! Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, if Kleenex plays like this the rest of the day, this Toronto team is gonna make it to Sunday. 7 in a row for Beans as well on top of that. 20 playing 12. Shutdown is there. Optic a chance to stop the clock over on the A zone. Kleenex the last one standing, and he's going to be dealt with. Hold on a second. There's a chance here.
That's 4 dead. Second segment is going to be guaranteed. Toronto Ultra all swanning over towards tower side. They're going to be forced to work this overextension. But Optic have been able to extend the game clock. Now a minute to work. Down by 5 lives. Need a couple kills to go your way, but Joe and Kleenex are able to find a double.
Yeah, this transition needs to be much more polished, considering that the lack of respawns are significant.
Good moment right here.
Yeah, Shots is going to get on the point. Good win on the inside. Here we go. Wait, hold on a second. 8v12 now all of a sudden. Beans, Joe trying to kind of play on opposite sides of the map. Joe, though, taken down. Good control here for Optic on the high ground, and they still have Skies on the point.
And the game clock is still at a pause. Beans finds an opening through top mid, effective on the trades is Optic. You're on 5 in a row now after Caesar Skies Bueno. First segment already locked. We just get a little bit of a stack going. You got to locate where inside as you're finding all the kills. Optic might be able to steal this one away.
7v6, three-man stack. Pred finding more kills at mid-map. Can they even get here to touch in time? No dash. He shuts it down and whoa, out of nowhere. Optic able to bring that one back with like 4 seconds left before the A zone was going to expire the round. They hop on, they find the kills, and the transition is perfect.
Oh, a big shout out to the ARs, man. Skies and Dashy had so many clutch kills. They were able to shut down Beans, who had a phenomenal start in this opening round. If you were looking for a spark there for the green wall, that might have just been it. Optic able to secure all 6 segments, steal that round away there from Ultra. Now you're in the advantage on the defense.
Absolutely the case. I mean, that's the face of a Bean 7 streak. Kleenex dominating in your spawn. Creating something out of nothing right there for Optic. Okay. Can they turn up here on the defense? Give themselves something to work with. Sky's on 6 in a row, still carrying that streak into this next round. Dashy seen top side over the windows. Joe looks like he wants to just hold that battle off for now, but look at Shotzi's run. He's behind the plate.
Shotzi knows, okay, there's one player coming off the respawn. Let me make sure he's not gonna have a good day. You find that kill on the Kleenex again. Now the route up is it. You catch the timing on the inside. Optic have full map control. They have yet to fall.
Yep, this works. Fred still lingering inside 10. Ultra taking their time coming out of spawn. Sky's watching the opposite doorway. 8 in a row. Hellstorm earned. Not quite able to find the 9th, but Fred able to at least follow up with one more before backing down. Ultra will get the space they need to kind of get off spawn and try to set something up here, though.
And I love this route right there from Fred because they're thinking, okay, he's in our base. We got to focus him. But the re-wrap over towards Spiral now finds himself on 5 in a row. Able to put the game clock out of pause though with Beans hopping on the B point. Fred's gonna be one shot commit still on the gunfight. Optic are starting the gun. 40 seconds left for Ultra to try to work something.
Yep, Ultra field a couple members over the middle of the map though, especially with Kleenex trying to float down towards PC. Dashy on 4, the one responsible for the A zone. Up top on gun, wins the first. As you can look at a second, no not quite. Kleenex with a shutdown, a double kill of his own. Clock comes to a pause at 30 seconds, 23 plays 17 with Pred working on a long route around the backside of the Ultra spawns.
Yeah, Pred's gonna take the super long route here. Guarantee at least 1 kill over at this A point. But you think you're sweet. Joe Deceives able to read that play. So now you have to invest this Hellstorm. Second segment is already locked, only able to connect on 1 though, so Ultra might still have an opportunity to extend the game a little bit.
Yeah, Shotzi though able to clear up the point, get in for the contest. Does he get the second elimination? He sure does. Now Optic can try to funnel through the mid. Get back over, see if they can maybe deplete some of this progress or at least keep Ultra at bay. 18 seconds on the clock. Dashy still at mid. Shut down. That should be enough for Ultra to get the extra 60, and Optic will have to default playing for the B defense.
You just got to work the overextension down. Time is going to be extended. Shotzi just going to take his time over towards Spiral. Wants his teammates to find a couple kills so he can play for the spawners. Pred and Dash are able to find 2. Now Shotzi can work.
Yep. Same route we had hit before. Same result. Finds inside off spawn. Does get traded out though. Pred trying to follow up in through mid. We still have Skies watching over through staircase side, but he's shut down. And uh-oh, here we go. Ultra able to stretch across field and get onto the B point.
And now what can Pred do? Farthest player pushed on out. And have Insight watching his pinch, playing for the timing. Pred is going to attack from mid-gun. Unfortunately, shoots at a ghost. First segment almost being captured there for Ultra, but Pred found the opening.
Nades land. Clearance over the top of the zone is good. Insight still hanging towards gun, but Sky shuts it down for the trade. One more player to find that Joe Deceives on the point. He's a 1v1 there. And this might be a second tick of progress. He's got help on the way here. If you're Optic, you got to hope these nades are going to land. Shotzi's nearby. Dashy's kind of close, but there's a second tick of progress. Can you get here to contest this? Dashy's trying to work through mid. Skies finds 1. Third tick almost done. You got to find these kills. Skies jumps on in, but the follow-up from Ultra is too good, and Dashy cannot get on the zone in time. We've got offense for offense.
Yeah, that's big shot outs right there to Joe Deceives, man. He was the only player on that B point, was able to find 3. Allow his teammates off the respawn to instantly put themselves in position to watch those crosses. The late round heroics again, this time on the side of Ultra. Able to tie the game, tie the segments. Make up for that advantage that Optic had.
Yep. Okay, reset, let's go again. Here we go. We got some rowdy fans this morning, I love it. Offense was solid for them. Again, it just came in heroic fashion. You want to see them try to win out a little bit more with those routes that Shotzi was able to try to find in their first offense. Can they follow up on that? This time, more focus over towards Sidewalk. Joe, same route, but he's been seen by Skies. Still finds his first one versus Shotzi. Skies not affected by that stun. Follow-up for the trade is good by Fred.
Fred already taking a lot of space in the middle of the map. I don't know if you're going to be able to read this if you're Beans, but somehow, some way, with the AR, able to win that one-on-one. One player from Optic Texas, though, is on the A point. Shotzi now working the pinch. This is his happy place.
Yep.
Can he continue to find a couple more clutch kills for his teammates to guarantee some segments?
Fred shuts down Joe for the spawn trap. Follow-up from Dashy's also good. Numbers now starting to build for Optic. And they're still looking for more eliminations. They may be trying to focus over on the re-wrap to B here. Skies will jump onto the A zone to stop the clock. Shotzi with the route, trying to find some stray Ultra members on the rotation over, and he will catch Beans, or will he? Finally, Fred able to find the elimination, following up with the damage, and they know that Insight's playing up top too.
Oh, and Optic are finding every single kill. Now you have pressure on both points. Jodeci is forced to invest the Hellstorm now. Little missiles go split. You take down the player at B, you take down Dashy at A. Still done it. There's a couple players from Optic Texas still roaming around your spawn. 40 seconds to go. Optic up by 2 live. Sees a Skies Bueno. Almost pops a double. But Optic should be able to extend the time a lot earlier this time.
And you still have Fred working on a route here to try to control ledge, if not a little bit deeper over towards tower. This is a good setup here for Optic to transition from A to B, but Ultra get the read, find the kills they need. Shotzi back through Castle. Oh, he's been seen. Good shutdown by Joe. Dashy right here with him. Yeah, get him on the double. Fred also clears off one of the spawn trappers. This should allow a route to start to develop.
Just can't let Beans make an impactful play. He's at least able to get one. Allows his teammates to have the numbers. Start working in towards this retake. Inside is able to strike. Fred effective on the trade, but better trades on the side of Ultra allow them to stabilize in that moment. Down by 1 life. A lot of map control for the squad in purple. And now if you're Optic Texas, take your time on a spawn.
This is all for timing right now for Joe Deceives. Well, how much can he create? Only 1. Even in the life count, 12 plays 12. 55 seconds on the clock. Insight over the top of the previously captured A zone, just trying to hold on to mid-map. And he's done well to this point to keep the focus of Optic pretty much purely on him from these top Windows positions. Finally, something starting to develop over towards field side, though.
What a
the
read.
focus needs to be over back towards Beans. He's the one sitting tucked in the corner.
That's such an insane read to find that kill on the Shotzi. The shot, so at least the comms good enough for Kleenex to set up Insight to find that kill onto Pred. 30 seconds to go. Optic.
Good win.
Need to find a couple kills. Big win to start it off with Shotzi, but the repinch again from Beans is going to cause you a couple problems.
Yeah, and Joe's also holding from the front. Follow-up from Kleenex is good. Now it's down to the 9v6. Shotzi, what timing does he find on this long pinch? Because you've got to get on, put some pressure. You need to find elimination to pull this Toronto defense back. Because your teammates are just being spawn trapped. You got to go. You got to find some way to get back over towards the zone. Now it's just on to Shotzi. Playing right around the B point. He gets shut down, and Ultra are going to hold this defense. 3 ticks is all that Optic will get.
A lot better from Ultra on that defensive side. I know they're thinking about their first defense. We definitely should have been able to close that one out. That time you had players just playing their corners, including the ARs. Usually just expecting the SMGs to take space away. But that time you had Beans consistently roaming through Trip's window, catching timing on the pinches, finding clutch kill after clutch kill, giving his teammates opportunities off the respawn to contest it. Now Optic go on defense. You're down by 3 segments. You're playing for a shutout here to try to get back to back.
Yep. 25 and 17 from Joe. Just getting it done with both weapons. You see him obviously in the final play right there at the AR, but so much disaster being created with the Jackal in hand as well. Can Optic respond? Again, 350 advantage is what they have at the moment. Break off largely and purely focused on the A point. Nice shots from Joe, helped by Beans. He's on 4 in a row. Looking to see if they can catch anyone else over the top of the A zone, but it's going to be Skies up top to find the shutdown. And now, again, Toronto just do not get creation of space, at least not through mid.
Yeah, and if you're Shotzi there, you want to take your time there. The timing wasn't in his favor. Gives up his life for free, and that allows Ultra to get out of their spawn for free. Still yet to find success in at least 1 segment. It's been 35 seconds wiped off the round. Kleenex is trying to put a pause here at the B point. All of Optic, though, just roaming around mid-map.
Yeah, Kleenex got a really good amount of information on where this Optic defense is, but no one from Toronto can find them. They can't get the eliminations that they need to allow any progress on either zone. Insight finally able to clear out Dashy from 10, but Shotzi's still floating around. Fred right there with them. finally a couple of kills come through, and now we get kind of a reset as we have a 2v2 starting to develop, and Ultra trying to push out. Shut down, Skies. Just able to find one before dropping to Insight.
And if you're Ultra, you're playing for 3 segments. You don't want to go back-to-back attacking rounds, but Optic aren't giving it up for free. Shotzzy looking for this big one-on-one gunfight versus Insight. But you still have both SMGs applying the pressure from the back end. You find the initial two. Let's get them off A. We can shut them out.
This is big. You got a repinch coming on the way from Shotzzy as well at the same time. Toronto has to try to flood their way forward in towards A. There's time for Shotzzy to come through, find himself too. 17 seconds on the clock. That is all you need to try to stop if you're Optic. Follow up through mid coming through. That works out where Skies finds the kill. Last player you're really looking for now is Insight. Where is he gone? He's back on the A point. Ultra out of spawn, trying to make their way over towards B. Kleenex is able to drop. Now it's just down to Insight. He will also fall. Maybe an advantage here for Optic. Beans over the top, finding one. Stopping of the clock is still being put together as Joe's on the B point, but as he dropped, that might be it.
And Ultra just need to get on A. It's 2v1. You have Dashy surrounded. You're able to find the kill. 3.4 seconds. Optic finding the trades, but Toronto at the right time find all 4 in the feed. First segment locked. The stack is going to be in. Second segment guaranteed. They're going to be able to extend the game.
Yeah, Trophy keeping all 3 of those Ultra members safe. And hold on a second. We're not done yet. Kleenex up top. Shut down onto Shotzzy. Chance to rotate through mid. Does Pred see this? Got a spot for it. Joe to seize. Backside tower. Uh-oh, that's 3 dead. Now all of a sudden Ultra on with at least 3 members.
Yeah, I don't know how Pred didn't get anything from that top window. Everyone just crosses right through mid-gun. Now the 3 stack is in. Ultra had the second segment guarantee. I don't know if Optic can get there.
Not looking good. Bean still shutting him down through mid-ledge. Can anyone touch it? Time? No. And Ultra will 3-0 Optic Texas, bouncing them out of their home major, and in convincing fashion at that.
Look just like the series that they played online, man. You outclass them in the hard point and the fundamental part. Out-rotate them on the second half of the game. The search of the short early on was going blow for blow, but Optic couldn't make the adjustments to shut down that A bomb plant. And when you get to the protocol, it's just these late round heroics. Like you had Ultra exactly where you wanted them. It's just we're not watching the proper cuts, knowing that they're off the respawn. We're always trying to catch the timing, allowing them to get out, and then trying to work that deep pinch, but just allowing them to stall the time by getting over towards B, opens up that point at A. You clutch up in a couple gunfights, you get the stack, you're able to extend the game. But Optic, unfortunately, are gonna fall short here at Major 2. The green wall is dead silent. Ultra fans feeling good after that one. But Optic Texas, with the new roster, still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and that's kind of the follow-up point here. I think you kind of take both sides. For Ultra, this is the team that looks like a top 4 squad at least. For Optic, now you get to kind of get yourself set up. And it's tough, I think, to look at the Minnesota series, compare it to this one, and point to these are the things. You know, this is the thing that Skies is going to bring to the table. Because it really was just like a, here you are, throw it into the deep end, see what you can create. I won't say he played poorly. No, I wouldn't say he played great. It's just kind of one of those things of, we need to figure out what the identity of this new Optic team is going to be. And this is a tough environment to do that right off the rip.
Yeah, man, you need to figure out what you are with this new roster, man. You need to figure out what we're going to be good at, the things that we need to work on. And with only 4 days of practice, you know that we basically need to work on everything. It's just tough to come in with a new player, even though it's a player like Skies, world champion. You got a star-studded lineup. Just some of these other teams have already been playing a lot longer together. So it's just a tough draw there for Optic. Unfortunately, they're going home.
And on the other side of things, Ultra, clean, polished, and pretty much perfect across the board on all 3 modes. So they're looking decent. And we've got Kleenex on stage with Blaze to give us his thoughts.
Thank you so much, Alan and Jay. Texas, show some love to Toronto Ultra. Y'all made it difficult on them, but they get it done. Kleenex, a difficult environment to play in against the home team. How does it feel to get this win?
Feels good. We're already getting into flow again. I think we're still a bit inexperienced on land, but you know, it's not my first time playing in front of you guys, so just keep booing. I don't mind it.
You guys definitely were able to fight your way through that one, especially even there on a map 3 control, okay? The first round, you know, you guys are probably up about 10 kills on that defensive side. Optic comes back, the crowd goes wild. How do you stay composed in those type of moments to come back and win 3 in a row?
Honestly, after that first round, we just knew we threw it away, so I think it was just a quick reset. I don't think they did much special stuff. So it's just quick reset and just go into the next one. We knew we were the better team on control. So
there you go. Now, next question is yet another major with Beans and Joe in your squad. Okay, talk to me about the evolution of them playing with you in Insight and how proud of you are those two.
I've definitely had to step up a little more, being a little more vocal, speaking like my opinion a little more. I think with previous teams, I've always been the more calm and quiet guy, but this team I've had to step up a little more, and you know what? It works, so.
It works, okay, it definitely works. And lastly, what do you want to say to the few Toronto Ultra fans in this venue that's been standing against this green wall throughout the series?
We see you guys all the way down there. Strength in the North. Love you guys. Appreciate you. We'll see you guys at Champs, yeah? Appreciate it.
The strength of the North stays strong. One more time for Toronto Ultra. That's going to do it for me and Kleenex on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Thank you very much, Guy Blaze. And Nameless, for our correct Toronto Ultra pick, we were rewarded with a hoodie and a T-shirt from this from the Ultra crew.
Yeah, let's go.
It's big dub.
We got some good picks finally.
You and I can celebrate while everyone else is depressed in the venue. Let's go to Maven. Maven, you were not happy during that series.
I left my badge on. I was stressing out.
I think it looks really good with your other necklaces.
I love that you're showing it off too.
Yeah,
can we?
That's my bad.
There we go.
Now I'm covered. Here we go.
It's too late.
That was frustrating in the sense you can look at it one of two ways. This team has not had enough reps yet, not enough time to improve, or is this an Optic team that has a shattered femur, a torn ACL, 4 cracked ribs, and a broken neck, and by making a change, you fix one of those things.
Yeah.
The body's still beat up.
Yeah, it's kind of what I say. You can't put a Band-Aid on it.
Yes.
This thing needs a cast.
That's what it feels like, and I could be wrong. Maybe it's just they need some reps. I hope for the Optic fans and the team, it's just like we need more reps and we're going to improve.
You just
haven't solved it.
Can't be as reliant on Shotzi, but we should talk about Toronto because that was an insane performance. I mean, against this crowd, that is not easy to do. And you heard Kleenex. He's like, we don't have that many reps on land, but feeling good now.
Scuff, play of the game. It's Toronto. It's round 4 of Control. They lock it up in just 3 games. How did they do it? Well, it wasn't looking good. We had less than 5 seconds on the clock. All 4 jump on the point, and then they continue to roll.
It's Insight and Joe, man, and I've been kind of hard on Insight. I feel like in this second split when we go into it, because I felt like he'd been kind of quiet for this team, but it's one of those situations where it was a lot of impact kills from the side of Insight. I mean, this is a storied player. He's had to go up against the best of the best year in year. So for Insight, a good showing out of him, and Joe just continuing to be an absolute menace for the Optic Texas boys.
And to start this play, it was actually Beans who got into their building, and he was just so annoying. He finds 1 kill onto the gun and then just plays his life for a little bit to allow his teammates to get into position. Once Insight gets there, Optic just out a couple gunfights they shouldn't have. You need to know when to back up and reset, and Toronto just capitalized on that. Once you get to B, all the angles to try to retake it are so difficult, and you see Toronto just can't believe that they won that round.
Beans letting the crowd know they don't care if you boo them. These guys are coming for a championship here in Texas.
And is that one of those type of wins though? Just listen, I know Optic's not their best, but just because in front of the crowd, does that gel this unit a bit and help you make a run?
Yeah, you're gassed up. You're looking at the guy next to you like, yo, we can do this. And now you're in a situation where you play the drop down of Breach and Surge, where most people would probably say it's going to be Breach. Ultra in a good spot.
Speaking of Breach and Surge, that is the matchup coming up next. One of them is guaranteed top 3 in Texas. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we turn our attention to the winners bracket here at Major 2.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
They're playing my court. They have to play. They are both water. One shot. There's two water. They were both. They went red. They went red, Clay. Did they? Yeah, they went red. Both red. Both inside red. Both inside red. They went front door. They went front door.
He's hopping. Watch his water.
Watch his water. I have your word. Back door.
They
didn't see you yet. Nice! Let's go, Clay!
Yes, sir.
I'm buying one. Frosty dead. I'm in their spawn. There's gonna be another one on me.
I'm pressuring. What's Rook's J?
One's on me. That's two.
Right, nice. Let's plant the shit.
Yo, come B. Or you. Yeah, you go.
We have it.
You guys are good. Nice. Spawn dead.
My God, Caesar.
Okay, Frank, I'm just trying to throw down everything.
Just get all four.
Oh
my God.
That was dirty. Just no. I was working picks, bro. I was working picks.
Yeah, he stall out time for you to get to work this pitch because you know what Hydra is capable of. Finds that kill onto Insight. Skies across the map, finds the second. Now Sid left in the 1v2 on this side of the map. He finds the first 1v3.
Off the rebound! Oh my goodness! One was fine. Two was a goddamn miracle.
Billy, lie.
But what the hell? What the hell is that?
Wait, that guy's bowling. Wait, he's watching bowling. Look. You see, he's watching bowling.
Yeah, what the fuck? I gotta throw, bro.
Wait, is he trolling? Wait, is he trolling?
Wait, he has to be trolling.
Wait, is he trolling? He's gotta be trolling, right? Wait, he's gotta be trolling, right?
Nah.
That's not right. That's an Easter egg from the CDL.
Played him. Wait, hold up. Was he the greatest sniper in this? Oh my God.
He was hella good. It all comes down to this. Mason running it down.
He's trying to no-scope him.
Ricky trying to no-scope.
Oh my God.
Oh no. Oh my God.
Didn't even hit him.
Oh. GG.
God, he got f***ing slammed.
And it's face banks.
Oh my God.
The 2025 Boston Breach Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to help you blend the competition. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest wanna be like me, cause I walk like a champion. Double helix twist pedigree, call me Red One, everybody gaga. For me, fame monster, Sasquatch posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
Vancouver have beaten everybody but LA Thieves and Toronto this stage, and that includes Atlanta FaZe twice. It's been an impressive run since adding Neptune to the lineup. Now, they look to take down our number 8 seed. That caused a major upset on opening day. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Shift. We love having you here on the desk, and we're in for a treat because this is a number 5 seed taking on a number 8. One of them is guaranteed not just a place in the top 3, but to go skyrocketing up our rankings.
And I think the thing about this is this Vancouver team, they're so hot right now. Looking really, really polished. I think they're playing with a frenetic pace that not a lot of teams can match. So we'll see if Boston can kind of hang with that tempo that they're going to bring.
Let's take a look at our rosters and how they are performing on LAN. Allie, Big questions around Neptune. Well, he silenced the haters on day one.
Absolutely, he silenced the haters on day one. And it's not even just Neptune. 04 seems to have found a groove as well on LAN, which is kind of what this team needed, especially in the respawns. I mean, you're talking about a Vancouver Surge that's a top 2 respawn team right now. I never thought I would be saying that about this squad. This is a roster built to be good at search and destroy. And so going through the team like Boston Breach for them should be an easy feat. They won last time in a 1-3-4.
Yeah, I mean, well, it was a 1-round control, about a 20-point vault, right? And you're squaring on, Boston's best map. So I think this match could actually be a little difficult. When you dive a little deeper into Vancouver, they're really only good at 2 search and destroy maps, right? Fair. It's Protocol and Red Card. So for them, teams have been starting to figure them out, and in this veto process, these maps are going to look a little bit different the rest of this major.
Snoopy was on the stage after Boston won their opening match against LA Thieves. He spoke some Spanish to the audience, and I feel like everyone is starting to fall in love with this young guy. Just his second year for Boston, and they have built around him. But it's that guy on your screen, Purge, who has been the X factor on LAN. Alan, can you get another pop-off performance from him like he did against the Thieves?
I think you can. I think that sub-duo here for Boston has been the most consistent when you talk about kind of a duo element towards this Boston Breach squad. Yeah. It's just one of those things like Purge is popping off and yelling at Scrap. Like, yes. If he's feeling that kind of confidence today, I imagine he's thinking he's the greatest in the server.
And you can see at the bottom, this is battling for a top 3 placing. I mean, all these guys outside of Cammy have really like top 8, top 6, like maybe a top 4 here or there, but this would be massive to make a winner's final. This is an insane matchup for top 3.
Allie, we got our maps and modes loading up as we are about to do our pick'em. So talk me through what you expect to see. Who has the statistical advantage across these 5?
I know Ant said that he likes his maps for Boston, but honestly, I really like these for Surge as well. I really love the first half of this right now. They're going to open up with that vault. It's one of their strongest hard points, and they're on a 2-win spree for it right now, so they're already warm when it comes to that map 1. You go into the skyline, it goes a little wishy-washy. You're going to move a little bit towards that Boston Breach, but Boston has been awful at control. We have to talk about it. They're 2-7 on vault control. They've been 2-7 in control in this split in general. So for Vancouver Surge, you're looking to do this pretty early in the first 3 maps.
I mean, you're squaring 100%. I mean, for Boston and Hardpoint, like in stage 1 where they were winning matches, it was through Hardpoint and particularly through Snoopy taking over. And now you look at this, they're 11-4 combined on the 2 Hardpoints in this series. So how did they get it done versus Thieves? You guys remember that? 2 hard points, right? This could be a lot tighter than people predict.
Let's take a look at some of the key players to look at throughout this series. Is it Snoopy and Neptune? I assumed it would be. A 1.07 from Neptune, a 1.06 from Snoopy, and that is a season KD. So despite having struggling records, these 2 have consistently performed.
I think the thing about it is like they play very similarly. You get them on towards big maps, they're looking to find space and then take it over, create opportunities for easy rotations. I really think as much as we put a lot of focus on these 2 subs, especially in this matchup that's going to have a lot of pace, I'm actually more looking to see what the ARs are going to provide. Because for me, it's still just down to if one of the 2 ARs from Boston could just shoot back, Boston can win series.
I love that call because last time these 2 teams went up, it was actually Nasty that had an overall 1.2 leading the lobby. Absolutely slammed the side of the Boston Breach.
On the other side, Awakening has been pretty quiet online. Let's take a look at what he was bringing to the table. The AR performed to the level that Ant once told me he was capable of. That was 2 years ago. It took a while, but I've finally seen it, Ant.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years since we've been able to get these huge pop-off performances from Wake, and I think it's like he's been trying to change his play style over the years. We've seen him have maps like 2 minutes in the hill. He was deemed a guy who only played for kills, right? And, this is a team that's been building a system slowly but surely, and the Hardpoint, it's gotten there now. And when you get those performances from Wake, the game is going to feel so much easier. He has that pop-off ability, and when Purge is able to just kind of be the guy playing the fundamentals on rotation, this team is going to thrive. So they have to bring that momentum. You got to think that Thieves match 2 days ago now, right? You got to bring that same momentum and confidence into this match versus Vancouver, who are on the same level as Thieves.
Allie, after seeing those highlights again, do you want to apologize to Giga?
No.
Hater.
I'm sorry. I am standing 10 toes down. It's just I'm not a big fan of when it comes to inconsistent players who have a really low floor and a really high ceiling. So I need a little bit more consistency out of Giga before I can join Ant and his fan club.
It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Allie, it's time for you to catch up. I will do the honors of going first and saying Vancouver Surge will move on to
our winners bracket final.
Yeah, I'm going to go Vancouver as well. I think the respawns are going to be key. I just have a feeling this Vancouver team's just going to run through them.
Yeah, big fan of Vancouver Surge right now. I'm going to go with them in this series.
I think we get a game 5. We are due. We are due for a game 5, and I'm going with Boston.
It's calling a game 5 and a Giga win. It's time to get our winner semifinal started now.
I mean, talk about the rhythm the Surge currently have.
Awakening, big map. Cammy playing huge. Merge doing his thing.
Next man, Purge! Hydra, dead! That is that!
4 is going to be yours. Neptune lines up a double with the AR.
Whoa, it gets gone Snoopy!
Surge are playing such a strong Surge game.
We get the kills. Oh my goodness, the break. The game goes on.
All right, Texas, we got a coast-to-coast matchup coming up here on the main stage, but I want to do a vibe check real quick. Where my East Coasters in the building? Where the West Coasters at? Well, coming to the stage first is the team from the East. Into the breach we go. Here comes Boston. Show some love to Snoopy, Awakening, Cammy, and Purge. Boston Breach looking to surprise us yet again and try to make their way to the winners finals. Can they do it? It's time to find out.
Are people sleeping on the breach? They beat Thieves through 2 hardpoints. These guys were absolutely popping off. They believed in this team at EWC last year. They brought it into this season. They're trying to make a run. This match is for top 3. Let's bring out their opponent.
Yeah, Sand, it's a top 3 matchup, and I'm ready to bring out these mercenaries from the Northwest. Get ready. Here comes the Vancouver Surge. Give it up for 04. Abuza, Nasty, and Neptune. Looking to go full Rambo against the breach. The Surge bringing the storm to the stage yet again.
I mean, just a team that nobody really expected to be in this position. I mean, not at the beginning of the year, at least. They make one change, it pushes them over that line. And I'm looking at one of the men on the stage right now, and that's going to be Rambo Ray, his dream team, now looking to push for a Sunday run. But they got one more team to go through, and that's the Boston Breach, who we don't know what version we're going to get of them, but we know what version of Surge we're going to get. I'm ready to get our second match started, please.
And I'm trying to manifest a game 5 here on the main stage. Let's get ready, Texas. Casters, take us away.
Consider yourselves taken away. Thank you very much, Blaze. We have a treat for you folks. Another great series ahead of us and a game 5 chance possible.
Yeah, I think it's been 18 series in a row without a game 5, but we've gotten rid of every single team that's going to get 3-0'd in this tournament. Everybody that's left is going to be battling in these 2 squads. High expectations. I think Boston have over-delivered. They took down LA Thieves, beat them in 2 hard points, which means they're bringing the very best game. And frankly, I'm very excited to see Cammy back on the main stage. He has been electric, and that's a man that is passionate. When he's standing up talking trash, he's not doing it for the camera. He means what he says. He is in it.
He really is in it. And again, 2 teams that are very, very good at hardpoint as well. Of course, Vancouver Surge are, one of the best hardpoint teams we've seen as far as clean and efficient gameplay goes. And Boston, if you can keep that special sauce you had yesterday, Snoopy said it, if we're all firing, no one stands a chance, which is objectively true.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, to touch on Vancouver, very clean gameplay, well-orchestrated effort. Clearly, they're putting the time in, and you get fun battles across the stage. Abuza, who's honestly made the case that Rookie of the Year should have been his last year because he had a phenomenal rookie season, and in his sophomore year, he's been performing incredibly well. Him and Nasty paired together. They've had some outstanding moments throughout the year. I know Neptune is sort of the spark for the team, but everybody's delivering. And on the same side for Boston, we have seen every single player on that squad at this point have their pop-off moments. Got to bring it together on a Saturday, though, and continue to run for the winners bracket. Vancouver on point, especially on the vault, the main thing to pay attention to. Every opportunity they have had to play this map, they've chosen.
You let it get through in this one. Boston Breach willing to square up on a strong map here against Surge in our opening. And this is going to be a fun one, folks. Again, 16-5 for Hardpoint. That is just stage 2. Neptune's addition to the squad has transformed the team. A 6-win spree in the mode so far. Boston, have you got what it takes to end it? Here we go into map 1.
And we're going to go Neptune right off the bat as well. He'll always show off the good moves. He gets better height than anybody else, it feels like, in the league. And no time wasted. Gets all the intel. Nasty, though, unfortunately for Neptune, team kills his teammates. Should be an advantage for Boston. Purge gives you 2, and Boston give you the time.
Yeah, nice work. Start things off, Boston with the early time. Snoopy still rolling. That's 3-1 right off the rip. He's had a very, very electrifying start to this one. Looking towards that pool side of the map, though, Vancouver Surge with 25 seconds to go here on P1. Eyes on the prize in that long game towards the new hardpoint. Vancouver with a nice bounce back here in the kills and time, but still spawns for P2, not theirs.
How about that from Purge off? Opens things up off the break, goes for a 5 spree, and Boston off the back of that have the lead and the right side spawn. So good gameplay coming through so far. Awakening posted over the backside of P2. Purge has fronts. Awakening can dip back, but Vancouver finally starting to show a little bit of life there in the kill feed, and they'll even be in time first.
Yeah, it's a nice start. Good kills here. Now back into P2 we go. And Awakening. Great coverage on the back. Traded out immediately, though. That's going to give Surge presence on time. Not on the back spawns. Here we go. Breach, you've got a quick hit here. Nasty doesn't get a huge amount of damage into the players on time. 04 can only get damage. Not enough for the kill. Abuser there with the trades. And back and forth we go again, folks. Spawns now flip. Surge in the back. 35 on the clock.
All right, this is a great time for Vancouver as well. Doing this the hard way. Neptune 8-3 to kick things off and making the best of a mixy situation. Maybe one final hit here coming through Boston. Players trying to slip their way through. Snoopy's done exactly that, but traded and gunned down. Vancouver, I mean, they stabilized. They had a rough start coming through the break. The guns were not quite there. They walk away after P2. Already have a lead.
Next spree comes to a close. A slight lead for Vancouver going into our third hard point. Boston with the early moves. Boston with the left-hand side of the minimap, what they want, but it's all on the Surge boys now, cutting the way through mid. Not a whole lot of productivity in the kill feed.
P3 times so far, though. Seeing how much you can actually lock down while Snoopy just gets dropped. Vying for position, as is tradition on this hill. And Awakening wants to go pick up the middle of the map. Vancouver soaking up the time, but the kills going their way, and they got the left side spawns as well. Boston are squaring to try to rip them down on P3.
Whoa, Snoop! How's he still alive? How's he got 2? How's he got 3? That's your hard point, Boston.
Yeah, and that's a dagger as well, because look at how distant these spawns are coming through. Snoopy on the chase. He's got 3 players potentially in his sights, and he just gets to waste their time. Trades rolling through the middle of the map. The only man up pushed forward is going to be Neptune. Trying to see if he can make an aggressive play and actually get through. In 2 spawn outs coming through right now for Boston. Desperate to hold the back line.
Nep is so aggressive, man. He's got Awakening tagged up, no regen yet. And he's pushing this. Awakening finally brought down a Neptune with a relentless onslaught, and now Cammy keeping him pinned in the back. And a fantastic opportunity here to again pump the brakes. Try to find a moment here to get a boozer forward. Can't get it done. Nasty up next. Or Cammy holding down the back line. A third there from Snoopy, and all 4 down for Surge.
Dude, that is a lockdown moment. Neptune bought his team so much space, but they could not capitalize. And, well, this is looking like a strong P4 hold. You get the blender set up as well, and Cammy, not a player to let this slip through. 2 players underneath him. Hyper aware. Ready for the pressure. Does get taken down, but that's after 15 seconds to work, and that's just more time for Snoopy to swoop in for the kills.
And swoop in, he does a 16-9 on the 3 spree now through the front door. Gets himself another one traded out immediately, folks, and that's going to be Boston back in the time again. On the approach now, Surge. Nearly the 2 there from Cammy. Purge with the immediate trade. Purge looking to get 04 as well, and it is a blistering start here from Boston. We say goodbye to our first set, 5 seconds to go, and they've got a decent lead going back to P1.
Yeah, and there's the spot check after the first set of rotation. Snoopy, 17 kills already. We might be in the mix for a Snoopy masterclass, but good trades rolling through. You do not want that player to get hot.
He is ruthless right now. Purge v Net. Seen a couple of those fights so far. They've been exciting. Vancouver still with the time right now. They're finding a couple of kills. A 2-man hit turns into a 1-man hit, and Cammy now dancing with Neptune, who somehow managed to slip away and over to the other end of Nasty in time, finding kills. And a 2 from Purge. Wow, it is endless here on Vault.
I mean, listen, there's so many things happening on this minimap. Players fighting for the P2 spawns, but with that rolling through for Vancouver, Awakening might have to chalk it up. He's just going to get traded out, and Vancouver going to be in the time. So a P1 to get back in the mix, and they got 04 and Abuza. Incredibly slow start to double negative, and Purge, the beneficiary of it. And in spite of the opportunity there for Vancouver, they get slaughtered. They get pushed to the left side of the map, and Boston get a bump up that lead as Purge, again on a P1, goes on attack.
That's a great opportunity for Boston to run the scoreline out. Again, despite the efforts there of 0-4 and Abuza, the scoreline's still relatively close, so kudos again to Surge. 3 dead there, and now a push towards the point. Nasty gets in there fast. Whoa, he got the stick! Purge down and out. What an incredible jump. 45 seconds to go on the point, and again, another big hit here, and Boston are not wavering. 0-4, last man left alive on this side of the map. Dancing and diving, managing to find a big win there, and you've got pressure on the point still.
I mean, this is a P2 that no team in the league seems to be able to hold effectively. It gets broken instantly, a couple flips rolling through, and well, now you're going to be soaking up a little bit of this time. Everybody on Vancouver working from the back spawns, and this is a spawn trap blender type of situation. 0-4, key gunfights to win, at least gets the pressure off the front. Vancouver, I mean, they're desperate to get out.
Damn, they're trying. 2 beats out of Abuza, nice stuff. Final 10 seconds there, P2 finally getting a little bit going. And 19 deaths there to the 11 kills of Abuza. Not where you want to be in the stat line, but again, they are fighting tooth and nail, slowly but surely getting back into this one.
And ultimately, though, for Boston, they've just been in more control of the game. With the lead, you can play a little bit safer, and they're always pushed out for those left side spawns, and they are not letting anybody through, and soaking up a little bit of the time. But the most important thing, keep control of the middle of the map. If you can get the P3 time, it's great, but you are just playing keep away from Vancouver. They're always setting up for the P4. It is the name of the game on Vault.
There's a mechanical masterclass right now from Snoopy, 24 and 18, and he has dodged everything that has been thrown at him in this P3 scenario. Boston, a fantastic start in map 1. Let's go for a listen in.
Yeah, so yo, one more. Double doors, guys. Double doors up for, okay?
Taking out air.
On see others.
Nice. You got the right cross.
Other guys are
Big door ran out.
They're both spawned out.
He's spun out. Lower.
Under you. And one
Big door, nasty.
One bullet. They're flying on the back of the
One more. 0-4, on time, boys. Yo, back door as well.
2 on time. Who's a weak? 0-4's there.
Yeah, scaff, and then front door.
Good check. He's deep scaff.
One shadow scaff. Yep.
One shot. Both on time.
Okay, yeah. Alright, I can shallow big door. He's gonna be statue.
Some hit left, right?
Yeah, top P4 weak now, okay?
Top before,
Really top, nice.
Can we close up to us?
No, statue over, bro.
Okay, yeah.
Statue, one shot.
I'll see
Statue absolute 4.
Yeah, deep left nasty, yeah. Deep left. For Abuza, boys.
Statue, go bigger, I think. Go bigger fast. Bigger, I think, or right.
Bigger nap that, bro.
Put on. Two carry now.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to get a cat.
One more shot.
I don't see him cat.
Yeah, they're gonna smoke me too, by the way.
I don't see him on the left. There's one gold, I think.
We're missing 0-4, guys.
Yo, front gold, nasty's front gold, boys. I think he's, 2 front gold.
Bigger, too.
Everyone's
Very good, boys.
One's close, okay, one's close.
Yo, net big door, guys, not challenge. Yo, challenge net. He's gonna close net, weak, and then one challenge on the right.
One shot, line.
Open.
Okay.
He's doing big down, you two.
Gold, nasty, one shot money.
Our side closed and big door, one shot.
One shot, bro. Yeah, go for it.
One shot open, one shot fine.
Yeah, you can keep pushing cat. Okay, nep stop cat, okay?
There's 2 cat, bro, 2 cat.
I'm playing solo, bro. Nep's up 2P2.
Okay, yeah. Push out the back.
One shot closed, guys.
Nep on New.
What a battle from Vancouver Surge. Massive lead change. Let's go for a listen in.
Yeah, go, please, yeah. I'm gonna cut front. Yeah, you didn't.
I'm in time. Nice. Yo, listen, I'm jumping down.
I'm blocking. Top cat. Sit down on time.
I am. Somebody get my cross. I have your phone. I'm in the pool.
I'll spawn on the back.
I'm shooting her out, Mark.
Viens, cut. Light. Outside light. 1 HP. Light. It's light. Burst. Again. And one's gonna be front. Nice. One's gonna be front, probably. Take it down. That's big. He's one. Yeah, he's fine. I'm going back.
Yeah, I'm going
on the back. Yeah. Turn me. Down 1 HP. Trust me. Working tonight. Soak this shit. Back down.
I know.
Back down. At least 2 in again. One's gonna be hurt here out on the
Give me one shot statue, bro.
Okay.
Statue.
One front.
Lay down, look window, Jordan. Lay down, look window. I have you know that.
Yeah, I'm minding my back. I get a shot my feet. One
Watch out,
mid door.
last time mid door.
Yeah, mid door.
What's you, Jordan?
Stop out, chill out.
Just stay down, I'm
Be controlled and stop out. Be controlled, he's on.
Fiery looks at ins from both teams, and looking at the score lines, we could be finishing in a big old hard point.
Yeah, we could be finishing with a Neptune kill record as well. He has been doing everything for his team, including at this point getting the hill time. But Boston consistently had the P4 rotations. They have always just lived on the left side of the map, and no one's been able to find a route through. 04 is at least making sure you are super soaking this P3 time. And Vancouver Surge, 2 players are through.
Yeah, 2 on the way through. Caught Purge, caught him out. That is a dagger moment. The clock is now ticking against Boston Breach. Nasty now takes control of the other tower, so that's a massive power position in the hands. Oh my word, for the moment of Surge. Break on time, here we go.
And they only got 2 players in the back for the moment. Nasty trying to give you a little bit extra. It's a 3 spree and he's got Neptune to work with.
Trying to find at least one through the back door here. Snoopy, brilliant work there with a Jackal over the Neptune. Kill number 43, is he gonna get it here? The answer is yes. Top cleared out as well, nobody on time. Vancouver fly towards it.
It's for your game. They're getting the cutoff kills as well. They get a player on time, 17 seconds to go.
One last barge now of Breach through the front. Nep finds another. Kill number 44. Cammy with 2. Can he break it? No, Abuza's there for it. You've still got him out on time, and it's 04 soaking away. Final 5. Here we go, Boston. Can you make something magical happen on the contest? The answer is yes, for now.
They bought their lifeline. This might be the Boston special. We're going to be ending this game on a P1, and Cammy's here first.
Here we go. Cammy in. Cammy down. 04 and Abuza finds something, but again, it's a 1v1 on time now that Purge loses. So Nasty locking it down once again. The final few seconds. Snoopy, can you save this moment? The answer is yes. Reinforcements now arrive. Abuza has been overwhelmed. Trades are done. 04 on time. A 1v1. Purge stays alive. Here comes Nasty. A stick.
One more wave of kills. This is it. The last square up on the time. Boston are here. Vancouver swarming.
Still finding kills all over the place. Snoopy on the pinch. Gets it. Stays alive. 10 seconds for the win.
This is it. This is it.
5 to go. Cammy. Purge. Everywhere you look. Kills going their way. They've done it. Oh my God. And I've never seen a Snoopy pop off. And look at the composure of that young man in a moment like that. That might be one of the most unbelievable P1 holds we've ever seen.
These boys are trying to figure out what just happened. They're already in the lab trying to dissect it rather than celebrate a victory like that. I mean, that is a dagger hardpoint to kick things off, and Boston looked more stunned than we are. They staved off the Neptune pressure. I mean, Neptune gave us 47 in that game, but ultimately the rotations, I think, for Boston, consistently on point, but a wild sequence towards the end. Cammy gets the ball rolling by dying, and then it is just a trade fest where Vancouver come out on top, and then Snoopy, the first man onto the point, and he just kills everything.
How many times can he save the moment here again? Look at the scoreline. You need 2 seconds if you're Vancouver. Snoop finds another set of kills. Purge wins an insane 1v1, and again, it is an individual flow of players. Nasty gets stuck. That's just bad luck. Straight into the fight once again. Snoopy with the damage, and this was the dagger moment. Overwhelming numbers and a trade battle that you finally win. Snoop, perfect timing, perfect position, gets those sets of kills. Last wave is here.
And that's just a ridiculous chain rolling through as well. I love Cammy even pulling out a Jackal towards the end to make sure if he needs to be there quick, he'll get there. But, I mean, how many players on Boston just had to deliver? I don't even know. Like, if Purge doesn't get this stick, how does that pan off? But either way, Snoopy. I mean, we've watched this kid mature over the years. He is all about his business on the main stage. But for Boston, I mean, a well-orchestrated effort for every single player on the team. The only person that didn't get double-digit assists was Purge, and he had 2 minutes of hill time. And on the flip side, slow ones, maybe for the top 5 players, Abuza at 26 in 40. I mean, Neptune dropped 47. It was not enough.
Not enough. Nearly 5k damage there as well. Highlights, folks. As things certainly got off to a spring start there, but Vancouver Chance were trailing for most of the map.
And ultimately, I think it was, I mean, the P4s costed them, right? We're going to see maybe a highlight of Neptune. He's able to go through Ard, get to the back spawns, and buy his teammates the space to actually get there and get involved in the mix. But Boston, I mean, always heads up. I feel like we spent a good chunk of our map just watching the ARs either posted up in the back doing things like this and making sure the back pressure is good, or they're posted up top art and top P4 knowing they just need to watch their back. So I don't know if there was really more than a moment or two where Boston ever got caught off guard. That's a fantastic look, because you saw the record for Vancouver Surge. 16-5 in Hardpoint throughout this stage. Some of their only losses came on this map to teams like Atlanta FaZe. Boston, they brought their best.
Boston has brought their best all tournament long so far. Their hardpoint has been fantastic. And that was a nice test of a team that's so well versed on a map. Certainly had the game plan down. They had the composure as well. You took Vancouver on one of their best and you walked away with a dub. Everyone's certainly pulling their fair share of the weight. Hardpoint time was fantastic. Purge, once again, the masterful soak. A superb objective play. And Snoopy, again, one of the most lethal individual players we have in the league right now. They grow up so fast.
Yeah, and even gunfights like that, where you're sliding into the back corner, you know a guy's above you, and you just rip them top steps. And it was Neptune, of all people, Snoopy wins the gunfight again. So, I mean, look, this is a battle. We said it before the series started. We are expecting a Game 5 between these two teams. I think the COD fans, we have been thirsty for it. I think 18 series in a row have been either a 3-0 or a 3-1. And same thing in this tournament. We need more Surge.
A little bit more Surge. Wow, good news, Chance. We've got a Skyline coming up. Blinky, you might miss that one. Vault controller for that. Good God. A red card S&D at Game 5. We dare to dream. Also, though, bad news again for those who are playing CDL Bingo at home. Another 248. Another 248 in the tournament.
249,
we need 249 for the Bingo. Yeah, that's right. But, hey, man, Search and Story, how are we feeling about this one?
Feeling good. Again, expecting it to be a very competitive battle, and I just like the stylistic matchup between the two teams. Snoopy and Neptune, extremely comparable. Cammy, he's going against Nasty, and you know these EU players always want the extra sauce, but the main factor for their success, at least against Carolina, Abuza and Nasty absolutely popped off. Did whatever they wanted in the S&D. 100% opening duel win percentage rate means they were perfect for the first bloods. And against Carolina, that is no easy feat. I think we saw their game plan really shining through. You know, a coach like Rambo Ray been putting overtime in coming into the major.
Well, the major question we all had for the Surge roster again was they had a really nice online qualifying run. The addition of Neptune was great. Could they translate it to a LAN performance under the different, working circumstances, pressure, different places to sleep, different food, you name it. It's not an easy thing to translate, and so far, doing it all. And Boston as well, man. I mean, what a turnaround they've had. An up and down run towards this major. Right now, the highest of the highs we've seen so far. Skyline S&D, here we go. Map number 2.
I think this is going to be a map that comes down to the clutch potential. We know Boston are going to be bringing their absolute best, always well coordinated. They got the nades off the rib, leaning towards A site. Vancouver, though, they're meeting them with the stack.
Yeah, we're meeting a fair share of players down here by the A-bomb site. Uh-oh. Nep doesn't turn. Nep doesn't turn. He gets blooded. And Purge. There's a trade in position now. Man advantage Boston.
Oh, you'll take it. 3v2. And no flanks rolling through either. You got Nasty trying to work his way through the middle of the map. Cammy dealing with him up top, but he does get overwhelmed. So you got some trades. Booze and Nasty showing off the teamwork.
Good old-fashioned 2v2 now over by the bomb. Boston on the big rat. We're going to see Nasty possibly get eyes on this in a moment or not. Abuza will be the first man to sniff something here, but it's not going to be from the position he's in. They've gone towards the backstairs, now towards the site. Knock, knock. Awakening finds it. Abuza springs to life. Can't find the kill, and it's Demon Joe for 2.
Getting it done in nice reposition in the 2v2 for the Boston players to wrap back. They knew Abuza had jumped over to P1. You want to make sure you contain the flanks, and Awakening Snoop making sure that they are also coordinated and playing together. The timing on the Chow in the end perfect as well. And when Awakening, his gun is hot. You know Boston are going to be excited for it, setting the tone in round 1.
Spicy round. Neptune forgot his minimap existed for a moment there, it felt like. See how round 2 goes. If you guys can hear the swish of blades being played within the back in there, but Neptune, first man to drop in the previous round, now carrying the bomb. He's his fair share of fragmentation. He's going to find a little bit else. And Snoopy and Purge, ooh, they go for the high-low dip right over to the bomb site, right over to Boozer. Can he get both? He cannot. Snoopy there with a trade.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, the long side, and then the movement, and then the play of the map. Snoopy gives you a clean and easy 3. And Cammy unfortunately robbed us. He stole this final kill.
No, that is something. I mean, the first kill was great, right? The second kill, ridiculous. The third, well, let's find out, folks. Uno. Dos. God damn, he nearly had the fourth as well or not? No, Cammy was there for it. Fantastic work, Snoopy.
I mean, this is exactly where you want him. You want him pushed up in between the enemy team. The more players you put him in the mix with, well, the more likely he is to get a Hellstorm.
He's one of those players, again, that he's just got such insane reaction time. And a hip fire to match. Not a lot of players are able to find that special source. And Snoop, he's just lucky, I guess.
I still think he's the trailer player. And you want to make one when the new game comes out, let him show off the goods.
Cammy had the goods in that last round now. Eyes on a few players potentially. Again, I don't... Yeah, got it. 0-4. Oh, big tags right on the nasty as well. Cammy causing problems. Pushing forward now. Oh, but wait, the trades are done. And it's going to be the boys of Surge with the advantage for now. But somehow walking away with 2 kills there on the defense. Nice bounce back when they needed it.
Yeah, that's huge. I think Abuza and 0-4 were able to give you the initial kill. So Cammy got the other 2 players weak there for Vancouver, but the protection unit in Abuza. Secret Service right there, making sure you take care of business. And again, he is a main factor in the S&D success for this team. Even on a map like Skyline, his presence is always known.
It's always a stinger again. You lose a hard point by 2 seconds. You go over every single possible scenario, but these guys can't do that. They have to go right into a totally different game mode. Good stuff there from Abuza. 4-2 after 3 rounds. In the fourth we go, and it's a fast bomb point, but it's a lot of exchanges now for Boston Breach. First contact is there through the middle of the map. And Snoopy, hungry for another, trying to get the damage in. An unfortunate team kill situation now, but you're still dancing around the bomb. I believe Cammy spotted 0-4 there, so the fight will come by in a moment. Or will it? 0-4 gets a freebie, as does Nasty, and the round is done.
Yeah, okay. Blink and you miss it. Vancouver Surge rolled over them. Seemed to be the case for Boston, was trying to retake through the middle of the map as if they were breaking into a P3, but Vancouver Surge had every single player there for the help. Nasty, I mean, he gives you the final 2, but even just off the jump, you had Abuza lining 3 players up, forcing the team kill to roll through. And effectively a counter strat on offense, if you will, but pans out perfectly, tied up 2-2.
New kid on the block, Neptune, leading the in-between round comms there. What's going to be the game plan now? The Vancouver Surge boys are on defense. Right through the middle of the map with Snoopy. Guess who's here? Quick stun, a lot of glass exchange. Going to be difficult to guess these players drop low, but Abuza holds his iron, finds one. Snoop with a big damage, but Neptune there, lethal on the approach, but immaculate trades from both sides.
I mean, yeah, that is a good coordinated strat from both teams to be able to get these trades. We got 0-4 on a pinch, and right now Boston, they know where Nasty is. Otherwise unaware and Awakening reading it, but the COD timing not going towards them, but they're expecting the flank pressure to be here. It's just about how fast 0-4 can be, and it's quick enough to drop Awakening. Felt like Boston running for their lives. They knew they were being hunted down, but just simply could not get away. Credit to Nasty as well in the 2v2, making sure he gets that first player and getting some tags in, because 0-4 nearly fell.
It's calm composure from the Surge guys. I mean, same could be said right now for Boston
Impressive.
as well.
I mean, this is for top 3 right now. Some of the best placings of a few of these players' careers.
Yeah, this is very cool stuff. No one's looking too frazzled. In or out of game. 3 sprees either side there for 0-4 and Nasty. 0-4. That's a huge amount of intel. Backs on up. He and Nasty have got options here. They're not going to leave without throwing stuff at the other team.
Yeah, looking for the freebie on a guy in Jim, but they just effectively back him down. We are wrapping back and squaring up at A. Neptune hits the stun. He hits the go button. He wants the first blood. His teammates get it. He's there for the trades, but it is a trade fest rolling through for the 2v2. And, well, Boston, they have the extra edge.
Nasty 1v2. Timing, this is going to be ideal, and it's not there. Doesn't guess the player going towards the back. Lovely recovery there from Boston Breach. And I mean, we can talk about it all day and night, but Neptune's mechanical ability is so fantastic. In that situation he found himself in, he's isolating the gunfight in a spot where he knows there are going to be players watching. It doesn't work out in the end, but everyone is bringing their A game to this series for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see Boston, how dialed in they are on the mini-map. The second they get all the kills, all the trades rolling through, they're missing one, both players start swinging back. There is never a moment of hesitation for the Boston team. They have been rolling through S&D all year. Tied up 3-3 and another A hit. All 4 players here. Trophies out, gunfights rolling through. First blood for Awakening in Vancouver. A little less coordinated. They had an ISO player. He got picked immediately.
Nasty's going to get to the fight a little late. They know exactly where he is. 04. Oh my goodness, Snoopy is so damaged. That should get the kill. He gets away with his life. Trades are there. Pressure now on. Cammy in the backside of the kitchen gets one before being run down. Whoa, Fort can't get away with his life. And now Neptune, the guessing game is on. But Boston can see the bomb and Purge, what a spot. Advantage Boston.
I'm telling you, it's the teamwork shining through right now for Boston. The fact that all these situations, guys like 04 find him in, of like, if it's not for the fact that there's always an extra player or two watching over the teammates, he's able to slide in and get those trades. If someone's playing over towards top plat, looking for the pinches, any lack of coordination in the setup rolling through, Vancouver would be able to capitalize. It just doesn't exist. Boston are perfect every round.
You hear that, Boston? Chances are found. With good reason, up by 1 in the series, as you can see, folks. Another round of search and destroy. And they could be looking at 2.
Okay. First blood for Cammy.
All right, that counts. A lot of friendly fire. A lot of friendly fire this round. And Neptune, you've been given a slight advantage here, lads. What are you going to do with it?
I can't believe that's the first time I think we've seen that this year. I'd expect it to happen so much more. Try to pull out the knife, accidentally swing it.
Last time we saw that happen, I think Pred stabbed Mac in the back and then he joined Optic. Good shots here from Nasty. Cammy, can you redeem yourself for the kill hit? The pressure is on. You've got 04 trying to maneuver it to try to find this kill. Oh, an Awakening's been spotted. Nasty! Oh, there it is. 2v2. You know exactly where they're going to be, and Neptune's timing pays off, as does the Gunny, and that is a round that you have given away, Boston. And just as Chance was talking about how perfect your gameplay was.
Listen, I mean, that's how perfectly coordinated they are. They are on top of each other, even out of spawn, maybe a little bit too close. So, yeah, Cammy, want to bail out Purge in the next round. We'll take a look, and again, I mean, if you've played this game, you know how often it happens. You come out of spawn, you try to pull out the knife, and you just shank your boy.
You just, yeah. Okay. Happens to the best of us, apparently. It would have been ideal if they won the round, but now the search goes on. All tied up. That's right, get away from Cammy. He's a dangerous man. Awakening's early shot's not going to do a whole lot. Vancouver Surge heavy stack on A.
Yeah, Purge is going back to it, by the way. Purge is a player that really loves his spots. He'll play the same sort of spiral steps right side of it on Hacienda. He keeps laying down in that little cheeky spot in towards grass. Either way, Boston, I mean, posted up, waiting for some flanks to be rolling through, and the flanks are, in fact, rolling through. 2 players, make it 3 up top for Vancouver.
Ford spots him out, finds the kill. Lovely stuff. Nasty now, this trap is set, and Vancouver Surge have sprung to life. 2-man down for Boston. And you've gone towards the right place. The bad news is everyone else is going to be there.
Vancouver here. I mean, this is going to be a guaranteed round win. There's the trades. It's going to be Snoop in a 1v3 and 04. Shuts the door in his face. Boston, they played posted up in their spawn, waiting for the pressure to roll through, and it did not make a difference. Vancouver, take them apart.
Perfect read, but the plan did not go well, and now Vancouver find themselves on map point 04 at 9-4. A calm contribution to what has been a very, very good map for them so far. 1 more round's all they need.
Yeah, 5 in a row for 04 as well. So Cammy knifes one teammate in the back, and he takes full advantage. 04, a very old school player. Almost like traditional esports. He's just hanging out with his friends, realized, oh, I'm good at Call of Duty. Let me give this a shot. In his 3rd tournament was in the CDL. Immediate success.
That's a way to start it as well. Cammy, down and out, 6 spree, not terribly far away from the Hellstorm. If some magic can happen in this round, it is possible. Bomb plant by A now as well. Neptune's going to be the man on the receiving end of that. And here we go. Down a man, Boston. Can you survive?
You're going to have to break through the middle of the map. You're never going to get past the Booza. And they're trying for it. Awakening and Purge want to coordinate this to try to take him down, but rooting out a player in this spot, not easy.
Not easy. Great work, but Nasty's there for the pickup. Now Purge fighting forward. What a 2. Stays alive, gets away with it. The immediate bounce towards the backside of the map, and Purge, what a play this is! Finds his third on the round. Last man, Nasty in the middle of the map. Can he stay alive? Purge now on bodyguard duty.
They just don't know where he is. You're looking for the read. What's the timing? And Nasty's gotten it. Gets the player off and times it perfectly. Nasty seals the deal.
Vancouver Surge. An incredibly heads-up final round. And Purge was making plays, man. Right place, right time. And he was just a fraction of a second off. He had the back covered. He gives it up. Nasty peeks in and finds two. With that, we're all tied up going into the half. At game 5, folks, we're not promising anything, but I'm feeling it in my plums.
We're going to a game 5, Miles. I'm just going to call it now, and I love the look as well from Nasty. You're talking about how the AR players for Vancouver going to need to be able to clutch an S&D. Absolutely delivers, doesn't waste any time in a perfectly played 1v2, literally textbook with where the bomb was going to be planted for. So efficient work, and quite frankly, if not for Cammy's shank in the back of his teammate in the one round, I think Boston maybe have the edge, but you make a mistake in this match at this level, you will get punished for it.
Yeah, it was the wrong kind of edge, Cammy. The wrong kind of edge, sadly. But you can look back across a dozen moments like that. You know, everything that could go wrong might have gone wrong towards the last moments there. But again, Boston, a fantastic search and destroy. Up until the moment, it just wasn't. 6-4, the final score on Skyline. Again, 0-4, man. Fantastic performance from him individually. That's a great way to tie up the series. What has been so far a very, very close one. Vault Control coming up now, our halfway mark chance. Anyway, quick moments before we throw it to the desk.
No, we're going to a game 5. Don't care how it happens or what direction, we're going to get there.
But we're going to get there through the desk.
Let the party begin, Texas. We finally have a close series. 1-1 at the half. Just 2-point difference throughout our first 2 games. It's kind of different, though, in Search and Destroy. Let's start there, Alan.
We can definitely start there. And it looked like it was just going to be a Snoopy takeover series. Legitimately, as we got into the Search, he was just running, gunning, finding perfect timings. And if that happens, you feel like, how do we counter this guy? He feels like one of the best sub players in the game. But I do like the fact that Vancouver were able to still keep their game plan intact, still manipulate the map in a way that kept this Boston defense a little bit uneasy. Go ahead.
In the middle of that Search and Destroy, you saw Nep tried to maybe match pace of Snoopy's aggression, because Snoopy was just going top hallway and just flying at Vancouver Surge, not only just trying to find a pick, but like any sort of information. And it panned out for him a couple of times where he could get that first blood. He got traded out, but at least he got the info for the side of the Boston Breach. And Neptune tried to do something similar here as he pushed up over the other side of Boston Breach, but it doesn't pan out the same way because of the aggression and the way that the ARs were playing around each other for Boston Breach. It's an unfortunate round from Cammy when he takes out his teammate as a first blood, but I love that final play in the round 9 by Vancouver Surge where they just full sent it top hallway to the other side. You could see the Boston Breach were scattered. They didn't know what to do with that, and that gave Vancouver Surge the momentum they needed for that final round.
Yeah, it just became a lot easier once Vancouver decided, like, okay, let's not just go by ourselves. We're either going to hit stuff together, or we're going to get bombed down, we're going to wrap back to our side, and let time sort of dwindle down and make them make the play, right? So you see in like their final offensive rounds, like nobody taking an insane risk by themselves, and they're able to beat them on that Skyline, which is huge because control has been a pain point on the side of Boston all season long. You set yourselves up here, Vancouver, to go up 2-1 in the series.
Vancouver was 16-5 across Hardpoint so far in stage 2. They lose that first one by just 2 points. Nameless, it's our scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at it. Walk me through this finish by Boston.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane on the P4. You see, like, we're getting down to the final moments here. They have control. And what happens here is, like, Abuza, number 2, he's dead on your mini-map. He's thinking that they're all going to be coming. He's thinking they're all going to be coming from pool, but they spawn middle, right? So by the time they get there, Abuza's already dead, and then you have a break. We get over to P1 on this last hill here, and Snoopy comes through hallway, uncontested, finds 2. Purge gets inside as well, finds another 2 with the stick. It's just absolutely massive gunfight wins on the side of Boston. You are individually clutching up at the perfect time. You see the 2Ps from Snoopy, 1 from Purge, a 1v1. If he loses that, the game is done. The stick comes in for the next kill, and then it's like, all right, get back as fast as you can, and we have the advantage because of that first blood.
It was 2 really clutch teams going at it, right? I mean, you look overall in the season, close Hardpoint records within 30 points. Both these teams against Vancouver Surge, 7-2 on the season. Side of Boston Breach, 5-3 in this split alone. It was just the decision making from the side of Boston Breach. Purge deciding, or should we deciding to go top hallway, was the best decision he could have made in that situation, because Vancouver Surge double stack the point. They don't go for any sort of map control, and that allows Boston Breach to break up the small setup that they tried to create.
We had the bingo spot, 250 to 249.
Twice.
This was our 5th time all season finishing a hardpoint 250 to 248, the 2nd time this weekend, Allie.
Unreal stuff. I remember we saw that in the green room, and I was like, no, our bingo card, we were so close again.
If we get a bingo, by the way, I got some stuff to give out to the Optic
Whoa,
fans
let's go.
here in the venue. Shout out our Optic local crew, but we got to get back into the games here. We're guaranteed a game 4 today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into Control with Miles and Chance.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get right into Control. We're going to vault once again, folks. It seems to be one of the faves for many of our teams here in the league. And Chance, I mean, we want a 5. We're going to get a 5 one way or another. But who walks away with a vault?
Well, I mean, listen, the Des touched on in Boston, this has certainly been their struggle point. In Vault, whether it be any game mode right now for Vancouver on Vault, they're going to be very happy for it. I feel like Neptune has been perma-locked in on this map, a walking 40 bomb in the hard point. I think that's the 3rd or 4th he's gotten already this year, and he's obviously a late joiner for this squad. And I think for Control, it's going to be the same type of sequence. The battle he's going to have against Snoopy might genuinely be the difference maker on the map.
It's such an exciting 1v1 to watch. Two guys who are at the top of their game right now. Very, very fast-paced play. I'm stoked, man. I mean, again, it all depends on who's got a little bit more composure right now. Two teams who seem so evenly matched. We've gone one apiece. Either of those matches could have gone either way, which is so exciting for us again. This is a real contest. There's not a blowout in sight for the rest of the tournament, hopefully. But again, for both these teams, top placings they will have seen for, again, many of their careers here, Chance. This is so exciting for them. And again, a test of their resolve and a test of their mettle as we go to another map.
I'm trying to think for Awakening. I mean, had a couple wins back online, playing for the Florida Mutineers in MW 2019 and 5v5, but since then, nada. Cammy was at the top of his game in Cold War, had a good bit of success at Chip and a handful of 2nd places, certainly in the mix, but for a good portion of this lobby, some have been desperate just to get past top 12. And well, now a guy like Snoopy, here he is fighting for top 3, but control the pain point. Big opportunity for Vancouver to really see some momentum. Little sniffs on the out there in the S&D off the back of a team knife coming through from Cammy. And see if they capitalize again.
Opening rat-a-tat-tat of 04. The trades are done there as we show a little bit of love towards the B-bomb side, B zone as well, excuse me, as the site is now completely clear. And Awakening playing this a little slow, and I love that. Getting the capture done. 04 from spawn now makes things safe. The middle of the map is all good as well. So Boston Breach on the opening attack. Not tremendously successful, but we'll go back at it again.
And we saw this the last time that Vancouver Surge played this map in the qualifying stage. They play really tight setups around the A zone. And they're always so quick to be here, prepared for the B capture. And Abuza's over here making a high IQ play. He picks up the 2 spawners after Purge even steps foot on point. Abuza doesn't tweak, doesn't turn his head. He holds his lane and does his job and keeps his team in the mix. Vancouver Surge, I mean, listen, their defenses are on point. They are not easy to break down.
Purge, kill number 4 is waiting for you down low if you're brave enough to go for it. And he probably is, but he's also so objectively minded. He's going to keep the capture going. Cammy trying to fight his way out of spawn for now, gets at least 1, but 04 is still going to keep that pressure up. So now you've got to keep your head on the swivel, Boston. You can't get the capture done with all this activity still taking place as well. And there we go from down low, Neptune. It's a 1 and done. Awakening now joins his teammate on point. It's a 2-man stack, 2nd segment on its way out.
And they're down on lives to make this happen, but this might be the push to get the A zone. One final hit for Vancouver. Passy going to be jumping in from up top, trying to get the coordination down, but they're going to get it before he actually jumps in. Awakening maybe a little bit cautious. Higher expectations for it, but Vancouver, they want to play the long game.
Cammy.
They want to get this ammo control. They're trying to play on the pinches, but they get dropped, and now for Boston, all eyes forward.
At the very least, you get that 1 player out of ammo. Nice pick from Snoopy. Player top arc going to be an issue. And Neptune again, so patient down low in Vault. He and Snoop, we're going to see them keep going at each other here, folks. Nasty at home in the top side of Art. Through the Vault we now fly. Neptune nearly gets both. Nice work from Purge. Cammy with a long-range coverage, and that allows him to get on the zone.
Is he going to make a break for it? Yet wants to play for Art. This is the big moment. Might need to pop a piece here to try to get it done. And can't make it happen. Neptune slams that door shut. Vancouver defense remains on point. They got a 6 life advantage.
It's a good life advantage for now. Demon Joe fighting his way through pool now. A different look. We haven't seen too many of these so far, Boston. He doesn't see a boozer. Oh, he does. There's an 8 for him as well. Caught out. Nice work from Awakening. That's a 1v1 win you want. Now an open avenue to get a bit of a pinch here on the zone.
I mean, that's an insta-chow. Yeah, Awakening's feeling himself. He's got the beamer on the day. 6 life advantage dwindles. Now down to 2, and you got pressure on the B zone.
Pressure on the zone, but Neptune is still down low. Finds trades. Snoopy's here. And Awakening still, oh my goodness, an absolute bulwark of defense there on the time. 22.8, pause the clock, Snoopy on the capture. Purge trying to cover as best he can. Cammy there a little downrange. 1 segment gone, but all the lives for Boston as well.
You'll take the segment, maybe see if you can get a little bit more. Well, Awakening falling is going to make it that much more difficult. Purge overwhelmed and in pinch, and ultimately Vancouver on defense. Clean enough to get it done. All things considered though for Boston, I think getting that extra segment long term will be a nice thing to have, but ultimately, Surge are on point.
Surge and Vault. A nice duo. Not the best yet. I need a little bit more information, a little bit more data. But great work again. Surge, clean team, nothing insanely flashy. Neptune's really bringing the flash, but everything else is sensible. You can see the decision-making process through every round they take, and again, they don't leave too much up to fate. See if they can pull another one out here as Boston have been lethal in respawn so far here in the major.
We need to see what Vancouver Surge have cooked up for their first opening break. Neptune, good bit of chatter there in the comms. 2 players leaning out towards the pool side. Neptune taking a route. I mean, this is similar to what he does in Hardpoint, but going all the way over and just gets red. Purge, I mean, on the defensive end to make a play like that, swinging that far outer. And then the reads on point for Boston. Prepared for that pressure, and the trades rolling through. Purge on point so far on defense.
And this little Purge Awakening duo there, man. They're getting each other's trades fantastically. Cammy through the middle of the map now. Neptune, or he might have just found it. Bit of a window now. Keep Neptune, or keep 04 now capturing the zone. 04 still rolling. 04 feeling it. Fresh mag, no need. Spree continues, and the second segment gone. 3-man stack working out.
That's some little things too. Just a couple players on Boston there getting caught sprinting. So 04 not getting tagged up. Easier for him to play. He's turned this into a 4 spree and turned that into the A zone capture. How quick with it and make it 5 in a row.
14 and 9 as well. Nep can't get near the zone. He's brought down. So again, pressure is off for a second. Boston, you can now set up for a little bit of a defensive push, but you got to win some fights. Starts with 1. 04 is going to keep this going, hopefully. Well, Snoopy, dangerous shoulders being thrown by that young man.
Just dancing. And Snoopy actually bites off more than he could chew. He full sends it out. Awakening there for the trades. Boston doing a really good job on defense, keeping enough pressure up through the middle of the map, up through pool that no one's able to sneak through. And then you have Cammy posted top art the entire time to cover the outer lanes of Vancouver. As much as they're trying to force this through mid, Boston, they've had them contained.
Snoopy still being a problem. Whoop. Okay, Neptune on the trades. Now we're going to try to find that window of opportunity to fight our way forward. But again, Boston, the positioning they've got towards B is so good.
Yeah, and now Boston's exchange. They're giving up the middle of the map because they have this kind of space, but Abuza loves the top ammo spot. Easy reads for him. 04 trying to make it through, but Boston, again, dialed in. The second they lost the middle of the map pressure, they had 3 players there for the top lane. Boston, super heads-up gameplay rolling through. Not a moment where they've shattered, but Abuza picking up 2. An interesting moment. A lot of pressure on guys like Cammy.
Yeah, great job, Vancouver. You go down 4. The first thing you do is you fight forward, and it's been 3, now 4 uncontested kills, 5 uncontested kills. Pressure now towards the B zone on the capture. Purge on the flank, but it's a 3-man stack, 50% of the way through. Purge trying to find the flank fast. Second segment gone. Purge trying to find the flank. Can't get it done. And that could be the round. Cammy looking for the last-ditch attempt. And is no one's home. 04 over the top. And saved by the last possible second.
Yeah, how about that from Cammy? The desperation effort. But this was 18 via 11 there from Boston. Vancouver, if you get this one through with the 7 lives remaining, they might just win the map.
Cam still fighting. Still fighting. Another crack at it now from Vancouver. Coupling the feed. Purge on the flank. still got presence forward if you're Vancouver, but you're running out of time. 4 lives to go as well.
Surge gets out. The trade's rolling through. 3 lives remaining. 2 lives remaining. Killer Cam, the hero for his team in this round. He started off 5 and 11 and it delivers 11 kills on defense. And Cammy's going to get the best play as well. Vancouver ultimately an extra edge on the objective front for the defense in round 5, but it took heroics like this.
Oh, man.
And this is the second 3-piece actually he got. The one before this he had might have been even more ridiculous, but pick your poison.
Even better, arguably. Here it is. Slight lineup there from Cammy, and the third. Wow, brilliant stuff. 0-4 definitely a little weak there, but again, to get those kills, that 3 spree, how close you were to the round loss. Yeah, man, we're getting a 5. Come on.
If they win this map, you can count Cammy making up for the old team knife.
Yeah, et 2 Cammy. No, he's fine. Plays like that certainly help. Straight into the next round with the same kind of ferocity. Awakening forward he goes. Demon Joe, head on a swivel. Is it his head or is it just a turret? Great kills. Now nades up and out trying to cause problems in spawn.
Great stun as well. You can catch those players that were rolling through to get towards the statues. So you're slowing them down just a touch. Trades though, as Nasty's going to be sliding in, and everything open there for Vancouver and just overwhelming them on the A zone. Nice little moment to pick them apart, and Boston got to get back to work.
Surge be nearly the first man. Neptune there on the down low position. So again, that's a big indicator there for Boston for how these defensive rounds are going. Surge, complete coverage. Nowhere is safe. You have to second guess everything. You have to check your corners.
Well, Berubis is making his way towards the zone. Snoopy up top might have a couple freebie kills. The one on 0-4 would have been a trade. That's a good read, but more trades from Abuza. The trade fest would have continued. The Purge gives you 2. And that's going to give you the A zone.
Yeah, second man there. Cammy helping him out. Snoopy and Awakening now. Going the long way around towards B. It's not necessarily the scenic route, but it's definitely where all the kills are right now in Awakening. He has been a shooter so far in this map. Cammy now pressing the advantage. Neptune, though, still proving to be one of the harder kills in the league.
Yeah, Neptune, you know he's challenged. Cammy, I think, felt it just a split second too late. And Snoopy challenged as well. These players do not care if they're tattered up in one shot. The trust they have in their own gunning. Unbelievable.
The trust in the gunning and the teamwork for someone to possibly get that trade. Awakening knows somebody's back here, knows something's up. And this isn't going to be nice for 0-4. Call an ambulance, but not for him. Purge. Oh, another vault kill now. Tied up in the lives, minute 5 to play.
Oh, what kind of calm was that? Nasty slid over towards Pool. Cammy did not know what direction to look, so either bad listening skills or a bad calm. Either way, now Vancouver are in cheeks. Nasty living in your spawn.
Still rolling. 3. Looking for more. Awakening. Started this play off. Gunning him again, and he's just dancing. He's keeping so much of the attention over towards him. Nasty, what a play this is. Good reach from Cammy. Finally brings him down. Middle of the map, though. Still a lot of defensive pressure now from Vancouver. 2 players down low. 0-4's about to catch a freebie. Gets it. That is huge. Purge now on the zone. Knows where he is on the far side. Abuza sent in for the kill. Cammy now picks up his next one. An unfortunate team kill. The truck is there. They were in the red, folks. Boston no lives on the attack.
Yeah, that was the trophy, I believe, from Purge. Technically killing his teammate there in that mix. And they're just desperate for an extra segment if they can. And it's just simply not going to happen. Vancouver Surge on defense have remained perfect. And they just played that one well enough. Should we go to round 5, they are likely to have defense. I think Boston would have to snuff them out in this round. Only way they could pull it off.
Wow, a fantastic round from Awakening, but 16 and 24. When we do watch, I mean, the eye test is great. They're just being picked apart right now by Vancouver. Lovely defensive work, whether it's, buying space and time, and eyes on the clock there. Just little moments like Nasty's play towards that P2 side of the map eats up so much time that Boston sorely won.
I think Vancouver, though, on this map are a team that's sort of evolved the game a little bit, sort of teaching people how to play. They've almost conditioned these squads. There's going to be a player top ammo laying down, playing for the late pinch, and teams are starting to make those adjustments, but Vancouver Surge, a trendsetter. And Abuza opens things up with 2. Neptune, as long as you're alive, you're happy. Awakening. Last man standing on the defensive end. A triple stack. Zone is going to fly.
Yeah, you know that you have to make a play now. Boston are going to send it. 2-man stunned. 1, 2, third, done, dead, cleaned up. Vancouver Surge take A.
And look at the route from 04. He's actually swinging over through P4, so it's a little atypical. You're not used to this happening, but he's found the timing. Boston have no idea. Line him up, gun him down. There's two, and he's going to flip these spawns.
Going straight towards the zone as well. Neptune's on a 5, and now in the B we go, boys. 2 players on the capture. Here comes the third man. 04 playing for the kills. 1 segment down, halfway.
And he already knows no one crossed out towards P4. They're all going to be coming through Art. They're just going to be funneled into death. This might just be the stamp on the round.
Oh, not yet, though. You managed to save it once again. Another crazy defensive moment, and they're starting to drain the progress as well. So now you know there's a man over on that side of the map. Nasty pumps the brakes. We've got ourselves defense right now for Vancouver Surge, but we're trying to win the map.
That's a moment I want to see from the rest of Vancouver Surge positioning, because 04 just sort of orchestrated everything, but must have had everybody just losing their gunfights, getting picked apart. Still, though, a 5-life advantage and plenty of time for Vancouver. And already guaranteed for a defense in the final round. Should we get there, and Purge wants to see it. Clean 2-piece down low, does get traded out, but still have plenty of space on the map for Boston.
Nasty wants to get on the spawns. Oh, perfectly lines it up there for Cammy. Tons of damage done, but Snoopy just comes in and rips half of your team. Slight advantage right now, and Snoop's still on a run. 4 spree right now in spawn. Nasty finally ends it.
There's just no pressure. Awakening finally does get hunted down, but he was over towards ammo. Cammy actually got gunned by Abuza, so Abuza might open things up. Tries to take the route, doesn't get there, but his teammates are on B.
Yeah, on B now. Get the capture going. Snoop tagged up, running out of teammates. Here comes Awakening from spawn. This is going to help. You've got to get a little bit closer, though. Are you able to clean up the second segment? Still no. Again, great work from Boston. Cammy still keeping everyone out of spawn, keeping everything safe, and it's a tight setup right now. Awakening trying to push out. Gets it.
They just keep looking for the timing. Someone trying to sneak through and get in towards Art. They sort of bottled the one opportunity that they had. Haven't been able to bring it together for a second one. You do have guys like Nasty push near the zone. Neptune's going to fall, and that just means you're going to have to be constantly worried about the pinch here for the Vancouver boys. But Snoopy's the pressure to the front. Trade starting to roll through. Last man on time is going to be Nasty. Purge has him in his sights, but Nasty doing a great job staying alive.
He's got 2 kills on the point there as well, and he's managed to hold it together. He's keeping the capture. Second segment in. This is huge. Purge has got to get going. Nasty's still alive. Brought down from behind. Holding it. Nasty's still alive.
Gotta go.
Nasty's still alive. He's still there. They didn't get him off. And that's the map. And I'd be chirping too. The unkillable Englishman captures the B zone and gives Vancouver Surge the advantage here in the series.
Truly capitalizing off the one weakness of Boston coming into this tournament. Control continues to be a problem, and I mean, that turned into bully ball at the end there. I mean, we had the play getting set up initially of 04 taking the route, getting the clean 4 down, try to stack the point. They only got a single segment after that. Ultimately, just able to consistently run those players over, gun them down out of top art. And Boston Breach taking the foot off the gas in an inopportune moment. Ultimately, Vancouver Surge played it incredibly well. I feel like Abuza just ripping heads throughout, did the most damage, didn't have the most kills on his team, but I feel like his presence was felt.
Oh yeah, 8 assists. 19 non-traded there for Bruce as well, so good stuff, folks. 7 tiers captured as well, man. He was simply doing it all. I think a moment there from Boston, maybe just a slight miscomm. Things got a little too hectic with them towards that end of the map, and again, lots of players being shot in the back, trying to make those defensive plays. Neptune, again, just roaming, like absolutely fearlessly across this map. Vault continues to be a strong suit for Vancouver.
And I feel like Vancouver's defenses on this map especially really have been a shining light. Might be amongst the best in the league. Whether or not they have the title, I don't know, but it seems like they are incredibly efficient at defending both zones. And again, just playing the tight setup. So any sort of cheeky opening break you want to do, anytime you're trying to approach B, there's always AR players dialed in, ready to swing out and chow the outer lane, albeit from double doors or back line. Vancouver, they just achieved a true understanding of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Defensive rounds may be, but the offense was just as good. Huge, huge plays. Great teamwork again from Vancouver Surge. Timing here from 04, the old snapper. And these were some of the final moments. Again, the first attack on that B zone was so impressive. They came so close to closing it out. Second go around here, Purge. You see Nasty still laying there on the zone. No one able to get him out. 0-4 on the front line there, just keeping those players at bay. And Nasty, we welcome Neptune to LAN in a big way. And he is delivering the same sort of results you saw online. A lead right now for Vancouver Surge in our series. And again, winner's bracket, folks. Winner's bracket. Lose this, you drop down to what has already proven to be a pretty dangerous place for many teams.
And winner gets a guaranteed top 3. Both teams will have players where to be their highest placing in the CDL or in their career. So you're happy for it in Vancouver right now. That advantage they have. It is unlikely they lose 2 hard points in a single series, but Boston are also undefeated in the mode. A 2-point game though we had. How close we could have been to a 3-0.
Well, here we go. Hacienda Hardpoint. Boston, have you got the goods once again? The red card S&D, I mean, that's what we're all licking our lips for. We really want it. We are being treated to a much longer series than I think CDL fans have been accustomed to for a while, the watch parties as well. But Hacienda chance, I mean, how are we feeling about this one? Of course, Vancouver, Hardpoint, Demons, but Boston have just got that magic here at the Major.
Well, I think that my idea for Hacienda is it is the map that requires the most teamwork and coordination amongst the hard points we have in rotation, and I think both of these teams will be able to deliver. I think both of them have showed off the good stuff. The comms we heard earlier in map 1, no one's tweaking, no one seems particularly nervous. They're able to handle the moment, so much so that guys like Neptune absolutely popping off, and it felt like he got let down just a little bit, but ultimately they were fighting the uphill battle, constantly having to push into P4s and make the breaks, and even in difficult spots, this man come out and played like a titan. That's going to be the theme for Hacienda. You don't want to fight those uphill battles. You want the back spawns on P2. You want to be there first. Make sure you get that rock hill under control. You don't want to have to rely on Neptune to drop bombs like this. Whole team's got to be there.
Yeah, bombs for the L. Don't forget it. Here we go, map 4. We don't get to say that often in this tournament. Surge sitting on match point once again. Boston, can you conjure up a win? Can you force a game 5?
What a great record to show between these two teams. Again, they've been showing off their teamwork and coordination, so no surprise there. They have fantastic records on Hacienda. Boston, though, have had to win some absolute nail biters. We're going to be trusting their clutch and resolve.
Here we go. Vancouver, you've been doing it all stage long. Can you do it once more? Off to the races here with Neptune. Can't get a second there with Demon Jones. Going to keep the kills flowing, but that's trade on trade on trade on trade. Vancouver with the time, Vancouver with the numbers.
And no time wasted, getting a little hop. You already got 0-4 pushed up in the corner, so he's got top hallway, and Neptune has the other side. Would have had 2 players to deal with, but Snoopy versus Neptune, the constant battle, and Neptune loses that one. 0-4 on the pitch. Gives you 0-4 for 0-4. However, they did lose the spawns.
They did lose the spawns, that's fine. He's working on that now as well. He's simply doing it all. Snoopy did a little hop check just to make sure that no one was coming through lobby, but he didn't time it that well. So now he's got to hold that position. Good news, he's in position. Bad news, nade. Good news, teammates. Bad news, other team. Nasty fighting in forward now and a decent lead, and they're in the back as well.
Oh, these are going to be trade spawns as well. Yeah, 2 players in the back. The players on the hill have to go huge. Purge and Cammy, though, might just be overwhelmed. Neptune trying to dance back, gives you the extra tags, and Purge is going to fall, but now it's Vancouver they're going to be in a pinch. You had Snoopy spawn out towards well, and he's able to reposition. So 20 seconds of the hill have gone by, and ultimately Boston come out on top, but now you got to hold off the back pressure. Vancouver, they are surging.
We're waiting for 0-4 to find the entry here through Zig. He's pushed the player back, eyes towards the back end. Here we go, the trades are there. 0-4 finds an opening, and he's in. The second. Oh, it's there. He's never going to get Awakening on spawn there, but he gets his teammates in for time. 20 seconds still to fight over.
I mean, these are 2 back-to-back kills that are huge right now coming through for Vancouver. 31 seconds they got on a P1, one of the better P1 hills you're ever going to see. And, I mean, hey, they handle the back spawns as well. Deliver us maybe a 40-point lead going into new. They've had plenty of time to set up on their rotation. 0-4 and Booza working together. Neptune going to be pinching from top office. See if they can break down this setup from Boston.
Yeah, it's a nice back line complete covered there. Awakening tagged up, that's going to give you the opportunity. Purge is picked up on the flank. Good news though, his teammates find the kills. Bad news, it's on the time now. Here comes the contest. Up over the top of Boozer. Flush one more player out, but Awakening, he's trying to find kills. The Snoopy now straight in from Tin, and Cammy stayed alive for so long there. It allows Boston to get into the play. Snoop still dancing. 0-4 now. He battles into time, and we flip again.
In Boston right now, this is a great effort to hold on. Now it's the back spawn going to be rolling through here for Vancouver. Purge has the timing though. These SMG players for Boston, so squirrely, so in the mix, always shooting players in the back, and they're good for the scrap time.
Fantastic. Heads up awareness though once again. I say heads up, it's 10 seconds before the new hardpoint. Vancouver all spawn out. They're going to make their way towards the rock hardpoint, and my goodness folks, we've seen a lot of explosive finishes here on this map at this rock hardpoint, and this may be the first, but tied up 62 either side. We're going to see Vancouver surge in there first. Cammy, first man here for Boston on the attempt, and he has been dealt with. Purge though, nice slide. Can't get any more out of that life. His teammates will be a little slow to the fight, so Vancouver should hold.
Oh, he's looking for the hero play.
Wait a minute.
There's one for Snoop. Can't get the second. Trades rolling through. An Awakening and Purge there. Strike for extra. And yeah, Boston overwhelmed. Now you're going to have the reposition for Vancouver. No flanks rolling through, and they're taking deep routes. They're going to have one good shot at this break, but they got to get past Snoopy. I mean, he's dialed in, keeping these players contained.
Dialed in. Cammy finds a couple more, but again, past the information. Bad news, Hardpoint completely blown wide open. Surge are back in with another 20 to the nade.
Yeah, maybe a moment for Snoopy where he actually needs to be the first one to die. Doesn't want the guys on point to fall first, so you want to chow before they get that pressure. So neither team able to hold the rock hall for a substantial amount of time in a first set of rotations where we do have a very tight game. Vancouver with the slightest of leads. Right side spawns, 4 and P1 first.
Oh yeah, almost every hardpoint. He's going into it relatively even, so a great contest so far. Nasty, his spree is over. The hall's now full of Breach players, the hardpoint full of Surge players now. Time has been stopped. Now rolling over in favor of Boston. You've got a lot of pressure here. And great, again, awareness. And the firing squad of the Boston Breach boys not letting anything get through just yet. Great trades, and again, the teamwork right now, it is tense.
I feel like Boston are playing with like the pace of the game as well. Guys like Neptune expecting the pressure to be flooding through the top hallway, but Boston, they're in no hurry. They want to wait for their moment to push through the spawn. Snoopy was looking for it. 0-4, officially the only man on this side of the map, knows how important his life is. And right now for Boston, you root him out, you'll be good for the P2. He's playing the Paul X corner.
And that vintage motor has yet to explode, so yeah, if he would have been good for one, maybe, but no, Snoopy just absolutely eviscerates him. To time. Neptune worried about the attack through driveway, worried about the attack through the lobby now, and he deals a little bit of damage. Oh my word! Finds a kill, but he's down and out, and that's Boston's hardpoint.
Yeah, maybe a moment for 0-4, maybe needed to tuck himself into the back spawns and try to play his life a little harder. You lose the back spawns, you lose the time. Name of the game on P2. That's what Snoopy's in the back doing. Great damage rolling through. No kill just yet, but the longer he's alive in the back, the better. It takes 3 players to get him down. Vancouver, the final swarm.
Oh yeah, final swarm. Purge. Can only get 1. Awakening. Only gets 1. Final 20 seconds again for Surge. The late breaks and another incredibly close hard point going in the third.
Well, Cammy, he's picked up the outer lane. A player going to be running above him, but Awakening maybe the man responsible for top office. So 0-4 the player right now that can make the initial impact for his team. See though, in the feed, Snoopy takes him down. Boston, they'll get the initial.
A tie game once again. Initial 2-piece from Snoopy's wonderful. Keep the hard point now ticking. Boston Breach, they're sitting pretty. Office now, Nasty, fights his way through. Awakening still fighting from time. Purge, perfect coverage. Everyone is there. Everyone's getting the job done. 2 members of Surge now have been pinned back, and that's the attack through Tin. And you have to fight your way into this time every step of the way.
Boston and Awakening are locked in. Read the back spawns, have the plays for it. Purge does get overwhelmed, and so does Awakening. So you get the first 2 kills, but now you're out of attacks, now you're out of nades, and you got to deal with a Snoopy behind you. Nasty guns him down. Vancouver Surge get the break.
And they get the break, and oh my goodness, they're going to get another 20 seconds here. No, they're not. The contest is there. Purge can't win it. Neptune's going to be there for a second. The remaining members now, Boston Breach, possibly able to flood time, and this is actually a nice moment here. Boston are able to maintain a lot of this lead. Can they win the fight on the rotation to New? For now, no.
Now that's Purge, maybe next man in line. Gonna have to back down and wait for your teammates. You do not have numbers. He's got a player on hold, and they're sending everybody through the middle of the map, and Neptune, he wants to take it for himself. Boston try to set up for a play. It gets red. Vancouver Surge handle him. If you're spawning in lobby, you know it's all guns forward. You got everything under control.
1, 2. 2 remaining members of Boston now. Again, they'll be there a little bit later, hoping to get those trays before the health can regen. The answer this time is not yet. So we're going to see one clean attack here from Boston. And in that time, the lead will possibly change hands. Once again, Cammy finding the opening kill now. Here comes the slide. The pinch is on. You diverted some attention. Boston managed to breach the lines, but they do not break the time.
I mean, that was only for a moment. You got Neptune going on a 3 spree. They had the perfect setup as well, and Nasty is shooting rockets out of his AR. That is a near perfect full 60 for Vancouver. It is enough to take the lead and run it up just a little bit. And Nasty, I mean, he's going to be close to the Hellstorm as well. He just super soaked this time.
And once again, another moment where we are so close in this game. Decent time here for Boston Breach on P1 would be ideal. But 04, is this the turning point? Have Vancouver Surge found themselves here on Hacienda? Great coverage, as Nasty does have that Hellstorm. The spree will be done. But that Hellstorm, we've seen it be incredibly useful on this map in Hardpoints of old.
Awakening though from Pop, picking up the big 2. They're trying to soak up this P1 time if they can manage it. All about the hallway control as well. Snoopy backing these players down. 04, honestly, showing off a cool angle there to be able to look through. But in the meantime, Killer Cam picks up 3. And 04, once again, in a situation where he's the only guy that can really play for the right side spawns. And the longer he's alive, the better. He's actually been allowed to go through.
Whoa, nearly. He's still alive. Holy fade away. 5 HP. He's still alive. 04 is at large. At large! Still going. It took the whole team. And now reinforcements. The cavalry's here.
And the reinforcements can go and get these spawns. No one right now for Boston Breach actually going to be in the back. So you spawn right back with your boys. And you get the back spawns. You should eventually get this time.
Trying to find the break. Again, we are at 209 and climbing right now. Boston Breach. Snoop spree. Can he keep going? No, Neptune's there. Picks 1 on the turn. What a win! Purge down. Hardpoint still Boston.
They got the spawns initially, but they lost them. Boston just clutch up and might end up sending us to a game 5.
Here comes the Hellstorm, a desperation. Force those players inside. Try to give the back spawns through lobby. It doesn't happen. It's on the Neptune to try to get the break alone. Through the water route as well. It's done. The break is there, and Vancouver survive.
I mean, shout out. Now show off the Omni movement. Go for the slides. Go for the tags. Purge last man standing. Traded and gunned down. And they're going to fight for this. 2 players for Boston instead of rotating. They're trying to full send it in to go for this scrap, and Nasty dishes out the goods. And for Boston, look at where they're spawning. They're tucked in the right side. If there's any way to bottle it, that was the moment.
That might have been it. You have to break this hardpoint absolutely perfectly. 3 members now of Vancouver setting up for the attack. Boston, 1 final go here to stay alive. Here we go, folks. Through the front line, Neptune finds 1 on the trade, and they've survived for now. That's the final battle for a second. Nasty trying to identify the players who are tagged up and weak, and nobody is there just yet. Have you survived, Boston? Have you done it? Here comes Surge, 10 for the win.
I mean, you got to get in the hill right now for Vancouver. You can't give away this time. It's getting milked up. Someone's got to contest. Neptune's the guy. And Neptune for 2. Cammy, last one on the front line. Wants to wait for his teammates. The final hit.
Breathe deep. Abusa now playing for the spawners. Cammy trying to find any opening he can. Purge, he might be the man to break this one wide open. Looking at time, contest, tie game. Cammy's in. Finally finds his window, an open field. Surge fighting forward. Abusa still with a covering fire. Nasty on time. 5 seconds to go.
I mean, Boston got to contest for another 2 seconds and then they can rotate, but someone's got to get in. The contest is not going to be enough, and Vancouver have done it. They walk away with the win. They play keep away, and they send them off the stage.
Oh, that P2 is going to haunt Boston for a moment. That is such a stinger, a team with the magic. But you came across a red-hot Surge. Cool, calm gameplay, good decision-making. And when you needed it, a bailout gunfight or 2. A fantastic series, and we were denied the game 5. But Boston, we'll see them play a little bit later on. In the lower bracket for Vancouver Surge, top 3 here at the Major.
And I think Nasty is a player that has been a shining light. I remember last year when he wasn't picked up in the league, players like Ashley Turpin be like, glad I don't have to shoot against him because the guy's a problem, but he needs to be here. And he has had some generational performances as well. I mean, he just threw up 2 minutes and 40 seconds of hill time. Add that to the bingo card. Add the Hellstorm to help break down the P2 towards the end. And then he continued that with the Gunny. I mean, Nasty just had a lights out performance. And I think that moment for Boston might haunt them. Trying to hit old for 20 seconds instead of getting the rotation. They got hit with the dagger spawns. But while Neptune is constantly a force, I mean, Nasty again. Only 6 assists, but 29 kills, and it's the 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Man was super soaking in that time.
Purring, absolutely purring. 250-242, the final score. A wonderful back and forth hard point between two teams who wanted it bad. Record moments for them here, and not necessarily for the organizations, for the teams, of course. Vancouver Surge or Seattle Surge they've managed to win a major way back in Vanguard. But for now, top 3. Fantastic team still awaiting. We're going to see the other side of the winners bracket match up a bit later on. But for now, you've got to be feeling great if you're Surge. Again, for Boston, that one is going to sting ever so slightly. Good news, though. We've got Blaze on stage with 04.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Texas, show some love to the Vancouver Surge as they move on to the winners finals. Now, I got 04 with me on the main stage, and what a way to end that series against Boston. Kind of walk me through those last and final moments of that fight and you guys trying to get control of that last point.
Like the wind about to come up. Like we had, I think Byron was like, everybody stay calm. You know, P2, Byron went insane with the streak. Yeah, I think he had like a 3-piece, so like he definitely secured the game. And then we don't skip the rotation for P3 and we closed it out.
Cleanly closed it out right there. And then, you know, coming from, you know, minor 2 till now, you know, what are some of the things that you guys learned that you've been trying to bring to this event to make it back here to the winners finals and possibly come out here and get a chip for Vancouver?
Definitely working on our like S&D and our control. I think our hardpoint has been lights out, honestly. I think that's our first loss in quite a while in hardpoint.
Okay.
So we just try to iron out everything in S&D and control.
All right, there you go. And now for you, I know you've been hard on yourself a little bit, but you know, you've been playing great, man, okay? How you feel about your own performance here on the main stage and what you've been able to bring to the team?
Sure, I feel good. So once I'm frying, I don't think we're losing, so.
Texas, you guys with 04, he looking good out there, yeah? Definitely is. What you want to say to these Vancouver fans that's supporting you guys, that's excited to see you in the winners finals no matter who you're playing?
Shit, yo, Surge, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all coming out. I know somebody flew out from Vancouver, but that's just insane, bro. Over there.
There's a few of them out here, yeah.
My mom's finally out here. She up there.
Shout out Mama 04 over there.
So to be able to get a win in front of my family.
That's everything, and it's not over yet. Show some more love to the Vancouver Surge. That's gonna do it for me and 04 on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Shout out to Mama 04, you raised a good one. That young man has had an impact since coming into the league last season, and there are a lot of questions. Will he last? At the start of the year for Vancouver, I thought this team might fall apart. You bring in Neptune, and it's unleashed 04.
Yeah, you just never know, man, in the beginning of these years, and they have found their way. What an incredible win over a Boston team that has been so good in hardpoint, and at the end of these games, getting tested time and time again, and these players have delivered. Nasty there with a huge performance in the clutch moments.
Nameless is falling apart in the predictions, but Ali, you nailed this one once again. Let's talk about Vancouver and why they were the better team coming into this winners bracket semifinal.
I mean, there's just something that really sets Vancouver Surge apart, and that's kind of just like their decision making and the fact that they're able to stay very calm in a lot of these hectic situations. Typically, when you go up against a team like Boston Breach that sets that really fast pace, it kind of puts teams out of their comfort zone and they start kind of making these smaller mistakes where they're over-challenging something or they're getting too hot after getting a kill and kind of throwing their life away. That's not something Vancouver Surge will ever do. They do not throw their lives away. 99% of the time when you're on a Vancouver Surge POV, they get one, they're trying to stay up. They're trying to play for their team, and that is something that has gotten them through this entire hardpoint Hacienda, because Boston Breach, they were starting to light it up, man. Snoopy had an unreal series. This is a Boston Breach I wasn't expecting to see.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're a fan of SMG gameplay, this was a series from Valhalla.
Yeah.
And legitimately just absolute dominance from both the sub-duos. And let's not get it twisted. This series very well could have gone the other way.
Yep.
Like, legitimately, this is the best Boston we have seen without question. On the other front, though, I just got to make the hot take. If Neptune continues to play like this Vancouver team continues to be a top 3 squad, he's got to be one of the front runners for MVP conversation. To turn a team around like this that quickly and to find this much consistency, unreal stuff from him.
Is Abuza gonna be talking this smack all weekend long?
yeah.
The man is spicy.
Some people don't know, man. Abuza talks a lot of smack, man. He is full of confidence. He feels like he should have been Rookie of the Year last year. And you can see right here, everybody frying in the kill department, but not only that, the time department. Chris, what's that for?
Allie, you love the Hill Kitten. Who was it this time around? 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Byron.
Byron, I mean, I can only expect it to be nasty, dude. He loves this matchup versus Boston. I touched on it when we were getting into the pre-match. He was rocking a 1.2 in their last series. I can only imagine what it was now in this one. And this layout the way he did and get that time, bro was meowing in Hill for sure.
Will we get a Game 5 round 11? I think we should remove the round 11 requirement if we get a Game 5. That's all we're asking for, Texas. Look at this bracket. Nothing past a Game 4. And the elimination bracket has been basically all 3 O's. Up next, we find out who will fall to LA Thieves. It's FaZe or Cloud9, our second winner semi, when we return.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
I'm ready to fly by now. You should know I got that crown on my mind. Top it, get on your feet, feel the passion. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon.
CDL song. No way. Are we about to get started? Yeah. Are we about to get started?
One clean break, one set of kills there. Afro sneaks in and steals the victory.
4-3 in game 5. Oh no! 4v2.
My barber insisted that I try out the look, and ever since, I've been feeling pretty good. We've been playing pretty good, so I feel like I kind of got to keep it. It might be a full goatee. You never really know.
Keep your barber, my guy. LA looks good on you.
Scrap follows up with another one. It's all going to be on to Brezzy now to make the play, and he can't do it. This is dominant from Ultra. Scrap just stood up, celebrated, took off his headset. You got another round, bud.
He's locked. He said, my bad.
I'm They're too weak. One more. Weak. Get killed. Back on. There's two. We can refill your secret in a second. She's one more back door. I know your secret. Back door. Holy shit, Eric. Last one. Nice, Eric. Good story, man. You can't kill me. What the frick? I have a streak.
The 2025 Cloud9 New York Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this kitty weapon charm to keep you company while the competition gets smoked. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say nah for real. Nah for real. Yeah.
Me. I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. The confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No. New level, it's a different situation. Black tents when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus in the diamonds all canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here live in Texas for Major 2, still in the winner's bracket as we find out who will meet Vancouver in that winner's bracket final. Atlanta FaZe is the heavy favorite, and we got to start with our #1 seed in the league overall on the season. They won Minor 1. They won Major 1. They started to slip, though, in Minor 2. Miles, what have they looked like recently?
Real good, like very good, like Brad Pitt in Troy. Really hot, nice hair.
Great reference.
Fantastic. I mean, we're talking strong, we're talking sleek, and we're talking dangerous.
I'd have to agree with you on that. Atlanta FaZe, I mean, their respawn has just been unbelievable during this split. I will say, though, if you want to talk about anywhere that they could get caught slipping, it has to be in the search and destroy. They went from one of the best teams in the world in S&D overall in the season to, in this split alone, drop to kind of the middle of the pack. That could be, too, trying to expand their map pool. You know, if they play Hacienda a couple times, get handled a couple L's, that could kind of hurt that record. But otherwise, been unreal. It's the Atlanta FaZe. What can you say?
Celium, the best player in the lobby today?
No.
No.
Raza.
Sim.
Okay.
I'll let you guys keep arguing about
Pick him out of a
Atlanta.
hat.
Honestly.
I choose Sib. Looking at his numbers, he has
not a
been
bad
a
pick.
monster for Cloud9. We'll see what he is able to get done today because you are playing against some of the best. Celium, never an easy kill. Draza always applying the pressure. But it's not just Sib. Kremp has really stepped up his game, and that man on your screen, the veteran at 28 years old, Attach, has taken over the hill duty.
Yeah, you know, when I look at this Cloud9 roster, they've just improved everywhere. And Kremp, you know, in control and search and destroy has been insane. SND's got like a 1.3, very solid numbers when you look at the control, and they've been expanding their map pool. Like, they will take you to any map in Hardpoint and nearly every map in search and destroy. So C9 have been a tough matchup. And when these guys played each other, it was a super narrow game 4. If they would have ran away with that game 5, who knows what would have happened.
We should remind everybody how we got here. Cloud9 pulled off a 3-0 to start their weekend. It was an insane comeback in a Game 1 over Toronto. Meanwhile, Atlanta FaZe was fully in control against Minnesota Rockers. So as we look at our maps and modes here, Allie, Atlanta's got to have the stats edge, right?
Of course. That's just because their map pool is the deepest in the league. They will literally take you on just about anything. For the side of Cloud9, though, I don't love the red card Hardpoint or the Vault S&D. They tried to add Vault S&D into their map pool here in the past split, and it has not panned out for them. 2 and 4, they've lost their most recent 2. So maybe some glaring issues on that side of Cloud9 because Search and Destroy would be where they could capitalize in this series.
I think you got away with murder here if you're C9. I mean, the fact that you got Hacienda, like you look at all their hard points this split, 1-1 on every map. Hacienda are like 4-1 or 4-2, something like that. By far their most reps, they love it. And then the protocol control, another map you've been confident on. The last time you played, it was Hacienda. You lost that one in 1-3 fashion. You feel so good about the protocol. And then the Game 5's protocol search, you handed them a straight dominant game last time versus Atlanta FaZe, 6-3 with Kremp having 12 kills. So I think maps 1, 3, 5, if you're C9, you're sitting here like, we can do this.
I mean, the most important thing for this series, though, is going to be that map 1. You're talking about the 2 best map 1 teams. You got Atlanta FaZe 9-0 undefeated on that side, on the side of Cloud9. They're sitting at 7-3. The only reason I'm kind of on edge about it is because they played this map already last time. If Atlanta FaZe goes up early in that map number 1 and steals that away, then you're loading into one of your worst search and destroys as Cloud9.
I'm just confused why Atlanta are choosing to play Hasi map 1. That is such a risk.
It's a trap.
It could be a trap, but it is their worst hard point, and you're going up against an insane Hasi team. So
they're 5-4 on it.
Oh my goodness.
Worst.
Well, it is their worst, but C9 are very good at Hasi.
And they've won their last 2.
Let's take a look at what went down last
decision.
time, though.
Very weird
And
decision.
did they play any of these same maps?
They did. They played
Because
Hasi.
it was Atlanta getting the job done. Here's a look back in our rewind. Simp and Abizi, who is more dangerous, Miles?
I mean, look, with one comes the other. It depends on where you are in the map and what time of a round of search and destroy, or maybe where you're on a rotation. They're both just as dangerous, Chris, and one cannot exist without the other. If you cut the head off one, the other dissolves into ash.
Or they would just both be insane on different teams.
Insane. I mean, there's no way there's no way those guys are going to separate. But realistically, though, yeah, we've seen Hacienda there, a 10-point game. It was a win for FaZe, but really, I mean, that could have gone either way. A 10-point game on Hacienda is incredible. We saw already a 2-point match.
Yeah.
Today, we're likely to see another.
Interesting, like for FaZe this split in search, like they're 3-1 on red card, 2-5 on the rest of the maps. Like a team that we kind of say is so dominant at S&D has had a little bit of a dip there. That's why in all the interviews they keep saying we have to work on our search. We know that's how we win a championship.
Okay, so Vancouver has been one of the few teams to take down Atlanta FaZe in stage 2.
Yeah.
Can Cloud9 copy into that homework? Because all of this footage is still out there available to our teams.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, the best thing about this Team C9 for me is the fact that they started the season off really bad. Really bad, like real bad. They put the work in, and now they're a top contender without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, they're a dark horse in this tournament, outside, of course, Thieves and FaZe. Absolutely, they can do it, Chris. They're a hard-working team with a good head on their shoulders.
It's a small sample size, but throughout Major 1 and now throughout Major 2, Celium is posting a 1.14. On the other side, Civ is right behind him.
I think that's a great shot, actually, because last time these two teams went to battle, it was Celium versus Civ. Celium overall in that series had a 1.32. On the flip side, Civ rocking 1.2, so it might be the battle of ARs.
Yeah, it's just crazy when you look at like the numbers on the side of Cloud9. Everybody's averaging around 2,900 damage. Sib is over 3.4K. Like he is actually laying down insane amounts of damage and staying alive in doing so. So he has stepped it up entirely. They play around him to be that Slayer, and he's got to do it once again against Atlanta.
I don't want to sway your guys' predictions here, but Cloud9 is struggling to plug in controllers. So while we're waiting for them to get all set on the main stage, let's remind you with where we're at in the bracket. This is day 3 of a 4-day event. We have Vancouver Surge, waiting in our winner's bracket final. Winner of this best of 5 will be playing them. They will be guaranteed top 3, and of course, will be in the running for a $500,000 prize pool. Let's take a look here at our pick'ems. Allie, will you do us the honors and kick things off? What are we feeling?
I will do the honors. You know, Cloud9 hasn't won a control versus FaZe yet, and then they have one of their worst S&Ds is map 2, and then they're battling on the Hacienda map 1. I don't love the first half of this layout, so I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe.
Miles?
My head says FaZe.
Yes.
But my heart says C9. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
My heart says C9, but my head says FaZe, so I'm going with FaZe.
I too will choose the best team in the league. Atlanta FaZe has won back-to-back Major 2s. Before the event, I picked them to make it a three-peat. I think they get it done, starting with the semifinal right here. Ladies and gentlemen in Texas, make some noise. It's time to kick this match off.
There's nothing really to work on. I feel like we're vibing, like on stage at all times.
Kremp is unstoppable. You're my son. You're my son. You guys suck. V2 over the top. He finds the first. He won. From Sim is gone. Oh my goodness. Tag it too. Big wins from Mac. Big wins from Mac.
This is a disgusting attack. Easy, 14-2. This is unbelievable. Some of the finest gameplay you may ever see.
All right, Texas, you guys ready to send our next team to the winners finals? It's a banger of a matchup and a first squad coming to the stage. Get ready to make some noise. It's the bad boys of Atlanta FaZe. We got Celium, Sip, Abizi, and Draza. The Major 1 champions coming to the stage, looking to lock it down for Major 2. Atlanta FaZe, they ready for whatever.
Their biggest opposition is in war and elimination bracket right now, but this is the biggest opportunity for Atlanta FaZe to be tested to their limits. It hasn't been grueling thus far, but as the days get longer, so does this tournament. Atlanta FaZe, the favorite now, looking to make it this Sunday, but they can't get caught slipping here. Let's bring out the other side.
Atlanta FaZe is ready to flex on them, but it's time to bring out their opponents. Texas, get loud and let your voices be heard, because here comes Cloud9 New York. Kremp, Mac, Sim, and Detach. Cloud9 putting all the pieces together, coming to the stage and ready to hit that flow state. Give it up one more time for the boys from New York.
It has just been hard work to get to this moment. They got to go through FaZe for a top 3. This team is so dangerous on all levels. They're comfortable in all the game modes. And which one will pop up? I'm thinking Sib. He's been a monster throughout stage 2. He's got to show up here, guy.
All right, let's do a vibe check, Texas. Where my FaZe fans at? Where my Cloud9 fans at? We kind of torn. Merc, Maven, what you think?
I don't know, man. This one is going to be a banger, or so I hope. Last time they played, okay, I'll be honest. I'm speaking that into existence because we haven't had a map 4 yet as a duo, so I'm just hoping we get a goddamn map 4.
Or a 5.
Or a 5, yeah. Something past the 3-0s that we've been having. But part of the reason we have some 3-0s, well, we casted FaZe first match. They dominated against Rocker. Cloud9, though, a different team. Like, listen, they played kind of recently. FaZe won at 3-1 rather convincingly, but I think the most interesting thing for you here is the maps, right?
Yeah, maps are, I mean, you know, it's tough to question FaZe, right? They always worked on their map pool, but it's not like their right guard Hardpoint has looked fantastic. I mean, we even saw it versus Rocker. If it wasn't for a couple of Draza plays, who knows what happens there. The Hacienda Hardpoint, yes, they just beat C9, but it was a close one. It was a 10-point game. And then the protocols are fantastic for Cloud9. But, you know, what the Des was talking about, like, yeah, Sip has been playing great. The problem really was everybody else. Like, they got slammed. Detach and Mac did not play well versus this team just a week ago.
It was Celium's playground. He was absolutely dominant, looking to get back to that. But this is where you try to answer some questions if you're FaZe. You know, in all the interviews and all the times we talked to them, they preached a couple of things. They preached Search and Destroy. They were trying to work on it. They preached their map pool, which we know Hacienda is when they worked on big time. They played it 5 times over the qualifier in the minor, which will be the map 1. Well, they worked on it in Search and Hardpoint, but especially the Hardpoint. And then Draws, in an interview, kind of said, like, listen, we want to be able to play the game the right way to the point where our guns aren't hot, where we're not playing like superstars, we can still get wins. This is when you see if all that came to fruition, the deeper you get in this tournament.
Yeah, and as good as like Sip has been, like Draws is just this X factor. It feels like as time goes on, the game is out longer and longer. We know he's a grinder, and it just feels like he gets better and better and more confident. He loves playing COD, especially on Saturdays and Sundays.
And listen, it just felt like a thing. If you're just talking pure statistics, we were usually chatting about the other 3 guys for this FaZe team a lot of the year. Past few series, past few weeks, it's been a lot of Draws, bro. He has been the hero maker, the play maker. He has been doing everything for this team from a stat standpoint. Excited to see what he's going to do. He's going to be dealing with some chance, I think, in this crowd, but You know he can do it with the gunny and the plays. FaZe looking to continue deep into another tournament, looking to win 3 tournaments in a row, 3 major 2s in a row. A lot on the line for them. For this Cloud9 team, listen, I bordered on being a hater of this team early on. I just did not like what I saw for a long time, but Lamar and these players have gotten to a much better place. It's been awesome to see how they've been performing.
No, they just don't have a weakness, right? Like maybe Hardpoint is their weakest game mode. Is at 8 and 7. But you can see last 5 Hardpoint maps. And there's some close ones. And you have that protocol versus New York, but we aren't gonna see that today. It's gonna be Hacienda here in that map 1.
They played a lot of tight ones. We'll see if we've got another tight one here, but it has been a big discussion and pain point for Atlanta FaZe to find a hard point like Hacienda and to improve on it. Hasn't been the prettiest. They're 3 and 2 over the qualifier, but they want it to be pretty here, but it's a wonderful opening there out of Cloud9 New York. They find all the kills outside of Simp. He's not going to find anything either, so good start from Simp to the Cloud9 crew.
I mean, yeah, Simp just gets right back to work, wins the opening gunfight on the draws. He's probably going to have another one. Doesn't hear the door behind him. It's early time. You're trying to flip. It's on Celia maybe to play his life. And well, they're going to have to hunt him down. Everybody going to be spawning up on the left side of the map. So Cell just staying alive, trying to do what he can. They are able to get them off the hill, but 26 seconds. You can't ask for much better on rotation, though. And this is a bit of a surprise, right? The #1 rotating team in the league is Atlanta FaZe right now. Normally, it's all about their brace, but this year a little bit different.
No, it certainly has been. They do it through the early rotations and early setups, but P2 on Hacienda has been not the prettiest for them.
How is Cell still alive?
I've got no idea.
Hello?
How is Cell still here? The fact that he's able to get Believe 3, a chance for his team now to fight back in, he was dancing between 2 Cloud9 players.
I mean, they were looking for him. I have no idea what just happened.
Did he pop camo? Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, he's able to stay alive. They did some split spawns. Now you're in a great position. So, Celdium, again, he loves this matchup, it seems like. Popped off just a week ago versus Cloud9, starts off 5-2.
Well, despite the fact that Simp gets a couple of headshots, you string together a few for Cloud9. The problem, the early multi-kill set up Cellium. He's back into position to make the play. Macdo trying to follow it up, but you still got the numbers here for a moment if you are Atlanta FaZe. Despite the fact that you fight for early control, with 10 seconds remaining, you only really turn this into 22 seconds, despite the fact you got that insane Cellium play.
Yeah, so I mean, you take this if you're FaZe, you probably want that to be a little bit cleaner, but with a great start from Tremp and Sib, you're right back into the game. You're gonna see #3 Sib spawn all the way out. The rest of the players from FaZe starting to push up towards Office, trying to get balcony control, and this is what they do so well. Their tactical's on point, but Max still able to win that first gunfight through it. The first 10 seconds clean to Cloud9 as Cellium starting to work through that window.
Through window and through the front. Here comes the big pinch. Nice timing there from Mac. They get all 4. Spawning out towards well will be Atlanta FaZe. Holding the backside through lower Office. I believe that was #4 in attach. So they got everybody spawning out towards where they want them. This will be the next big push, but you've already got 30 seconds off of this hard point. This has been terrific for Cloud9 as they're starting to build an early lead.
Yeah, BZ trying to take a long route here, but Simpson had taken down. So you imagine you turn and you do. You're just winning the numbers. So when those flanks come in, I mean, they just don't matter. And now it is a foot race, but a perfect P3 there by C9. No contest at all from the FaZe side. But it feels like no matter what at this hill, it's normally Simp who makes the play at P4.
Yeah, this is where FaZe, despite the struggles maybe to P2, P4, at times, lights out for them. They can group up, comps can be on point, and they'll slice you and dice you. Draza trying to hit the shots with the gunny, though. He does get one. The battle starts to go down around the point. Sell the hot hand early at 9 and 5, trying to get eye towards mid catwalks. Now you group up. Trying to time this push perfectly if you're Cloud9, but just peeking the edges. Selly's able to get one. You put the dominoes in your favor, and now you start to cut them apart. Only 1 player remaining. They shut that down. So good job with the early hold. This is the problem with the P4. It's going to be close spawn after close spawn after close spawn, unless you get the perfect push out. So the reinforcement's going to get here quickly. Once again, though, FaZe dealing with it beautifully. Cell's on 4 straight. Abeezy's on 4 straight. One of the best rock hold teams in the game.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the first 30 seconds of that was both teams just waiting for a pinch. You had Simp inside a hallway just kind of waiting. Then all of C9 were just kind of baiting. They were hoping that somebody went on through, but Simp's so disciplined, doesn't. So they tried to flood the front, and well, FaZe right back into the game. A nice double out of attach, maybe to get him going. He's on 4 in a row. You're going to see Sim spawn up behind Cloud9, and I think you just wait for him.
Yeah, that's why attached double is like not that big of a deal, really. I mean, you get the final couple seconds of Hardpoint. Now spawns all over the place for FaZe. you have a chance to really break things apart here. Remember, it was a very good start for Cloud9 in that P1. What, 33 seconds to get started, and a part of why you're enjoying this lead. So far, kind of doing the same, but with 2 players dropping, the pressure going to mount towards the hard point, and Sib's going to have his work cut out for him. Not going to come away with anything. Nice stretch there from FaZe.
Yeah, had to get him off that hill. Still a 25-point lead, a very close game. Just looking at the scoreboard, Draw's struggling a little bit here. Celium continues to put up big numbers. Just a little bit of a contest, maybe to set up Krem to find a double on the pinch pistol out. I think he needs one more bullet, but allows his teammate there to find the final 15. You can see now, it's really only number 8 in Draza to try to hold down Lambo. He's got to wait for Sim to get there, buy enough time. Looks to be doing that. Great nades out of FaZe.
Fantastic nades. Remember, if it wasn't for the play from Cell early in the P2, I mean, this could be a much more lopsided game in the favor of Cloud9. Cell and Draws, though, behind the nades, and now the gunny headshots looking good inside P2. Lead change looming. You got 2 set up inside. The other 2 players kind of dealing with a mid push through lobby and the full push around through well. They're going to have 1 player in Crypt that they're likely going to deal with, but you're winning it through the front right now if you are Atlanta FaZe. Or sorry, if you are Cloud9, that is perfect. Now in position to retain this lead. Little double from Crimp. Cloud9 doing a great job there. Let's hear the comms now from Cloud9.
Someone up, Zig? Yeah, it could be Zig, could be Zig. What is Bobby? Nice. I'm watching. I'm missing one. Who is it? Yeah, I'm running through one now. Okay, I'm going with Mac. I'm going with Mac.
Come in with me, someone.
Already went left with Mac.
You right now, Zach, he's weak.
I chase. You watch that dead? Nice. Get through. Get me cap. Get close here. I'm on the cap pitch. Cat, watch out.
We need to get off.
You and Cat, they double pinch you.
I'm in a corner back out. We need to get office, okay?
Alright, heard you. One's out front on us, so let's go to close to me. That's it.
Office 1 HP aim. He's in plat. He's playing vault stairs. Heard you.
I'm sitting close. I'm working close right now.
Heard you. I don't see him.
Honestly, he's gonna be out front though. I'm working platform still.
I'll be a plat.
I need close front. Back out. Nothing plat steps. Nothing plat. Get back out. Back out.
That's one shot. Really weak on time. One shot on time.
Ivy dead. One shot.
He's stoned. Oh, they spawned in the back of me. He's off.
Okay, what's out of Ivy weak?
Plat stairs too.
We can send it Ivy. I'm coming on top. Hold up. I'm taking your Ivy. Top plat. I'm busy dead. Wait for us to go front. We'll come front with you. Oh wait, one office. I'm trying to get plat. Watch out. Jump myself. Cobble telling you. You try Will.
Nice, Mac.
Last guy.
10 ball hit once. He's one shot. They can pinch as well. I got time. Give me cap.
What's up, flat?
Heard you. I'm happy I'm close.
Open window, just. New play. Yo, do me. Do sit, alright? He's in a closed condor.
I hear you. I'm going over back. I'm waiting for you. I'm
Both subs are new. I spawned both. They're spawning Lambo.
I'm stunning Chilling. He's close up.
Yeah, I'll try out.
One shot close up. Chris. There's 2 of them.
Easy, one shot. I was office as well, alright?
Behind you open.
Alright, make sure you break your mid as well. I spawned deep. One's Lambo. One might be
Our side open, dead.
That's with you, Mac. I'm with you, okay?
Bottom fire. Watch out the
You
right
go in
side.
front of spawn. Alright, one's at Lambo. One's at Lambo. I need close line. I need close line. Pitch open.
I need to go on top too.
Listen, top con up.
In front top. Okay, nice. Go first. Try to go deep. Front top, Jaws as well.
I'm sending time real quick. Yeah, help me front.
I'm coming out.
Start on time. I'm pushing up close round.
Outer heading.
I'm waiting for you to go con.
Once again, FaZe rock solid at rock, but now maybe the break. A lead change though for FaZe. They've gone in front. Let's double dip comms now with Atlanta FaZe.
If I hit our side, I don't see him.
I'm going to get office.
Office, Mac that. Nice.
Another one open. Crap, nice. Let's go. No, kill that guy. They're all spawning Lambo. They should be all spawning Lambo. Listen, get time. I'm going to go. Yo, Dante might have spawned behind us.
No, Dante's Lambo.
Bottom secret, one shot. Bottom secret going top, one shot. On the stairs. Nice. Get 2, MC. Get 2.
Open, grab, quick.
Nice.
Two open.
Alright, I'm getting your top open. I'm trying to get open.
Dante, crap. Two rock tap.
I think they're close. They're going to be close. Yo, open rock. Watch out, rock. Top open. Dante, running at me. Nice.
Our open attack. Last guy.
Nice. I'm open. One's open, MC. One's open on me.
I'm getting your pot, Zach.
One's open on me. I'm trying it.
You, Dante, are close. You and Dante.
Top swirl. Watch out.
You the dark fly.
Try to push you. Nice. Try to push you.
Dante, shoot it well.
I saw that. I'm going to fast.
Back me. Weak in the back.
Dante, one shot Zig. You should low-key chomp. He's laying down Zig.
I hear. That's how you go
Yeah,
around.
I'll go around.
I hear.
They stun well. They stun well. I'm in the back. Is it no crap? I'm in the back. I'm in the back. I'm in the back. I'm in the back. I'll see anything. They're all playing tight. One to the D-back. Mac on the D-back. D-back. Out of the plate. Out of the back. Stay down. Nice. I'm in water. One's hitting Zig on me. Oh, you tried. Hitting Zig. I don't see water. One Zig on me. Dante Zig.
We got a battle late in this one. 30 points needed for the FaZe victory, but back and forth we go at P2. Now we're off to the races over to P3. Two people from FaZe already leaving, but yes, they'll take that final 10, get a little bit closer to the win, but Fences is where the game is going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, listen, both teams have had great holds here. C9 on one rotation, then FaZe answer back, and well, it was behind Simp. Somehow is able to stay alive, and he's clutching up 3 in a row to break the setup of C9. aBeZy's gonna find the 4th. They know where everybody is spawning. An early contest from Kremp, and well, the nades are on point, so C9 able to get on the hill.
They get on the hill, and they have got to be perfect. Just 15 now for the win for FaZe. How long can Cloud9 hold? Still 35 to work with, but the pinch is going to come in. Draws does get one before he drops. Now over to Cell, who's trying to hold the angle and look over aBeZy. aBeZy's winning fights inside. His duo and Sip is going to drop. What more can aBeZy actually find here? But just contesting for now. Happy to just keep them from getting time, keep this messy, and then dominate a rock where they've dominated all game long. They're guaranteed to get there. It's just like, can you break if you're Cloud9? Can you break into rock where you have struggled to do so much? There's a double from Cell, and now the rotation over.
Someone's already there. That's going to be Mac. I don't know if they're going to be ready for this. aBeZy, he kind of peeks it, shoulders it, so Draza has to wait for his teammates. Simps out at ult, get up to 246.
It's one break. One break for FaZe, and this one's done. They now try to take their time and set it up. They get staggered a bit as Draza and aBeZy are both going to fall. Can Cloud9 match the holds we've seen out of FaZe? They've got to be perfect. Now 20 needed for the win. Can they lock it down? The
Do
route
they find Attach?
through mid from Attach. They're holding it. They're dealing with it. Attach is going to fall. Now you take the numbers. Here they go to burst onto the point with the utility end up hitting. Kremp can't deal with one. Busting through is Atlanta FaZe. It is far too clean, and that should seal the map. FaZe with the break to shut down map 1. For the most part, it was the holds at rock. They needed to break it one time because you got the rotation there earlier. Cloud9 did. But they just had the luxury of a couple cracks at it, honestly. They had the luxury of, it was like a 30-point lead, 20-point lead. Not much, but enough that you didn't have to panic, right? You didn't have to completely panic. You could take your time to build up.
I mean, it was close. I mean, they were so spread out. They were spawning far. And again, it's just this discipline at P4. Who is maybe going to get caught? That time it was Attach, right? He's the first one to go down. Is hoping to make the play, but they stay patient, does FaZe, on that break. They wait for someone maybe to go through mid. That was Draza, able to catch him. Attach struggles in this map. Then the last time these two teams faced, he was kind of the guy you were looking at to step up here. You do not get that in map 1. But a close game. These Haciendas stay this way.
I feel like we've had some blowouts, don't get me wrong, but there has been some battles on Hacienda amongst all our teams. You add another battle to this one. It is a FaZe victory. And P4 is where they got it done, but we'll take a look through the statistics. Looks to be a pretty balanced effort outside of on the FaZe side. I mean, you got a monster game out of Cell and Simp. Cell was just, I feel like, a consistent factor throughout. Simp went nuts late. I mean, whether it was remember the two-man hold with him and aBeZy at P4, then the break late at Fences to just get that little bit of time, to put some separation there.
Well, yeah, and then Cell early at the P2s. I mean, he has the Hellstorm.
I don't know how the
hell.
I have to watch that back, by the way.
Yeah, then he somehow in the first one is able to just make that messy to keep them in the game, and it's kind of this. This is from his point of view. He's in a 1-on-3 pretty much. Look where his teammates are spawning. I have no idea. Sib just looks away.
He just didn't go inside. He went outer. He slid outer.
But either way, I mean, that gives them 30 seconds or so.
What the hell was that?
I'm not really sure, but this is where they got back in the game. Just so good at this P4. Nobody does it better than FaZe on this hill. And now is the worry, because this was the map where we kind of looked at, are they really playing this again versus Cloud9? And well, they find the win.
No, I think I said that multiple times over the course of the qualifier. You're going to keep playing, it. You need to add it in. There's some teams maybe you're reluctant to play on a Vault or a Skyline, so Hacienda's got to be in the mix for you. That's why you play it 5 times over the course of the qualifier. It's just the fact that you go 3-2, and it doesn't look great at times. So you have the loss to Boston Breach on it. You beat a team like Cloud9 by 10. It wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but you keep improving, and maybe you hope this isn't one you have to go to at this point in the tournament, but you go to it and you're able to win it. That's got to be a confidence booster.
No, that's it. Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of, are we going to see more, maybe some Vault or Skyline, maybe down the line from this FaZe team? But not yet. They're going to stick to this sort of 2 with Hacienda red card.
Yeah, because they're like, on the year, what, they're like 5-1 and 5-2, and like both those somewhere in that ballpark. You just don't see them very often. They're reluctant to go there. So we'll battle it out on Hacienda. Frustrations for Cloud9, but you see how it looked here on the game flow chart. I'm sure P4s are going to be telling a story.
Yeah, I think the P4s really tell a story, but then that last P1, I mean, they're up to 136. They hit 70 points across P4 and P1 to kind of end that game out, give them that 30-point cushion. It was a nice little stretch there. That's when Cell was able to earn that Hellstorm. He makes a big pinch on top open hallway. Yeah, and again, just finding so much good time.
And I really like what you heard out of BZ too. Sometimes maybe not the most vocal guy, kind of depends on the situation, but like when you heard him yelling, they're spawning out Lambo, I'm gonna take her out, boys, you do this. I was like, all right, he is twisted and absolutely making the plays. But all right, so FaZe on the board first, but you can't count Cloud9 out of this yet. Still a lot of great maps in the series for them.
No, it is. And, you know, maybe this is one that isn't. Is this Vault Search and Destroy? But they would have to know, right? A lot of preparation. This is when you look at accuracy, kind of get his guys ready. You know, with Vault Search and Destroy, it hasn't been a great one for them on the year, but you never know. At tournaments, it feels like it's always a little bit different.
Yeah, especially like, listen, FaZe Search was not good over the course of the qualifier. Yes, they kept talking about the fact they were working on it. Yeah, they tried to add some maps, like Hacienda Search being one of them. They played a bit, but it never looked great. But it's FaZe. And you expect once you get to land, they're going to be able to click and search and destroy like they typically do. We'll see what they're able to do here. But that map 1's just going to hurt for Cloud9 because you're thinking, man, if we can get to a protocol, search and destroy, we've been so good there. Can we get there? And just talking about the search for Cloud9, we take a look at some of the statistics for them. And in stage 2, they've been like the opposite of FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, you see 9-3 there. I mean, round plant percentage first, defense win percentage. Honestly, what's surprising at 9-3 is they're like 8th in open duel win percentage, right? It's normally like, if you're winning that many attacks and getting bombs down, like you normally have numbers. And we've seen Kremp really step it up, regarding that. But that surprised me. I mean, but yeah, this has been the turnaround for C9 has been behind this search and destroy.
It has been. Like, Kremp has been a monster for them. We'll see if FaZe can neutralize Kremp or if Kremp's going to be in takeover mode. This is definitely a map where he can assert his dominance. Those like crazy situations you sometimes have near the A site where you've got to be snapping, pulling a rabbit out of the hat. Maybe he's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, just sort of getting into the A-bomb site, hopefully making a play. Because we know we're going to go there 99% of the rounds.
Very, very true. And we'll see if that is the call early in this one. Seems to be. So what we're going to talk about quite a bit with these teams is really just the retakes and how you try to do those.
Yeah, bomb already going to be planted, but up easy. He just goes right down. Cat finds the first blood on a Kremp. Sim now trying to make the play. He's doing it with a different weapon. Has the Jackal out. Attach just kind of lurking. Working that pinch. He's going to find one. So 2 versus 2. 30 seconds left. And pretty much both teams now hunting. Attach, he was going to go through the door, but because Mac has bomb, he doesn't need to overcomplicate this and make a play. Cell is trying to find him, but Cell's got no idea he's already through.
Time, everything now. 20 seconds to go. Attach. How's this time work out for him? Does he get there in time to catch a freebie? Some damage in, won't actually get the kill. Gonna make them scramble a bit.
No time.
Gonna hit as well. They try to slide in, tease them up for Mac, and as you said, no time really to get it done. And yeah, if somebody disappears, you waste a lot of time as Cell trying to hunt him down.
Yeah, that's just it. Attach finds one on that flank, and then they're trying to wait for him middle of the map. Cell's thinking maybe he's top ammo. They just could not find him. Well, he's able to just waste their time, still has the tack, sets it up there for Mac.
Great job in the post plant from Cloud9. We talk a lot about the post plant over the course of this. So we take a lovely palm trees. Okay. Now with FaZe, can they do on attack? Looks to be pretty standard, at least out of the open. Aggression now, out of Cloud9. They're sending it on the flank very early. So we try to cut through. There's going to be pressure here. The multiple players from FaZe. How can you trade it out? The team kill is what's going to cost you. The nade puts you down in numbers. 3-on-2 now for FaZe. And that's one of those things, like, you might not get away with that look very often. You really want to capitalize on the aggression.
Yeah, you would love to. And now you kind of have the same situation where Attach is looking for Cell, but positions flip. Cell just lurking. You're down a man. Nade in the hand of a BZ. That's gonna slow you down if you're both Attach and Sib, or at least you would think so. Team kill, but Abizi, he's gonna find it. He knows he's weak. You're going for the trade if you're Sib, but just trading plants.
Trading plants, trading first bloods. The guys active earlier who you expect. Crimp with one on one side, Abizi with one on the other side. So we'll chat through the first blood story as we get deeper and deeper into this. But kind of as you expect so far. People able to get the bomb plant, people able to hold it in the post plant. Nothing, too creative, I guess, outside of the early aggression out of Cloud9, which maybe pays off. The teammate doesn't hit. I'm not entirely sure how it would have worked out itself there. He might just snap and end up getting both anyway. But we don't really get to see if he can deal with it because of the team kill. Looks like you're grouping up to maybe hit this quickly if you're Atlanta FaZe as well. No, they're slowing down this fight for a second.
Yeah, I thought maybe they were going to try to hunt down Cramp, but they're just going to go. They're going to leave him. Again, another push through Cad. This is where Abizi found the first blood in round 1. Attach going to try to get away, but I don't know if you're getting away from this. You're just hoping to waste time. Wastes about 15 seconds off the clock. Watch number 3 and Sib. She's going to try to re-pinch this. The problem is, though, he gets cut down. So again, you're just trying to take these routes while this bomb is planted, but you have numbers if you're FaZe.
You've got numbers, and now you've got all the kills. I thought time might become a factor, but you get picked apart. FaZe has done their homework. Beautiful job there while isolating Attach, dealing with the rat back from Sib. It's another first blood for Abizi, and this time you're able to turn it into a round victory.
Yeah, and I think if you're C9, you just have to throw one of those rounds where nobody really takes a route, right? You just sort of stay in the bomb site with 3 or 4 players, just waste FaZe's time, force them to come to you. Of course, you're going to need a trophy or 2 to deal with the nades on that retake. But yeah, they're just able to catch a couple of players. Maybe just trying to make plays.
Or it's just like you hope Attach is maybe able to get one, or Sib is maybe able to get one in those kind of 2-on-1s where they're hunting him down. I mean, it's hard to rely on that, but if you do, it could turn the tides of the round. Or at least not make it as clean and cut as it was. Abizi on 3 straight, and a pair of first blood. They are right into the site this time. They're grouping up similar to what you said you wanted to see out of Cloud9. Exactly what you're going to see out of FaZe here, Joe.
Yeah, just watch. Like, look at Mac, right? Number 2 in Attach. Like, they're just like worried someone is going to try to take a route. Is someone on the flank, or are they not? Now they have a ton of information, but not an easy retake whatsoever. The trophies are there. Attach has some pressure on one side, but FaZe had to deal with it from Pool, and well, they're dealing with it. It's all down to Abizi.
I want Abizi to make the play. Mac going to hop it. See if he can catch the timing to win it. Not going to happen. Nice slide back and chow from Crimp. They group up, but you've got the numbers through the front. They 3-man hit it. Really just that first pick to catch Sal. The first domino, it's Sid, I think, it slides in and rips his head off. And after that, it just becomes so much harder.
And then on the other side of the map, right, it's Attach in a 1 versus 2. In that time, what you were talking about, can someone find that pick before the trade comes in? He does it, right? They double push out of Vault Door. They try to take down Attach with the AR, but he's able to find one. That gives them numbers.
2-2 now. Draw is still looking for his first in this. He has been, at times, the hard carry online for them in the qualifier. Not having to be the best first couple of maps, but he can turn it on at any moment. We'll see if that time will come. Sim, he's going to be in the car as you see him deep in spawn with it. Abizi's going to get caught. That's back-to-back first bloods now for Civ, and well, you get the first blood Reaper out of it. No real use behind the car, so it's going to be a 3-on-4 retake now for Atlanta FaZe, and well, this just became very difficult, and well, it's kind of what you wanted. A bit more of a group up, one guy playing on Island, maybe in Crimp, but otherwise you're set up, and well, the Island player able to make the play. All going to be on Selnel, best of luck, not going to happen. Back-to-back rounds for Cloud9. And Sib doing a great job in the opener. Maybe not like known to be the greatest search player of all time, but he has takeover maps. He'll have dominant search maps.
Yeah, and that's like the second time we've seen him catwalk down offense with us up, finding that first pick, giving his team numbers. So FaZe gonna have to, make some adjustments on defense again. Just very difficult to do. But yeah, Carr turns into nothing.
Draws his struggles continue too. 0-4, and he's just got like 100 damage, so he has not been involved. See if he can slow the game down. I mean, granted, you could win it with somebody having a dud with the S&D prep you have on this team, but you gotta imagine he's gonna need to have some kind of involvement.
There's a big chow through A from Cloud9, but FaZe actually, they're gonna push through Cat here. 2 players are gonna turn around instantly. That's gonna be Sim and Attach. Attach is like looking around, is this a B hit? He's got no idea. Sim draws it, there are the trades. So a little bit of a different look, just a 4-man hit through Cat. And well, it is just a perfect blind counter because C9, they were trying to get aggressive towards that A site.
Yeah, it's like C9, I think maybe they've got the blind counter, but it's the opposite. A little game of tic-tac-toe. A little game of rock, paper, scissors, whatever you want to call it. That is perfect there from FaZe. The play call's on point, and easy after getting ripped out of the round quickly in the last one. Has a solid one here.
And you're thinking maybe like Attach needs to turn and help Sib, but because the other two players from C9 dropped hole, or just they're thinking like there's somebody B streets, right? So he's got to look that way.
No one able to really find any separation yet. Draws on the board as well. Let's see if we get any kind of different looks here. So far, it's been pretty aggressive for tactics for FaZe on the defensive side. Maybe this is their time to send two to push through.
Sib's there again.
They're sending two through. Abizi able to get the opener this time. Simp flying through as well. It's what we saw early, like the round 2 for Cloud9, but the team kill came in. This time you find everything if you're FaZe, and now we're giving a little extra sauce. Oh. Cell letting them know, another round to FaZe.
Yeah, just a nice little, I mean, it starts with the first blood. This time, well, Abizi, just known for his first bloods, able to hunt down Sib. But yeah, tat aggression has been the key here for FaZe. Just finding those players, maybe they know C9 likes to play in that area, right? We've seen Kremp do it post-plant, but that's where they're taking the aggression on defense.
Now they'll go back up around. So we watch it one more time, Cell exhausting every bullet in the magazine, just to make sure that Mac is good and dead. Mac had a tough one in this matchup last time they played. See if maybe he can use that. Fuel him a little bit as we get deeper into it.
I mean, you would love to. I mean, he's a guy when he can have one of the best POVs in the world.
Bullets exchange with no opener yet. Abizi wants to go. He lands directly on a stun, but it's not gonna matter. The haymaker in Attach last alive. FaZe a step ahead.
Just again, very creative, right? Last time it was a 4-man push through Cat's side of the map. This time it's 4 through the middle, and then they drop down hole. So this is what we're talking about from FaZe in their search and destroy. We haven't seen a lot of success. Were they holding on to some things? I think you could probably say yes.
And yeah, you have to be even more creative when you have maps that don't allow for a lot of creativity like Vault. So you're all you can really do from a creative standpoint is just mix up your hits. Defensively, offensively, change of paces. You expect a lot of the defaults, but FaZe keep them guessing. They're finding openings.
Yeah, again, you just able to get that counter, hard counter, but FaZe 3 rounds in a row. See if they can close it out here.
Opportunity to do it. Finally, a team gets a 2-round gap. You're gonna have to rip off 3 straight now if you're Cloud9 to get this done. Kremp, he has been the hot-handed search for them, but once again, it's gonna be simple car out. Plant though in. Here comes the collapse now for Atlanta FaZe to call game.
You're all here if you're C9. I don't know what Simp saw, but they're going to clear out that side of the map, and now there's the info. Abizi's got another car. So investing a lot here. Maybe Mac's got a nade in his hand. He's going to take down Attach.
What is it with cars over this qualifier in Major? They've been insane. Abizi slides in, gets awkward timing, so Mac is able to get one. Cell then tries to step it up, but Mac and Kremp doing it inside of the point. Cell hits with the pistol, but it's not going to be enough. You put in 2 cars, you get a team kill, but it's Cloud9 that gets the round victory.
Yeah, I mean, after that first one, you're thinking you have numbers, so Abizi just goes.
And it's just real awkward. I think he slides through him, basically.
Yeah, and then Cell just drops down. Hole is hoping to get involved, just a little bit too late. There was one more player Vault side, so 2 versus 1 goes the way of C9, and C9 stay alive.
Staying alive, pretty even in the first blood count. Not much separation there. 5 for FaZe, 4 for Cloud9. Cloud9 really banking on one to push it to around 11. Draws now up to 3 and 5, so yeah, scoreboard broken, but he's managed to get some kills. I'm sure he'll have the chance regardless. Right into the point, go everybody.
This did not work out last time for FaZe, so they're going to go right back to sort of this 4-man hold. Attach was the key here. This time, though, he's going to play aggressive alongside Kremp.
They got to retake this to extend it to the round 11. Time dwindling, though. They're clearing out everything, and it's just grouped up for Atlanta FaZe. Last time, they kind of sent 3 in through the front and took the numbers, and before the rotation came in for FaZe, they were able to get in. Oh, another car. Gonna use a car, see if it really leads to anything. Car's gonna get blown up.
Draza's going on a route. Draza's going on a route here. He can end the game. He's able to go on through. Finds one. It's all in the bomb site now. 1 versus 2. There is just not enough time. And well, FaZe get the bomb down, hold it, win in round 10.
Well, Draw's smiling because he may have had a dud early on, but he started to ramp it up when things mattered. Over the last couple of rounds, he finds his skills. Search and destroy, a question mark maybe for Atlanta FaZe coming into this tournament, but so far, so good. 1-3-0 to kick us off, and looking at another one here.
Yeah, and when you look at like sort of map vetoes, why FaZe consistently pick Team B, it's like if we can win the first Hardpoint, sort of their choice, we're gonna have the advantage because we're gonna pick map 2 and Search and Destroy, a very weak map for Cloud9, and they also love to pick the control. So this is sort of the strength of Atlanta FaZe, is right in the middle of this series.
No, it absolutely is. But the control, I mean, this is where you've got a real opportunity for your Cloud9 too, when you just think about protocol and what they've been able to do. We thought with FaZe picking it, maybe we'd see like a Hossie into map 3, but that's not going to be the case. Statistically, this is how it broke down. A great map for a BZ. I mean, you go 12-4, you have 4 first bloods. That is just a legacy. I mean, not legacy, that's just vintage of BZ.
Yeah, I mean, normally he'd be like 8-8 with like 4 first bloods, but yeah, a fantastic map from him. You know, he's a player that like once he gets going with confidence, I mean, impossible to stop and search.
And it feels like Civ, you know, he found those openers, he had back-to-back first bloods, and then just got shut down. I mean, he ended up like 4-9. I think he might have been like 3-2 or something in that realm early on when he found those first bloods. Finds nothing in the opening. The first bloods start to tilt away. FaZe a little bit, big part due to a BZ. But I mean, both teams having some, I don't know, both teams mixing it up, having different looks. Did it come down to any single factor really if FaZe were able to get the win?
No, I mean, it's all sort of just a sites, right? I think the big thing is the creativity on the FaZe side, right? Just what they did on offense a couple rounds in a row. I mean, that was a 3-2. Then they win 3 rounds in a row. 2 of those being the offenses where you had that 4 hit through Cat. Then you hit 4 hit through the middle of the map, drop down hole. So just some different looks for FaZe.
Some different looks. It leads to a W. 2-0 up is FaZe. Before we get to the map 3 though, Desk, how we doing?
FaZe in the driver's seat, up 2-0, and Miles, you felt Cloud9 had a chance today, and you weren't wrong. 13 points in the Hardpoint, 2 rounds in the Search and Destroy. Let's start with the Search. Where do you need to see improvements from Cloud9?
Well, maps. The map is the one that really killed you there. Vault is just a really good one for FaZe, and who knows, that might be something we worry about again in the future. But I mean, look, Chris, sometimes you follow your heart, sometimes your heart cuts a fart. That's just the way it goes, Chris. You know, they did what they could, but FaZe too good.
I'm not going to ask what you actually just said because I didn't hear it and I don't think I want to hear it. I don't think I want to hear it.
Sometimes you follow your heart, sometimes your heart cuts a fart.
Yeah, that's a bar.
That's not
Tenacious
a bar.
D. I mean,
you know what is a bar is that I called this and with the map set because Hacienda opened up the series. It's another close one. Atlanta FaZe get that win, and then you head into this Vault Search and Destroy. Nobody wants to play Symphony BZ on Vault Search and Destroy. I just don't. It's a bang out in A. We all know it's pretty one-dimensional. There's not a whole lot of things you can do to get creative, and it's what we watched, right? We saw the BZ First Blood Demon throughout the entirety of this, and then the trades just constantly going their way. You couldn't kill him. You just couldn't kill him. So for Cloud9, I didn't love the veto process into this. Now we're heading into a protocol control. You haven't beat FaZe in a control. This is just an Atlanta FaZe masterclass from my side of things.
Yeah, I mean, I picked FaZe just because I think they're better, but I did love the vetoes coming into it. I think that Hossie, if you're able to take that, you're in a good position here, but Atlanta FaZe put in so much work playing Hossie throughout, and you could see the terrors absolutely going crazy in that Search and Destroy, and some nice offensive looks, not just banging A. They hit through hallway, went to B1 round, like keeping them on their toes, which ultimately was the difference of only 2 rounds.
From Madrid to Allen, Texas, the FU Draza chant continues, and as soon as it started, he started playing better. So keep that up if you want to see him with another championship. Nameless, let's take it back to our first respawn, though. With Control coming up, what can we learn about Hardpoint?
Yeah, I don't know why they say FU Draza, man. He's making plays like this. So we're going to talk about why Atlanta FaZe is so good on the Rock Hill. They just put teams in the blender. So you see the situation right now. Draza just spawned all the way out well. You got him, he's number 8, and then you got Celium right here. They're currently in control of the hill, but what you want to do is you want to get the ultimate set up and spawn them out deep well. You can see how far the routes are to get back towards Rock. So Draza's going to push all the way through and try to push out their spawn, and then Celium's going to reposition to Lambo. And what that allows is, like, when they end up spawning all the way back here at well, when they try to re-hit that hill, you're either going to run into MC right here, or you're going to go through mid. Once he plays that timing, gets a little bit of quiet, MC can re-flank through here and just shoot them in the back, right? So this is a pivotal moment. Obviously, it's like 156 to 130. Atlanta FaZe need this time. So just heads up play, and we don't see many teams put the opposition into an absolute blender like this. The Terrors get the first 2 kills, and now you see Droz got all the way through, and they're spawning all the way out well. So what happens here? It gets a little silent. Nobody's gonna challenge me inside a Lambo. So look down at your minimap number 5, MC with the reflank, finds 2 huge kills to alleviate that pressure on the hill, and now you're just in a situation where we got so much time. Cloud9, your lead, no longer, we got it.
That was one example of the dominance on P4, but it wasn't the only one. Nameless FaZe has a strong point on that first hard point. Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game. Walk me through this.
Yeah, you know, we get down to the end of the map here, and, you know, Atlanta FaZe, it's like, all right, what are we going to do? Well, all right, well, this is earlier in the map, but yes, they're very good at P4. Every time it gets to this hill, you just know they're gonna get a huge chunk of time. When we do get to that final P4 though, it's just a massive break. You see Cloud9 trying to push on through. Atlanta FaZe are able to just pick up that first kill and break on in. It's just what makes them special on this map and why I think they put so much work in on it.
Ali, for a moment here, you saw Cloud9 with full control of the hill until that first kill comes in on attach.
Yeah, then you can just play the collapse, right? So now you have the numbers. You have 2 players from Atlanta FaZe coming in through mid. Abizi opens it with 1 and allows Draza to make that push and clean up the rest of these kills. I mean, it's just too easy for Abizi, man.
Another note there from J-Star. Words Jeremy, again, attaches the trophy player as well, so he doesn't get involved in the fight on time. If there was anything involved, there would have been great, but being down a man in a trade-heavy hardpoint just sucks for anyone trying to hold it.
The players are making their way back to the stage. It is time for a Game 3.
No, Game 5. We're going all the way to Game 5.
I don't believe you.
Yes.
We head back over to Maven and Merc. Let's finish this.
Yeah, I do some disturbing things that involve finishing to get to a map 4 or 5, Joe, but maybe we'll get there.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
no,
if
let's see map 4 first.
Yes, true, but otherwise we're looking at you and I will cast 12 maps across 3 series. So maybe, Cloud9, please, can we do something?
Well, it's only Miles a chance to have a map 4 right now.
That's true. All right, Stud, Shift going through the same thing. But I don't know, sometimes when it's like that, you know, you have a slow start to by slow start, I mean, I'm talking to us as commentators. We always want to go the distance, Game 5, round 11. Sometimes you don't get that, you know, on day 1 and 2. It starts to get a little more interesting as we get deeper in the tournament. We'll see. That starts to happen. But Cloud9 up against it. Obviously, this is a winner's bracket match, so lost here, they're not done, but you're feeling the pressure in this map 3. And when you talk about control, you talk about attack, Abizi is terrific. A lot of times we talk about him specifically on Proto and how good he can be on the attack on the A side. He likes to work.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about sort of just like his position in Grandma's house and the way that they sort of get that set up, right? One player on A, Abizi, go do your thing, force them to push the flank right into our ARs. I feel like sort of the offensive standard FaZe have set on protocol control early. A lot of teams sort of copying that setup, and it's because it works.
No, it certainly does, and they'll look to seal the deal here. For Cloud9, just can you get to that map by Proto? Proto Search might be the best team in the league right now. They are up there if they're not. They've been so good, they just have to get there. It starts right now with Proto control. We'll see if they can slow down Abizi. And on the other side, can you really get Crimp and Mac to let loose?
Yeah, and again, you know, you look at control just overall, like, solid for both teams. FaZe, again, auto veto Vault. They don't play Vault, so it's down to this Hacienda or Proto. Again, they pick Team B, so they're choosing to play Proto. Maybe the, you know, Hacienda scrims in the back haven't gone well because they just beat them on Hacienda a week ago.
Yeah, beat them 3-1 too. You thought we were going Hacienda for that for sure.
Yeah.
The maps didn't exactly make sense, but that's it. We don't know. And sometimes I'll have a conversation with like Crowder, the FaZe coach, about like, why'd you decide to do this? Sometimes he's told me like literally Dross is like, oh, let's square up there. Like, oh, we're gonna beat them today. And they're like, okay, it might be that, but it's probably scrims, like how they've gone the past week, especially once you're here on land.
Yeah, it just feels like the one player. Well, it's really the ARs, but a nice start from the SMGs. Let's say, I feel like every time we see Sib on this map, he has a disgusting clip. Celium, you know he's going to be in the windows, just so annoying to deal with. But they have to get out of their base. Does Atlanta FaZe?
FaZe, typically one of the more efficient teams at dealing with this. When you're trapped in, they do such a good job of dealing with those players that are squirreling around, trying to shut them down. That's a spot we usually talk about Abizi quite a bit. He'll get to him, make plays. Now it's Simp's turn to do it, and he is doing it. The guy is a walking UAV, I swear. It just seems centered at all times. That is a snap and a half, but Crimp gets first bullet. Crimp able to close out the fight. But the fact is you're, I don't know, on your back foot really quickly if you're FaZe. You get out of that great, though?
No, yeah, absolutely do. And then you go right into that sort of default. The 2 players kind of in their base, but Celium's going to get ripped, and yeah, Simp just not able to find that last player. So the fact they deal with Simp, and then they're going to find the next 4 kills. So both teams doing a great job in the middle of the map.
A little bit of seesaw right now. Team just trading blows. Mac is damaged in just about everybody, but can't find the opener. Celium, great job picking that up, but I think he's still weak from the damage he took from Mac, but still you deal with that. You win one out towards mid-map, which is a big one for Draza, and now once again, you're able to fight forward. Live's just about even, but you only have 30 so seconds to go. You have one good big stop again if you're Cloud9, and more than likely you're taking this round.
Yeah, they lost top 3 as well, right? So Mac's gonna find Celium on the pinch, then Kremp is there with the double to deal with the objective. A great defense here, still 20 seconds. Pressure gonna be on FaZe to work, or at least pause the clock, and that's gonna be Celium. Maybe just catching Sib off guard. He's not thinking he's spawning that close.
Kremp with the route. Can he close out this round? Not gonna get picked up. Another FaZe member going to fall. He's going to go back to battle against some of the spawners. You hope for some help from top window. BC's able to do that.
Big one-on-one.
This, he's able to win that. Kremp, though, still here and hunting, just delaying the reinforcements, making sure you can't stack too many bodies onto it. They're going to leave one person onto it for now. BZ is trying to stay down and stay up. He only has 16 HP. Tries to reposition, not going to find the opening. Time's starting to dwindle, only 7 lives remaining. And that should do it. Nobody able to fight back. That is a big hold from Cloud9, because how many times, even today, like in the Ultra versus Optic matching, there's 5 seconds left. You've done such a great job for most of that hold. You blink, the minute extension's in, then they end up winning the round.
No, that's it. I mean, you had BZ wins the 2-1 versus 1s on the point. We missed that. But we saw Kremp on the flank, and Simp, the idea was there, but he got caught sprinting. I think that's the key. I mean, Kremp goes 9-3, and this is normally where FaZe are so good at just controlling zipline. That's when you look at Celium and controlling the windows, but a lot of the times, the timings were going the way of Kremp.
They absolutely were. 9-3, terrific job there, and now they'll take their swing at offense, see if you can find the same level of success. And it was a pretty good battle considering, I mean, FaZe got pinned in a few times, or at least there was a great position defensively for Cloud9. Same thing you're going to try to replicate now if you're Atlanta FaZe if you win this opening break. But we'll focus on the gunfight now for Kremp, and he just smokes Simp. 5 HP remaining. You need a quarter of a bullet left to get that kill. But the fact is you win it if you're Kremp, and it's a terrific win. And now you've opened up the map. You've got bodies over towards the A side. You have bodies here towards B. And Simp is just getting put in the blender. Kremp, world starring right now, 12-3, quadruple positive. He's doing it all.
Yeah, but Cell's gonna make the play on the other side. What was that? The last one remaining. You had 2 players on the B zone. I thought a BZ maybe was gonna hunt him down, but it was actually Cell who gets them out of that situation. And now, well, a BZ's gonna be pushed on up, and it looks so good for C9. Still, pausing the clock, but yeah, you don't have any ticks quite yet.
Last player up, sometimes in control. Your ability to get 2 kills can be the difference. Kremp is still shooting. He's got Sib down to back him up. There's still 45 seconds to work with because you've had a body on the point more often than not. Still a ton of lives left really for either side. They'll start to group up on A. Start to progress this. The timing, I think, so awkward for Mac, but he's actually able to get through. I thought Draza basically chest bumps him. Second tick now in. Wave of kills there for FaZe. Sib gonna be the last guy up, just trying to buy time until his teammates get back. You gotta try and isolate him, make sure he doesn't get anything. You're able to do that well if you're FaZe.
Yeah, nice discipline there for FaZe. They know there's only 1 player on the point, even though they don't have map control, and it's just like, get the players out of their house. Well, that's what they were able to do. Find both of those kills. That allows Simp to work the flank. Now you see number 6, he's trying to get lost. Meanwhile, Mac and Kremp are like, let's just try to get done with this point. Give ourselves a minute extension. We have a 4 life advantage. We're gonna have more ticks for round 5 defense if it comes down to it, but Cloud9 in a very good spot here early on protocol.
Absolutely. 5 lives up, extra minute in. Is it enough time to bleed him out? I'm not sure if that'll be the case yet. You probably need to pause the clock a bit for that to come to fruition, but speaking of which, you're on, you've got it paused. Simp just doesn't want to solo chow, just waiting to take this together. I know there's 1 person on the point, allow somebody else to get the angle. Nice little snap there from attach, but not enough to actually clear both out. And you're just trying to avoid a 3-4 down if you're FaZe, and while you're trying to look for that, if you're Cloud9, 1 opening, conceal it.
Again, just putting a player on the objective was C9, just hoping maybe someone overchow, slides out, but the players from FaZe just waited for the nades. They waited to see if anyone was gonna push on through. Then Draw's able to take down that player on B, and now what, a minute left? FaZe just trying to slow things down, a bit of an off angle. Kremp, he was ironed up, but Draza was right below him. Is able to get the trade.
Attach, hoping to catch somebody again, maybe with a knife, but this time BZ's gonna be able to get up, and he's distracting multiple players as they look to hunt for him. Time dwindling though, just over 30 to go. You've taken that 5 life advantage and you've shifted it in favor of FaZe. They were once in that hole. Now we're even, though, as Mac gets the pick. 7v7, just under 30 to go. Some huge gunfights upcoming. What can Mac Crimp find?
Yeah, they knew Cell was in their base, but did they know Droz was there? So far, he's able to find one. Crimp gonna pause the clock. Hope his teammates take down Celium. That's gonna be the team. Another. It's just, where did he go? Or sorry, where did Droz go? There we go, able to find it. Only 3 players remaining.
You win this round, you got such a good chance of closing this out. They're collapsing on him. Only person left is aBeZy. That is a beautiful bit of work out of Cloud9, getting it done on offense, getting it done on defense. They are feeling good, and like maybe you feel it slipping away when FaZe kind of get rid of that 5 life disadvantage. But Cloud9 able to do it, and Crimp a huge part of that. So many big gunfight wins, so many big multi-kills, some highlight plays like you're seeing now. Crimp getting naughty with it.
Yeah, just finding a lot of the openings, right? Then they have to worry about him does the FaZe side, but C9, towards the end of that round, it was all about the focus in their base. That's where the pressure was from FaZe before they could get onto B. They were just baiting out Cell and Droz, forcing them to make plays. That's when they got caught.
Now FaZe in a lot of trouble here on Proto. One of their go-tos of control, but down 0-2. Sib with another opening pick. The breaks have been going great for Cloud9. You got him in the blender early on. Last time you had offense for FaZe. This time it was a little bit better. Should be able to push out a little bit sooner. Cell just barely staying up with 6 HP.
Yeah, he's just trying to just control zipline, but his teammates aren't able to get through. And now Simp, when you're the last one alive, it's always tough because you know they're going to be looking for you through the zip on the flank. So he's got to wait for his teammates. He's going to have a 1v1 versus Sib. Could maybe help his teammates get out, but it's just so difficult. They are just stuck back there. Well, Sib's going to shoot, and it's all 3. Again, Simp just like, what the heck do I do?
No, 100%. Like he ends up getting caught. He ends up getting shut down. You're winning on the other side. FaZe just getting outclassed. This is beautiful from Cloud9. Itachi was having a bit of a dud. Now suddenly on 6 in a row. He's turned up. He's back to even. And you've only got 30 seconds on the clock. Already an 8 life advantage. Cloud9 just looking so much better here on Proto Control.
And it's kind of what we were talking about. It's like, yeah, they decided not to choose Aussie.
I don't understand why.
But yeah, we'll see it. They're still alive. They're able to find 3 kills. Not quite out of this one yet.
Maybe. You get an extra minute here. You win this round, you can pull off something insane to get the 3-0. But we're looking like a map 4. Progress though at A. They've stacked a couple on it. Droz gets tags, I think, into both. Doesn't finish either though. Celium is also on the hunt here back towards Fun. He'll finish off Attach. aBeZy, where he's so good at working the map, not able to find his opening. Mac will shut him down.
Crimp's already through though, right? Again, they've been trying to maybe find this player, but he has just been so elusive and they can't take him down. So it's Mac and Crimp in the base. FaZe only 11 lives. Yes, the time is there, but can they find the kills? Haven't been able to do so. This guy can go off, almost able to find the second, but he allows his teammates to come off spawn, deal with the players in their base.
There's been constant pressure from Cloud9, and FaZe have not been able to deal with it whatsoever. 40 or so seconds to go, but yeah, the lives, the big conversation. aBeZy's double maybe allows you to get out, but Crimp will see his spot for a second. He's just kind of lurking, waiting, maybe for Simp to start to push up. He'll be able to catch one just tucked away, and that's going to be a frustrating death. He wins the next gunfight as well. Crimp has been brilliant, 24 and 13. No respawns left for FaZe. Just keep it going. He has been terrific. Last gap is Cell, and this one's done. We're getting to map 4. It's dominant there from Cloud9. You're right back in this series.
There we go. I mean, just right from the get-go was this C9 team. They got hot on Proto Control. But now they got to win a red card hardpoint. But yeah, I mean,
you told me they were playing Proto. I literally said, like, didn't they just beat him on Hossie? Maybe some question marks. I'm not sure. It's got to be something with the results once you've been here on land. Swimming back and forth, I would think. But you get destroyed. They're on Proto.
And I think the key is really just the subs, right? I mean, we're going to look at the stats, but the 2 players who trying to pop off, Crimp and Mac. Where on the other side, it's the Tiny Terrors, both around neg 10.
And there were multiple times, like, you would get, like, Simp or aBeZy to a spot on offense where they could be the playmaker, but the rest of the team's dead coming off spawn. You've got 2 players they're trying to deal with on the other side of it. Like, whatever the openings were there was like a bigger opening for Cloud9. You don't allow the playmakers to get anything done. Yeah, it's not often you're going to see Simp and Abizi sitting around double negative. You only 1,500 damage for Abizi. He's not able to get involved at all. And we talked about how good he could be on a map like Protocol. He gets nothing.
Yeah, that just comes down to preparation, right? How do we attack this? Kremp getting lost. Normally, Cell's so good at finding timings, especially on their offense, to not allow that to happen. But this time it was Kremp and Mac just always in their base. They didn't allow that time extension in round one, and I think that was the key, because there were a couple of moments where you saw that default setup from FaZe, but they dealt with it, and then they win this offense.
Yeah, it was probably their best opportunity if the offensive win was at round one for FaZe, but you do just enough to shut it down. Cloud9 don't leave the opening. Cell bailed them out a couple times with some big multi-kills, but just from a slang standpoint, the hole gets bigger and bigger. Attach was a slow start, but he gets streaking late in this one as well. But Kremp, man, even though he couldn't really be the difference in Search and Destroy, he was the difference here. What a map it was out of him, and he just hoped. Now they take some momentum into this map 4, take some confidence off of what they were able to do. Just a walking highlight machine. And if that sub-duo is going to get the better of the FaZe sub-duo, you got a good chance to win.
No, you do. And I mean, we're going to a red card, and like, yes, this is a map that FaZe play a good amount of in Hardpoint. But it always feels like it is so close. It's not like great gameplay at times. It's really very sloppy. Even day one versus Rocker, you relied on a lot of draws of plays to give them that W. And we saw in Major 1, like, yes, it was against LA Thieves, but when these guys aren't shooting in Atlanta FaZe on this map, you can get smoked.
No, you absolutely can. That's going to go back to what Draws was talking about. When they have those times they're not shooting too well, are they still going to be able to win maps? And maybe we'll see if they can do it on the red card. But now this series flips on its head a bit. Yes, you still have advantage if you're FaZe, but just thinking about how good the protocol search is for Cloud9, you're getting closer and closer to getting to that map. Joe, how do they get it done at red card? How do they get to a map 5?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think you have to keep it very messy on the side of C9, right? And that's normally it happens.
That's a messy
often.
red cards.
Yeah, it happens often from the FaZe side, and then just sort of winning those clutch gunfights, right? There's a lot of one-on-ones around the P4, around the P5 to give your team a good amount of time. Can C9 do it? They're going to need Kremp and Mac to continue to play at this level.
It is a team that you think would be able to split hard points. They lost that first one. It was a battle, but they come up a little bit short. Now trying to take it in this map 4 while we wait for this to get started. Just take a look at the overall bracket, and this is where it stands. This is where we're heading as we get deeper into it. Still several matches to go today. Winner of this is going to take on Surge and guarantee top 3 for that winner's final. And then on the lower bracket, you're dropping down to battle against LA Thieves. So loser here. That's
a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me if FaZe loses here and suddenly they're battling Thieves in that round of losers, if you would have showed me that before this tournament started, I'd be like, shut up. It would have seemed insane though, right?
No, it would.
Where those two teams seemed like, 7-0 in qualifier, 6-1 in a qualifier, both looking like clearly the top 2. But if we know anything about Call of Duty, anything can happen on any given day.
No, that was it. That Boston Breach upset just really shifts this bracket. A lot of great teams down in the lower bracket, and yeah, Surge get on through up top. And I mean, I would love to see that FaZe Surge matchup, but
number 3
still in it.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get to a third matchup, but they've had their number. So even if FaZe win this, things don't get easier, but the story's got to be Cloud9. They're starting to click, and it's not like a gritty map 3 victory. It's a dominant map 3 victory. The red card hard point, though, this is what we're talking about. Like,
it's only plus 18.
Yes, exactly. You're only minus 18 on the other side, basically. Like 2-4 and 6-3 seems insane considering the average plus minus. FaZe wins some tight ones. Cloud9 loses some tight ones. Can Cloud9 flip the script and push this to map 5? Away we go onto red card. Cloud9, can they do it? What a battle back it would be considering the first couple of maps. Simp and Abizi though, you gotta expect they're wanting some revenge based on how that last map went, but the ARs and subs, Cloud9 not wanting to allow anything to get going.
Yeah, jump down to this guy, right? I mean, in the hardpoint was not great, but really started to step it up towards the end of that control. Goes on a big streak, but the battle inside, a ticket, the SMGs in the face of Attach and Sib. So some early time from Cloud9 now being responded from FaZe, but Kremp is hitting with an AR, with a sub. Doesn't matter what weapon he has, and they're gonna find all 4.
No, Kremp is absolutely dialed in the lead. Now growing here early for Cloud9, but we'll start to think about the Rota. You see Locke popping on the minimap. That's where we'll be headed down to the B2. His FaZe try to bully their way through the point and get set up. Try to fight this from the front. You know, it's great if you could pin Cloud9 in the back and also get time, but this has been a stretch of kills. Really draws it with 3.
Wow.
BZ smoking one as well. Mac doing whatever he can to step up, but he's only got 13 HP, and he's going to end up dropping.
Attach spawned out. Attach is going to have a pinch here. There we go. And that's going to catch them off guard. Nobody blocks, and well, sometimes you just get blessed. Yeah. That's going to be Attach taking down too. So 35 seconds left. FaZe want to fight for this, and Draws, though, maybe he's finally starting to heat up, finally arriving in this series.
That's got to be tough. So you get like 6 straight kills, and then that happens.
It's a good response.
It really is. It really is, considering the frustration you must have had there for a moment. But they battle in through the front. This is what you want. Get the time from the front, pin Cloud9 in deep, try to keep somebody safe in the back like Draws so that spawn flip doesn't happen like we saw, and then you can rotate over towards the P3. The last 10 seconds, though, probably going to be broken up as you still have Selly in position to at least fight and get a kill. Now we head over to the other side of the map, and yeah, you're having to really do some legwork from deep if you're Cloud9. This is going to be early, easy time for FaZe.
Yeah, and they all spawn up before P2 pops, right? So maybe if you're Simp, you're expecting a one-on-one early from Garage, but that's not going to happen. So the first 10 seconds clean for the side of FaZe. But C9, no, with P4 coming up, they want stage. Simp get to deal with the early pressure, at least able to find one. Just all of C9 flying through that staircase.
Well, they're flying, and they're winning some big fights. Draws just trying to tuck his tail between his legs and get out, not able to do it because the multi-kill there from Mac. Nice shots from Cell to get 2 of his own, so that'll keep FaZe in the battle up front. Multi-kill after multi-kill, we really go back and forth. Seems like the tides have turned to Cloud9, at least for now. Now you got FaZe locked in. They were able to do that in the last Hardpoint. Cloud9's turn here. Just 20 points separated these squads. But Simp and BZ still a slow start here in this one. It really has been the draw show like you were talking about.
Yeah, this is where FaZe love to find a ton of time, is at this P4. They try to set up for time and time again. Some kills are going to go down, and it's only Sib. Maybe he's going to have some help from Kremp off spawn. But yeah, 2 players that spawn out at Old and Mac and Attach.
What can Draws to do from the point? He gets bottom stage and turns into this troll demon sometimes. He's been so sick from that position. Obviously, you're relying on your teammates. Got the comms on point, the damage in, because if they get to you, you're hoping they're weak. Not a lot of room for finesse once you're bottom stage and you get the pressure in. But for now, he's just soaking up the time, but it's Mac soaking up the gunfight. Give him another. Mac Daddy, up to 5 straight. You clear out the point. It's a beautiful break from Cloud9. And Mac, a really guy from the first matchup that needed to step it up, and he's doing it here in this map 4.
Yeah, this is exactly what you would want if you are C9. Right, you are just keeping this game messy. You have a 20-point lead. You're not allowing FaZe to get into the positions that they want. Like that P4 setup, they're fighting around the point, then they deal with the player on the objective. Great stuff there, and plus they get around 30 seconds, so now they have this lead. And then on rotation, Mac already here. He's up to 16. The man is so good.
You gotta love this from Mac. He is one of the X factors of all X factors. He can be the best or the worst player on the map at times, but right now looking like the best. Answer back time though for FaZe, as they'll get what they can here at camera, and so far, I mean, he'll take any second you can get up this particular point. You know, how contest heavy it can be, how messy it can be, but this has been some clean early time for Atlanta FaZe. Now it just feels like all that work you did if you're Cloud9 to get the break, get that lead, it's just slowly, second by second, slipping away.
Yeah, a big part of this is just sort of figuring out where are the spawns, which side are we controlling.
Perfect.
Yeah, and they have gotten a lot of time after that early break there from Mac. Still though, another kill for Mac. Still have a 10-point lead. On rotation towards P1, it's gonna be a BZ with the AR. There's still one more player under him. That's gonna be Attach. Challenge the gunfight, almost wins it.
Well, just about a tie game as we now get into our second set. Any big adjustments either team need to make? You kind of like what you saw.
I think this is exactly what we talked about if you're C9.
Okay.
I think on the other side of FaZe, can your middle of the map setups around P2 and P3 be cleaner? I mean, I think the one thing is that sort of Attach spawn out, which kind of hurt them.
No, it certainly did. They did answer back pretty quickly. Didn't seem to cost him a bunch of time, but it hurt him. And, well, speaking of hurting, it's Simp putting in a hurting as he gets 3 self-finishes off the last. And, well, I talked about the slow start from Simp and BZ. I mean, Simp was basically double negative, but now off of this 5 spree, you're just about back to even. The same route, almost the same result. Nice stretch there from Simp. And you're seeing it reflected now on the scoreline, where it was a Cloud9 lead throughout most, 30-point advantage now for Atlanta FaZe.
That second P1, we saw a BZ get in that position early on that rotation, the end of P5, get outer control, then allows Simp to just slay, gives him this 30-point lead.
Now pressure to Cloud9 to find some openers, and well, they do get 2 there. Now the battle towards the point, 18 and 12 out of draws, and here comes the push. How does he deal with this, and what can he find? Shuts down 1. Good use, I thought, of the environment there to stay up, at least till his teammates maybe got into help, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, they just go
backslide right into a teammate.
There you go, Outer does phase. Like, you had them spawning where you wanted if you were C9, but they just do not adjust their setup quickly enough. Doesn't matter though, on the hill, on the objective, Crimp wins his one-on-one, so you're now within 10.
Yeah, no one getting any kind of major separation in this map 4. Cloud9, you go 3 dead, maybe in trouble, 1 guy up, pressure being felt. Cloud9, let's hear the comms.
Work out of here, okay? Under, take it down. What's the outer? I'll see him outer. Stage B. Stage is dead. I'll see Blizzy. He's on. I'll see I'm right there. You can play mid down. I'm gonna go in our direction.
So nice. That guy spawns out. I spawn out. I'll get time.
Okay. I'm sitting top.
Wait, what's the other play? 2 draws.
Every top back, okay? Mid door's dead. Watch your back.
I'm on back steps. Someone back steps.
I don't see you back steps. Mid door, PC dead. Jaws is on me.
You want SC.
Top door, 1 HP. Jaws is running, you guys.
7 back and 1's front door dead. Middle, 1's back step.
2 front. Backstairs, Chris. Backstairs. 8
times.
There's 1 more front of you. I'm in. Nice. On top door. There's 20 on mid. I'm
What's for? I'm playing on top. If I get switch here, I'm putting on the bus. H1 weak to L. I'm taking H1. I'm watching.
Third yellow. Downstairs.
Front cell. Front door. Her top. 2 front door.
Let's go outer.
Yeah, I got a short spawn.
Yo,
Undertaker Jaws. Watch Undertaker.
One's on the outer hedge, man. I'll see him top. One's outer hedge.
Jaws, Undertaker stuff. Undertaker is dead.
Blue car 1. Time weak. Time and blue car. One time and outer.
One car, I want a time. I'm pitching deep dead. I'm trying to
Let's go.
Yo, 13 busy. Take it dead. Okay, 1 MP3, 1 MP2 me. Josh MP2. One by spawn middle. Busy by spawn middle.
He ran out under yellow ladder.
Nice. I'm sending out of P2. I'm on P2. Take Ambi.
Someone in me.
I'm looking for that Ambi.
He crossed. Time, watch out. Top stage.
Top stage. Low stage.
H1. Still top stage. H1. He jumped on glow.
Okay, let's get H1.
Make sure he's ready.
Watch out. I'm starting at top. Watch out. I got 1 time. I got you.
He needs one. One's H1 going to point.
Yeah.
Big row. Big fucking row.
Let's go bar with you. What's still H2? Nice. I'm gonna test this shit.
One shot of BC H1. I'm with you, bar. I'm going to the exit.
Nice. I was staying close. I'll back him. He's here. One more. He's still in.
Fruits in. He's weak.
The comms are flowing. Cloud9 know how close they are to getting a top 3 guarantee with a victory here. Down 30, but what do you know? Teams with such low point differentials at Hardpoint, especially on a map like this, we are battling late. Here we go.
Yeah, and I mean, FaZe, it looked like they had the rotation. I thought maybe. See, now we're gonna get on the hill. They had numbers advantage, but it's Draws with the double to slow things down. You're just holding position alongside Simp. Hanging on to this slight lead you've pretty much had all game. Krem now with the AR, the pressure from FaZe, but they haven't gotten any hill time, right? You're just battling over this area. Nobody wants to risk it, but it's Draws again with a double.
That's how I was impressed when they got those 30 seconds last time. This is what this turns into. So it's like an old-fashioned square up, and no one's actually getting into the hard point. We'll see if they can battle in late, but it's been a turnaround from Simp. He was, what, 7 and 14 or something out the gate, now up to 32. And they're over 200. They get the final couple of seconds. We get back to another P1. What do you see in the mini-map, John?
Attach again spawns behind them. So are they going to be able to read this? Maybe with the next player spawning on up, they know something is up.
Yeah, they're hot.
But I think C9, if you're only down 30, yeah, able to find attach was Simp. This P1 last time through, this is where the lead really drew for the side of FaZe. They're trying to close the game out, the match out here on Red Card.
Simp now up to 6 straight. He's on 35. Takeover for the GOAT late. We'll see if they can take the map. 35 now for the dub. He's trying to find a timing through the window, maybe to make the play, but he's cutting back to help his teammates around the hard point. The streak will continue. Headshots perfect and on point. Now up to 36. His teammates find the rest of the kills, and he'll continue to hunt, just try to influence spawns, keep them spawning out in the corner and trying to battle back towards the point. This has been a terrific P1. Now you've got an AR in hand and you've got the angle. Just calming everything to your teammates. You know exactly where you're spawning them. The Raptor's not going to work for Cloud9, and it's only 14 now needed for FaZe, that was a terrific sequence.
They just have to worry about this guy. They don't know if he's gonna jump in the window, go on a route. He is just hesitating, taking his time, messing with C9. 9 in a row, 11 in a row, trying to close it out here on P2.
This man is the reincarnation of God as he wins another 12 streak to close it out from double negative to 40 plus. The MVP letting him know.
And FaZe find themselves in another top 3 on a Sunday with a date with Surge tomorrow.
Another top 3. What do you know? Shocking, but wow, what a battle from Cloud9. You push them, but that stretch late from Simp, a 12 streak to close it. And we talked to me during the map 3, like you slow down the tiny tears. During this map 4, you're slowing down the tiny tears. It's like you can only slow them for so long. You get a monster map and a draws as well. He puts up 36.
Yeah, the start of the map especially.
Yeah, he like keeps them in it, right? Keeps them in it early. But you can see, like, I think why this team has been so good, and they've done well in hardpoints, and you talk about how different it is the years past, where they've been break. Now with the early rotos, I think that stretch you're watching from Simp is why. Like, when they get a good setup and he's allowed to roam and make plays, he reads the map better than anyone in the game, and he finds opening like that. You know, when you're trying to break, like, yeah, they can be a good break team when they need to. Granted, they haven't really this year, but you get so much more freedom, right? When you've got your perfect setup, and he's allowed to roam and knows right where they're spawning.
You're just blocking spawns. Someone's got to pay up on the long routes. I think Krem tried to, but there was a quick trade. It just puts C9 in such a tough area. Like, how much time do we waste trying to take down Simp? And maybe they should have put a little bit more time into it, because this guy had 31 non-traded kills on red card. It was a 20 to 30 point game, but the difference is really the 2P1s. I mean, that gives them, like, I don't even know the difference of score, but that's that 80-point lead.
No, it absolutely is. A battle until it wasn't. The late, look at the flat line, bro. Look at the 164 to 170 through 5 hard points. 4 hard points, but
it
yeah.
still wasn't even that bad. They were only down 37.
Yeah, true. Because, yeah, no one gets time late. But my God, we get them at 4. It is a doozy until Simp calls game late in it. FaZe, yeah, another top 3. And you know, it's funny, we've been talking about, I was joking about sort of the story of threes, right? Like, you're looking to win 3 major 2 in a row. So you're looking to win 3 majors in a row for them. Now you have a third date with this Surge team. Like,
yeah, we'll see. It should be a fun one tomorrow.
Well, on stage, we've got an interview. It is God. It is Simp.
Thank you so much, Burke and Maven. Texas, show some love to Atlanta FaZe as they take down their opponents, Cloud9. I got Simp with me looking like Jin Woo in the final moments up there. Bro, the 12 streak at the end. What's going on through your head right there as you're trying to close out that map to pop off 12 like that?
Honestly, it was kind of mixy. I feel like I was making great pinches on map, and I mean, towards the end, I feel like they just couldn't trade me. I mean, I was just slamming absolutely everybody, and I was rotating help P2 and GG's.
Getting it all done. GG's go next, okay? And then going next, your next matchup is gonna be against Surge, okay? A little bit of a rematch there for you guys on that one, but how you feeling about playing them on LAN in the winners finals? Were you expecting it?
Oh, I'm excited. I mean, I think we're gonna get back. You know, I think they are a solid team right now, but I think we're looking lights out right now.
Yeah, you're looking lights out. Texas, they looking good. Definitely are. And now, you know, I know you're proud of your teammates. We could talk about them all day, but talk to me about these fans and supporting y'all. How proud are you of the FaZe fans out there that's been cheering for you guys all event, online, in the chat room?
You guys know we appreciate you guys so much. I mean, you guys are so loud, and especially, even the crowd, the fucking Hypes crowd, you guys are amazing. Yeah, all the fans, thank you guys so much, all the support. Without you guys, it wouldn't be any of this, and, you know, we're gonna get a gift for you guys.
One more time, make some noise for Simp Woo on the stage. That's gonna do it for us in Atlanta FaZe. Chris, take us away.
Let's go. Welcome back to the domestic chat room. I have Miles the Ross Boss alongside the great Rosalie and Mr. Anthony Wheeler at the end. Let's start with you, Nameless.
Yeah.
What did we just witness?
A banger. I mean, one of our better series that we've had on the weekend. Simp calling game at the very end. Some electric moments, but C9 had opportunities in that series. So
I thought you were just going to say the GOAT taking over. Should we witness?
Close enough.
Should we witness? Maven said it was the rebirth of God.
Yeah,
or something along those lines.
I mean, when I heard him shout like, that's the GOAT, I heard one guy in the crowd, that's not the GOAT, really loudly, very clearly. But guys, he's amazing. Look at these plays. I mean, reads on reads, back and
thought Dally did it all.
I can't believe that they let him hit that route twice and go on a 7 spree. Once we saw that back in the green room, we were all like, all right, guys, GG, let's start heading out. Because for Atlanta FaZe, like, this was a really close hard point to a point where I was like, this is going to come down to the wire. This is a banger. But then Sip just goes takeover mode. Those final 3 hills, like, he could not be killed.
23 and 20 at this point in the game, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he took flight. And, you know, for C9, they did such a good job. Like, they had BS and Despawn GC right now in this clip. Back on both the P5s in the last 2 rotations and just got no time on it. Atlanta FaZe know that they're at a disadvantage here. It's like, we're just going to keep it white. We have a lead, and when we get to P1, we'll be able to win this game. And that's exactly what they do. And as you guys mentioned, multiple times throughout this map, it was Simp making the huge play. Mac on one side, but Simp on the other. And when he gets going, like you said, GOAT status, he can just call game.
From 23 and 20 to 41 and 23, the finisher sends them to another winner's bracket finals where they will meet Vancouver tomorrow. For now, though, Cloud9, they're going to drop to that elimination bracket. And I have to ask, after watching back-to-back semifinals, who's more dangerous in that lower bracket? Is it Boston or is it Cloud9? It's a tough matchup for both teams.
I think it matches both teams really well, actually. I wouldn't want to go up against either of these. I know you like it when I only have to pick one, but for the side of LA Thieves, like, I think Cloud9 is a terrible pull for them. I think they played incredibly well versus FaZe. I think their system matches really well versus LA Thieves. Same thing for Toronto Ultra. They like to set pace in Beans and Joe, and they have to go against the Boston Breach, who has been surging in that category as far as engagements go. So I think both of them might meet their match down in that elimination bracket.
We're going to a break. When we come back, we're sending more teams packing as we get down to the Final 4 on Championship Sunday. This is Major 2, live from Texas.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Take a sip of syrup now. Right? Oh, do I need to? Okay, all right, I can.
Okay, here we go.
Can I open? Am I strong enough to open this?
Yeah.
You can open it for me? I'm not strong enough.
Are you serious?
I need you.
Well, we got to take this
You're
off.
my work husband.
We got to take this off.
Oh,
Okay,
that helped. Now can I do it?
Yeah, probably. Go. Come on.
I can't do it, dude. Twist it, boy. I need to chug the syrup.
Is this guy serious right now?
Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it?
Not the headset, please.
Yeah!
Oh, God, what are you doing? Oh, my gosh, that was way too much.
We've got Inside on stage. That's delicious.
Okay.
Map number 1, I'm leaning towards Toronto. Oh, Joe, I think we have a gift for you. Oh, it's early Christmas.
I missed out on the whole Christmas memo. Did you guys send that one back?
Do you need a receipt?
I got the receipt over here.
Yeah, receipt. What's the return policy on this thing?
I think 24 hours.
Do I have to open this?
Yeah, you have to open it first.
I do?
Okay. Hello. This is weird. You look great. It's a brand new Maven. Yeah. They really got that on tight, huh?
Please, like, you're gonna check it, right? You're gonna check it. Oh, he looks one way. Envoy's on the other. The magic man continues. Envoy gets 2. Scrap gets another. It's all on Nasty 1v3. I promise you, he's in that corner. It's his corner. It's Envoy's corner. Oh my God! The pleasantries exchanged between squads. What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight. You look like an idiot. And I was
it's just a little too small, but it works.
I set up. I'm on the stairs. Nice. I'm looking you. Could be outer. Outer. Nice. 3v1. Nice, Joe. Oh, nice, baby. Oh, my God. I mean, I'm trying to scam it. They won't even kill me.
The 2025 Boston Breach Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to help you blend the competition. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest want to be like me. Cause I walk like a champion. Double helix, twist pedigree. Call me Red One, everybody gaga. For me, fame monster. Sasquatch posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live in Allen, Texas, and we have seen a Game 4 recently. Will we get to a Game 5? This could be the one. We've got the one and only Joey DeLuca, the original Joey D, about to witness the new Joey D in Search and Destroy. Let's start with Toronto Ultra. What makes this team special, or I guess potentially even dangerous to make a championship run here in Texas?
Well, they're a great 2-3-5 team, which is not great for Boston Breach at all coming into this matchup. And then so far they've been able to win some hard points here on land. But you heard it there from Kleenex. He has to be more of a vocal guy right now. Just more land experience under their belt, and that's a good thing for them.
Let's start with this Toronto Ultra lineup. You got Joe Deceives alongside Beans, but it's the mainstays of Kleenex and Insight that could be the difference maker in this series against Boston. Talk to me about the veterans, Allie. How long have these two been wearing the Toronto jersey?
It's been a couple of years. It's been a couple of years that they've been the mainstay of this roster, and it's weird because they add Beans and Joe, right? And that kind of overhauls their comms a little bit. We heard it from Kleenex in the interview where he's like, I've kind of had to step up and, give some of my opinions and kind of take control in some capacity because they're used to calm and collected, right? But this energy, it's pushed them to some of these top teams, and they need to keep it up because Insight had a great series earlier in the day. I've been hard on him, and I want to see it continue.
So Quiet Tobias is now taking charge. He is the dad over on Toronto. Who is that leader role on Boston Breach? Because Nameless, you've gone with this team with a number of predictions so far. You've had faith in them.
Yeah, I think in the respawns in a lot of moments, Purge, because he's the guy making those plays, so he can kind of see the map and direct the guys. Cammy, probably outside of the in-game stuff, is like the leader who can rally these guys. Obviously, he has the most championships. He's been here before. He knows how to make a deep run in a tournament. And then also, Cammy has teamed with Kleenex and Insight, right? So he knows them really well. So I'd imagine you know, he had a lot of input headed into this series. And remember, they played in this qualifier. It was a 2-3-5 that Toronto won. And like Joe said, just poses a real threat for Boston.
Toronto, Carolina, Atlanta, LA Thieves, feeling pretty comfortable at the top of our leaderboard. Boston, not so much.
Yeah.
You got to be in the top 8 if you want to make it to champs. You've got another opportunity to score 15 points with a top 4 finish. That would be 45 total for the event. Skyline, Protocol, and a double dose of Vault. Joey D, what are we thinking here?
I think that is a lot of strong maps for Ultra.
Yeah.
Right? You know, a couple of Skylines, the Vault Hardpoint, we saw them earlier today. Things boding well for them. And these are the teams that they have beaten all year long, right? It's a team's got a middle of the pack below them. We'll see, though, if Boston Breach in their Hardpoint can get us to another Game 5.
I don't know. I look at this and I think of the way the subs have been playing on both of these teams has been kind of lights out this weekend. It's going to be all on the ARs. It's going to be all on if we're going to continue what we've seen from Giga on the side of Boston Breach, and then same thing, if we can continue what we've gotten from Insight, I think that's going to be the battle.
I think I'm about to make it 8 picks in a row. Before we do that,
Wow. You're on
the
fire.
players that have been heating things up in Texas. We've got Beans, and surprisingly, we've got Awakening. Gigawake has been here this weekend. Can he stay in the game against Toronto?
Yeah, it's interesting. I just don't think Boston are good enough search and control team to beat Toronto. They have been so lights out, and even playing against Optic and that crowd, they're able to just get a clean win. So I still got Toronto taking it.
Allie, do you think it's those 2 players to watch?
As far as good goes, yes. I think Beans and Awakening, that is going to be a very good one-on-one matchup, especially the confidence that I feel like Beans has been exuding all weekend. We've kind of been missing that in the online qualifier. He's got a little bit of a swagger about him right now.
Toronto has not lost a game in the lower bracket. When it came to the winners bracket, after losing that first one to Cloud9, they folded 0-3. I don't think we get a Game 5, Joe, but I do think we get Toronto back into our top 4. Boston walks away with top 6 in my eyes.
I think if you looked at like this Ultra bracket, I don't know if you could like name 2 better teams to play. They've owned Optic in the qualifiers. Same thing here with Boston. Like they're just a very strong control and search team, and that's going to carry them through. Yeah, I'm going with Ultra.
Listen, I know I've been a Boston hater, I feel like, for a hot minute now, and it's not that. It's just they've been a little bit inconsistent for me, and I think in the way that they match up versus some of these teams, like, I don't know what to expect from them. If they come out and win this, you proved me wrong 100%. Congratulations to you, but I think I'm going to stick with Toronto Ultra in this series.
Turn it purple. Go ahead.
Yeah, if Boston have a lifeline, it's going to be through Snoopy. He went off in the hard points last time, like 33 plus in each of them. I just think Toronto are too strong right now. They're hitting their stride. I'm going with the Toronto Ultra to take this series.
Across the board, we have faith in Toronto. Boston already beat LA Thieves. It's time to dig deep and get another upset. Blaze, it's your show.
Thank you so much, Puckett. But now it's time to get this elimination matchup started. One team has to go home. It's time to find out who that's going to be. Coming to the stage first, show some love to the Boston Breach. We got Snoopy, Awakening, Cammy, and Purge, knowing that they need to leave it all on the stage, here in front of the fans in Texas and at home. Boston looking to make it to Sunday. Let them hear your voice.
Boston are in the losers bracket. Their backs against the wall, and they need points. They're a fringe top 8 team right now in the standings. This would be a massive win and upset for them to continue in this tournament. You're going to need Snoopy, your young star, to keep it up. He has been frying, but he's got to go up against Kleenex, and that's a tall task. Time to bring him out.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can get your tissues out and it won't be an issue, because here comes Kleenex and the Toronto Ultra. Beans, Joe Deceives, Insight, and Kleenex. Toronto with the strength of the North, knowing they can get anything done in Texas. Let them hear your voices, because Toronto Ultra ready to get it started.
The strength in the North is finding a stride down in the deep south heart of Texas. How ironic could that possibly be? This franchise has been considered top 4 for the past couple of years, and a squad that has been taking a lot of the big dogs to some really tough series. And it looks like they're finally looking to do it again. After a rough couple of weeks, we might be in for a banger. Let's get it started, Blaze.
I'm ready. It's a matchup for top 4. Who makes it to championship Sunday? It's a call to action. We got shift and study.
really compelling matchup here, flat out. I mean, yes, the map set does look like it does favor Toronto, maybe more so than it is Boston, but Boston beat LA Thieves. They went a nail-biting series against Vancouver. This feels like everyone's rooting for Boston in the venue as well. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Toronto sent the green wall home. They do not want these guys to continue in the tournament, but if you're Boston, just looking at the maps and modes, I don't think they did the best job when you talk about the vetoes, man.
It's so tough.
You give Toronto their best hard point. You give them 2 search and destroys where they're undefeated on.
Yeah.
And then you're playing a protocol control where it really doesn't matter what control you play for Toronto because Boston are so bad in that mode. So 4 out of the 5 maps are heavily in favor of Toronto. But so far this weekend, Boston have just been turning the heads of a lot of people. They have been playing fantastic. A really tight series versus Vancouver. Unfortunately, they fall short a couple little mishaps, especially in that Skyline S&D. If Cammy doesn't go with that team kill initially to start a round, you give one up for free, and then you lose 6-4. So Boston looked like they shaked off that loss walking through that tunnel.
Yeah, I agree so as well. I think the thing too is just like we have certain matchups where like the vetoes just don't mix well. And that's kind of what we have here. Like you take away the Hacienda from Boston, you don't want to play Toronto on red card, so you have to square up with them. You have to pick the Skyline Search, which, like you mentioned, has been so good for Toronto. So it's just one of those matchups that you feel like the vetoes just don't quite really mix all that well, and definitely gives a small edge to Toronto in terms of how the stats roll. But this Boston team has been different. That's the biggest thing about this, and it starts with this opening hard point. You got to come through. You have to shut down that man right there and see if you can find a way to go up 1-0 early in the series.
Yeah, the reason why this map is so strong for Ultra because everyone is just setting tremendously amount of pace. Like Insight whips out the SMG. He's able to run and gun with Jodeci's and Kleenex, and then Beans, you know he's always going to be the aggressive AR. They don't focus on rotations. They focus on being a team in towards the hard point and finding breaks when they need to. So Boston need to match that pace.
Here we go, Toronto, Boston. One of these 2 teams will make it to Sunday. And at the moment, it is Toronto looking like favorite again based off this series set. But can one of the SMGs for Boston turn up? We're about to find out. Can first 2 kills over the top of the hard point. Do not allow Toronto to actually stay in the hill whatsoever. That's a decent moment for Boston to just get themselves in control of the high ground and put themselves in the hill.
Yeah, but the spawns do flip now, so Ultra looking for their way in towards this P1. They find 3 initial kills, all 4 dead now. All of your focus is on the top side of Plat. So 20 seconds to fight for here at the opening HP. And if you're Boston, now we need to start developing on some routes because we don't want to be on the back foot for that P2.
And the last thing you want here is to allow Toronto to rotate well because they are the worst team in hardpoint in rotating, but they're so good and so efficient at staying in the hills, especially when it comes to their hold percentages. So you really have to put the stress on them on rotation to try to create some openings, and there we go, exactly as the doctor had ordered. Flip of the spawns come through, little push through patio for Toronto on the way, but Boston in the hill for now.
Oh, but Kleenex finds a double. Both those players from Boston are instantly going to spawn all the way across the map. The pressure is going to be here. The break is in for Ultra. Snoopy just trying to play his life towards the backside. The stun is able to connect. Not able to get anything done, but at least you stole a lot of time. Your teammates are right back in.
Yeah, really good stuff. You can be finding 2, keeping yourself alive, allowing Purge to come back into the play. And now it's Snoopy trying to hunt to see where these Toronto Ultra members are. Tough battle with Jodeci's, and that's 2 dead. Now all of a sudden Ultra looking to break on from multiple points of ingress. Cammy shooting down 1, turns, almost able to find the track down to Joe, but not quite, and Ultra will find a break.
Another clean break there from Ultra. It's a lot easier when you're finding kills in sync. 2 go down. You know you have the numbers advantage, but the rebreaks for Boston have been perfect. Purge works on in. He's able to find a double. Boston have a slim lead going in towards P3. Toronto cut their losses early off the rotation to new.
Good shutdown.
This is what you need to do if you're Boston. Keep on trading before that new hill pops.
Yep, Purge on the hunt. Hearing shots all around him. Can be able to find Kleenex inside the hill. Purge shut down. Snoopy, next one up. Seen immediately by Toronto, and that will be 3 dead. Last one left alive is Awakening on the cross through Hot Top. Nice shots from Joe to follow up with the team shots from his squad mates, and that's enough now for Toronto to get themselves very comfortable in this hill.
Yeah, now Boston are banking on some routes. Purge hits all the way through top. Cat drops his way into bedroom, and his teammates thankfully are finding kills around that mid-map area, so you just need to find a trade on the Joe. Able to shut him down off of that 5 streak. The break comes in for Boston, still a lot of time to fight for.
Kleenex in a little bit of trouble here. Boston still supplying support on this cross. A little bit of help from Cammy. He shuts down 1. Purge able to take care of Kleenex before he can get off the regen, and Beats will also be shut down. Now you can start to play through the hill and over to Nude inside though. Able to keep himself alive. Help on the way for Toronto. And a read from inside that Snoopy is still playing backside of P4. Toronto taking their focus purely on rotation, and Boston will really not have much effort to really deal with this unless Snoopy can finesse.
Oh, Snoopy already finds 1 kill, but Joe responds with 3 of his own, so 2-2 split right now. This player spawns right next to Insight, and that's due to just Snoopy finding that kill at that time, staying alive in that position.
There you go.
We look like Boston were going to lose this rotation. Snoopy makes another great play.
Beans trying to feel things out. Front side bedroom, able to find one. Joe another. That will clear off the hard point, but it's not enough for Ultra to try to push through. Spawns are actually out, though, because of this route from Kleenex, and he's able to find two. What an immediate flip that is for Ultra. A chance to get back into the driving seat.
Second best breaking team that we have on Skyline, and they have a lot of reps to show it. Just cannot allow these individuals to make these kind of plays. Purge sneaks his way through the back line. Now you have two players from Ultra spawning all the way across the map. Purge missed the Purge. He's having himself a moment.
Yeah, really good pickup as well on that pinch from Awakening to Cammy. Just turning and making sure the Toronto reinforcements are shut down at mid-pool. Really well done here by Boston. Keep their lead. Last 12 seconds also looking good as Toronto's largely trying to get themselves set up around P1. Joe Deceives down low, shut down from hitting the old time, and the follow-up from Purge, 4 in a row, 13-11 for him.
Oh, Purge is having a fantastic start to this game. If you're Ultra, you're the #1 holding team on Skyline, but multiple money hills you're instantly getting broken into. Setup's got to be better on this second half. A 40-point lead right now for Boston. Spawns a little bit scattered for Ultra, so they have a natural pinch going. They're going to find a break, but Purge on 5 in a row already earned himself the Hellstorm.
And he's looking for more. Purge over the top of the hot tub. Help from Cammy. Now they've got gym control. Toronto trying to fork on that, but no, not going to work out whatsoever. Insight are trying to jump into the pool, but nothing there either. And how about Boston? Looking really clean. Another 3 dead. They're going to get control of the hot tub and have a chance to move across the map.
The pacing is beautiful right now for Boston. You're sending these players on individual routes. They're clutching up on multiple one-on-one gunfights. Now a 60-point difference. Purge almost finds another double, but the teammates are still soaking up a lot of time here.
Yeah.
For Ultra, down by 70, you need this P2 to get back in this game.
And Kleenex off of his weird spawn, able to allow that to eliminate the player inside the hard point, but for the moment, Boston looking pretty comfortable on the scoreboard. Trying to break across as P2's about to open. Nice moment here as we jump to a breach. Listen in.
I don't see him. I'll work
Yeah, you can come.
Yeah, yo, back last flat, boys. Yo, two on the left, two on the left.
Yeah, watch out, you'll play, you know.
Take your time.
One back left last.
Top mid on me. Yeah, top mid, push you, Kleenex. Top mid, really, low piano. Low piano dead. Nice. He's sweet back left. Nice, yeah, in the back, Joe. He's low, go zip, or top piano. He's going last flat, guys. Yeah, keep in the back still, boys.
He's gonna be in the back, Joe.
Yeah, yo, he's on the left, he's in the back, Joe, in the back. Back steps, Joe Deceives. Back steps, Joe Deceives.
Take your time. Yeah, stay spawn there. Two glass. Go back left, he's gonna do it, I think. Or maybe catches.
Yeah, I don't know.
Top right, you see me.
Come on, top ult. Inside, we can ult, guys, okay? You want glass plat and on ult.
Top mid. Good try, pinch. Two.
You want Joe Deceives. You want Joe that. I'm one shot. Last guy's we mid, boys. I'm home there. I'm just looking. He's top mid. He's above me. He's across me. Top mid.
One shot.
Yeah, there's back side, boys. Just bang time.
Two. More pink fireplace on you.
Yeah. Their side, three their side, guys.
I'm going with you guys. Watch out. I was on top. Fireplace week 2.
Yeah, I'm Charlie left, guys. Nothing on the left. Don't see it. I'm back there, guys.
Watch out,
I'm getting top mid, guys. They can be their side. Yo, they can beat their side, bro. I have mid. Nothing mid. Bang in their side, boys. Bang in their side. Nice. One more close. Joe Deceives. Last guy. Nice, boys. Good fucking shot. Yes. Step Evans pinching, boys. I'm gonna help us get on time, okay?
Yeah, back up.
Yeah, try step, Joe.
He's back there.
Keep left, Jamie. Low bed, okay. I'm trying to get it. Yeah, push me nice.
Joe's in the hall. You guys are missing one close on you guys. I'm one shot to this guy.
Back right. Yeah, already back right, boys. Really weak. Okay, he dropped. You good. He's back right in the low push. He might jump. Nice.
No holes at all in the setup for Boston. They are absolutely on par when it comes to counting numbers, knowing who's missing, knowing where to get their trades, and it's leading to this 50-point game.
And look, even off the rotation, they are playing it to perfection. They know, all right, we lost that initial gunfight. Let's play a little bit safer. We clutch up on the second half with kills. And they're still maintaining the better side of the map. Finally, Ultra through bottom bed. Still a Hellstorm in the back pocket for Joe Deceives. You're not going to need it here. As Purge is going to invest his to just force all of Toronto indoors, and now you take the back.
Oh, absolute disaster. Clears out all the hit from the front. And now you know Awakening's playing on the backside of staircase. Nades and stuns moving their way forward. Beans has his gun up. Kleenex off the regen. And is that the lifeline that Toronto needed? One more player in the back of Snoopy. He will drop. That's essentially full time for Toronto. And we're going to have nearly a tie game as we rotate into the third set of hills.
Yeah, and Ultra, thankfully, Purge is gifted that one. Set up for a full 60 hold out of Money Hill. Now a 20-point difference. Last time it was Boston Breach soaking up a lot of this P one time, but Insight already catches a player crossing over towards that new HP. Ultra just need a couple kills in sync, but they lose 3.
It's all 4 down for the moment. Kleenex just have to wait. Teammates still spawning in good, and now Kleenex can make his move. Oh, and has he ever made a move? He's got Cammy weak inside the hard point. Can't quite finish off the kill. Tries to dive on forward, and there you go. That's 3 dead. 1 more to find. That's Snoopy up top, and he really can't challenge from this position, but still gets figured out. So a potential lead swap on the way. Boston maybe cuts their losses here, trying to play to the middle of the map, and that put pressures on Beans. He's got to watch this pinch play.
You can't really afford to give up this time, though. If you're Boston, you got to get him off of it. You know, Ultra already had that rotation over towards New. Beans is able to line up a double the other AR. Inside finds the other 2. So Ultra gonna be able to potentially soak with this final 10. They had the rotations to do, but this 2 times now at P2, where they're just allowing Boston to walk right through the front door. Setup needs to be better.
Well, so far, the feel of where the pressure is coming from has been pretty well received here by Toronto. And we're gonna get our lead swap right here, right now. Purge. Up close and personal to find Joe Deceives. Follow up, yep, it's there for Snoopy. So creates an opening towards the bottom side of this hard point. Spawns her out. Chance here for Boston. Snoopy finds another. Kleenex in trouble. Tries to jump off the elevator shaft. Finds himself one now back into the hill. He's got help nearby. This is absolutely massive. He can find one more kill, but no, not going to happen. Boston will get the flip.
Perfect break right there from Boston. A lot of time still to fight for. Just got to hold down on this first wave. Snoopy at 22 HP is just going to get on out. Teammates are able to pick it up for him. They're winning the trade fights, but Joey D and Mr. Beans at least still make it mixy, but Boston still holding.
Yeah, Toronto does not want to get rid of this time. They're going to try to challenge this Snoopy. Almost able to find 2. Instead, the break is in for the scrap. 15 seconds for Toronto. Focus down towards P3. Made difficult by this player over at Hot Tub. That's Beans with a sub in hand, of all things. Here comes the flood from the front. Cammy still tucked into a corner, looking for another, and Cammy's going to take down 2. We've got a tie game, and we rotate to Kitchen.
Boston to set up. Just don't allow Beans with the SMG to break you down. He's able to find a double through TVs. Puts the numbers in favor of Ultra. They take the numbers, they find a break. Boston got to work back in.
It's a straight square up. Joe trying to create space through mid. Seeing if he can find the way to maybe even move the spawns around, but his teammates inside the hard point are doing all the work for him at the moment. Boston cannot find a way to break through. This trophy system has been so significant to stopping Boston's utility. Now the reset. 225, 203. Boston have to find a way to contest.
And Purge gets nothing through that top hallway position, so now you know. We already watched the OE. All we have to do is put our focus on the front. Finally, Inside is going to get taken care of. But Ultra still have an opportunity to win it here. Another 4 dead. And Spawns flip. Boston got to go.
Oh, Joe's got the perfect read on this. That's 41 for him in the map on 4 in a row. Here's the final moment. Can anyone possibly get there to touch? It doesn't look likely for Boston. Someone's going to have to be a hero trying to dive forward. Cammy, can you get there? Can you try to touch in time? Joe Deceives on 5 in a row. A couple of the trades come through. Hardpoint goes neutral. Do they flip the spawns?
Oh my God.
Yes, they do. This is still doable. 205, 249. Toronto don't get in time to get the tick.
Setup needs to be perfect if you are Boston. All of Toronto approaching from that kitchen side. They're not going to be ready for it.
Do they have a read? Awakening? No, not the case. Here comes the full flood around the back. Do they line up for Red Cammy? No, not quite. You got to win this if you're Purge. Here comes the hit from the front. Purge only finds 1 in Toronto. They fall flood. They break. They get the final second, and they get map 1.
Boston gave themselves a shot right there at the ending of the game. You're able to flip those spawns. You're just not able to read where the pressure is coming in. You were putting a lot of focus on bedroom, a lot of focus through top plat. But 3 players from Ultra commit on the OE. They trade it out, flip you across the map, and then isolate onto Purge to close that one out. But just to rewind a little bit, Purge's Hellstorm is the difference in that entire game.
It really is, dude. It really is. It's such a feels bad moment because you're just trying to force everyone into that front closet, seeing if you can just trade them out, throw nades, throw stuns, but Hellstorm do Hellstorm things. But 45 and 29 for Joe Deceives, 36 non-traded, 5,100 damage. Mercy. Absolute takeover map for Joe. And a lot of it actually came after the first rotation was already done.
If you're Ultra, you're happy. You're still going to be dominant at Skyline. Not as clean as you wanted it to be because you were allowing Boston every single time they needed to break. Just walking through the front door. Everyone was playing fantastic, but as soon as that Hellstorm gets invested, you could just tell how that made such a big difference in the game. Ultra were down by 50. They hold down that P4 to only be down by 10. Then you keep it scattered the rest of the way. You dominate off the rotation towards P3 with Beans making a massive double kill with that SMG. And I thought if if I'm Boston, we were playing fantastic. Yeah. It's just that one mishap unfortunately cost you.
The other side of that is, while we were in the Boston listening, you kept hearing, Joe DeCease is here, Joe DeCease is there. Yeah. That was in that moment that he goes on 7 in a row, and it's just like they can't find him. He was just too slippery around the back. Spawns eventually moved, but yeah, unfortunately, that moment followed up by the Hellstorm was the door opening for Toronto in this comeback effort. Boston gave themselves a heck of a chance. It's just, as we started to get out of 2 and into 3, Toronto getting there first, getting their AR set up, allowing Joe to kind of float through mid-map, forcing those spawns to have to flood from the front is also another nice little micro moment that you look at and say, yeah, Toronto's playing great hardpoint right now.
That's crazy to say because Des touched on it. They most likely love to play the 2-3-5s. They're a phenomenal search and destroy team, one of the best that we have in the league. Been banking on their controls recently as well. But Boston, in my opinion, we're outclassing them that entire hardpoint.
They really were.
One mishap there. Again, just comes back to bite them. Now you're down on 1. You need to try to respond on a Skyline search or destroy where you did play it in your series previously. And there is that one round that stands out again. Yeah. You shoot yourself in the foot with Cammy finding that team to go with the knife. So now down 0-1, Boston needs to have those response in S&D.
You shake that off. That stuff happens. It's just one of those things.
Can't really shake it off in this moment.
Well, not in this moment, but back then you say, okay, we're still good. We're still chilling. We're still hanging. But still, I think there is a level of Toronto was able to finesse this map pool really nicely because you just take away their Hacienda search. You don't want to play Toronto on red card, so it forces you to have to pick your next best map, which happens to be one of Toronto's best maps, which is the Skyline coming up.
It's crazy because Toronto recently added this one to their map pool. They played it for the very first time in Major 2 qualifiers, all the way into Game 5. The second time we saw it was today versus Optic. You were able to clutch up, dominate that map, realize, okay, they're not taking any space over towards A. Let's just get the bomb down. The first 2 post plants, they'll go the best, but adjustments start to come on in. They were able to break them down with ease. It's got to be a tough one there if you are Boston. Got to be able to shake this one off. Skyline search and destroy is all of your focus here.
Yep, have to have it. And that's the other part about this is with their control being as poor as it is, this is a must-win map. Yep. You feel like you missed an opportunity in map number 1. You cannot let the same things happen here on Skyline for your second attempt on the day. So that's where the pressure point kind of starts to amount. We lock in, we get loaded up to go. Skyline once more, and then we'll have protocol for the control. And this is going to be one of those matchups that you look at and say, Boston, prove it. Like, can you get to Sunday? Can you show us that this roster is for real? And it's not just one of those that kind of has a flash in the pan type moment. Beat a major opponent, something they really haven't done all year. Except for the win versus Thieves.
Now to give yourself a little bit of a cushion in the points for champs. Extra 15 if you're able to walk away with this series. You're real tight in that top 8. This S&D, could it be bigger for the Breach squad? Snoopy, we saw him earlier on, just finding a lot of success being the aggressor over towards A. They're going to start off on the attack. And there's no trophy systems to work with. Let's instantly apply that pressure.
Yep, just cutting through mid-pool, right back onto the bomb. So you'll be working on the plan. Seen this a lot. Toronto, when we watch them play this map, do prefer to play for retake. They let the bomb go down a lot, but they also retake successfully a lot of this map. So what do they try to develop here with Joe DeCease trying to feel things out at mid? He's been found and isolated. Really good opening first blood, but it is traded. This perch drops at around the bomb site. So now here comes the next play forward, and CleanX gets the big win. Now CleanX looking for a possible defuse.
Now Toronto, no, they have no site control. They have to be setting up on a proper angle to watch it. Cammy at least gives up his positioning by finding that 1 kill. You're going to have someone on a defuse, but Awakening with the repositioning too good, 1v1.
It's forced this if you're in sight. Cammy on the other side. These two guys know each other pretty darn well. Does he check in time?
Oh my God.
I don't think he does. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get there in time.
That's demoralizing.
Yep.
That is absolutely demoralizing because 15 seconds, you're thinking, okay, I have a lot of time to work with. All I have to do is check at 7. But the instant hop there from Insight has so many big moments in Search and Destroy throughout his career. Massive cojones there to not chase for the kill, instantly hop to defuse, secure that round there for Ultra.
2 EU players who have a wide berth of experience with one another. And Insight just calls it perfectly. 31 HP, 1 bullet away was Cammy. So opening round goes to Toronto, now their time to attack.
Oh, that's good read. Perfect shoulder there from Insight, gains the early info. The stun is able to back them down. You don't want to have your bomb carrier potentially going to get isolated over towards A, but the entire time while all this action is going down, look at Kleenex.
Yeah, he's trying to play through the elevator. He's already on his way up. He's around the backside of the play. Oh, this could get nasty. Only finds the first. Is there a trade in the way? Yes, there is. That doesn't really do too much besides just open up some space at A for Toronto to work with.
You got Insight giving all the communication. He spots them all across their spawn. So Ultra just like, all right, we're not going to plant it at A. We're going to work our way over towards B. But now Insight potentially going to be isolated. Man advantage in favor of Boston. We got to get this bomb down.
Got to hold your life here if you're Beans. 2v3 situation. Bomb has not been planted yet. It doesn't happen often here on this B site, and that's the reason why. Wow. I love that re-rotation back from Boston, though. You get the trade onto the player through elevator shaft, and then you immediately flip the map again by trying to push through. Yes, it's scouted, but it's still difficult to deal with for Toronto.
Yeah, it's good stuff right there from Boston, because once they push on through, they don't commit to flank on the backside of bar. They take top plat. They're more than happy to have that mid-map control. So they're able to gain that info, isolate onto Insight, put them in a man advantage, and then obviously, you know, the play's not at A. We can start to slowly work our way over towards B. It was Purge. An individual play there to hit the zip, to win the one-on-one. Doesn't allow Ultra to even attempt that bomb plant, but all tied up at one. Boston looking to fix those mistakes that they made in round one, but Kleenex, the deciding factor, whips out the AR for the opening two.
Yeah, different look here from Toronto, just a full flood over through Piano. Snoopy's caught, nowhere to go. That's one of those blind counter rounds, and that's, I think, just generally Toronto knowing that Boston are not going to try to full flood you through kitchen. They're going to want to go through pool first.
And that's exactly what they did in their opening offense. So they said, okay, if you're going to do it again, this time we're going to be prepared for it. Pull out the proper guns for the battle. Kleenex opens up with the first two. Not a single player from Ultra drops on that round. All defenses so far on this skyline. Now, if you are Boston, I know the play initially to start it off was that top hallway control, but we really don't want Ultra to get this bomb planted.
Well, Toronto's just going to feel things back out over through pool again. Kleenex going to get really far forward as Boston will make the exchange by trying to get aggressive through vent this time. Bomb's already planted, though, and this post plant can rewrap this.
Yeah, now you're just banking on Purse to catch the timing on the pinch. Kleenex again with the flank, opens up the first kill. This time he has Beans for the assistance numbers in favor of Ultra. Beans again strikes on 3 in a row. 1v3 for Purge.
Man, nowhere to go. You just don't expect that two players are playing through that pinch through Piano side. You initially get the first and you say, okay, we traded him, we're good. Nope, Beans is there too. So Boston get caught. A little bit trying to counter what Toronto had done their first round, saying, you want to play through elevator shaft, we'll send someone down there as well, but this doesn't work out.
And that's the thing about Boston Search and Destroy that tends to give them a couple issues, is that round, you send out Purge instantly through underground. You're giving up the A site. You're trying to play for that mid-map control, but you don't even have players in that position. You were banking on what Purge can get done on a pinch, but then when you don't watch your own flanking, Kleenex opens up the first blood. Purge is completely irrelevant on the round, so Ultra up by 2 now. Back on the defense. Boston are trying to set the tone. Just plant the bomb immediately.
Yeah, able to push the defender off of the angle deep through this back patio position. Cammy going to voluntarily give away a little bit of space, but he's got to watch 2 things at once here. He actually does find 1. First blood through pool still goes the way of Toronto. Bomb planted 4v3.
Oh, finding that first blood makes this retake a whole lot easier, but Cammy with the heads-up route. Can his teammates try to stall out time? He's at least able to find one, but man advantage still Ultra.
Yeah, now they're trying to isolate. Cammy, nice double coming through, but he is traded away. Now it's down to Snoopy for the 1v2. One more to find to the corner. Yes! How about that for Snoop? Able to lock things down. A 3v4 post plant hold for Boston.
And that's such a heads-up play there from Cammy. He was able to spot Kleenex on the bottom side. Joe Deceives just gets a kill from top plat. So instead of getting isolated on the pinch, repositioning through top hall, drop down into gym allows you to find a double. You give enough time there for Snoopy to isolate on 1 gunfight and then snap for the second. Boston able to secure the round. Down by 1 now.
Yep. Massive play though from Snoop. There we go. Toronto going to show their own first really aggressive push on towards A, and it's just a messy one. Battles all over the place. Snoopy traded out. Still more to come though, and that's a nice little back and forth pinstripe kill. 50 go. Joe in trouble, but actually they able to lock the last shot onto Purge. So now it's just down to Awakening. He's already caught. Wow. Okay, that was as quick as you'd like, and that A hit just unfolds in favor of Toronto.
Yeah, that's one of those situations there. Like if you're Purge, you make it a 2v2. You found yourself an angle to potentially get on out, but One shot still committing on the gunfight. You knew that Kleenex was weak. Once you drop, put Awakening in a really tough situation there. As Toronto matched the pacing over at A, even though the first blood go in favor of Snoopy. Just able to out-trade a little bit better on that round. 2-round advantage again.
What's the call here if you're Boston? Right back to the same offense they'd pulled from before. Just make their way through pool. This time no one's watching the backside of Kitchen though, so you have to be worried about that. Stun nades come through. Purge trying to break a timing, and he will find Beans, who's often the island player on piano. That'll move the defense around a little bit, even though the trade comes through.
But with Purge making that aggressive play, you would want to get this objective down. He's now slowly working his way up through bottom gym. Joe gets the info, at least 2 players there, and he's able to walk away with 1. Now Awakening trapped in the corner. He should get isolated.
Yeah, I don't know what they thought they had the freedom to make that play happen. Joe just rotates back up top like he should after Beans drops. And now he's able to just lock them down. You also got Kleenex on your pinch. That was a little too eager, I would say, if you're Boston. You get the kill into Beans, you're thinking we can force it through there, but Joe is the rotate man. He's always been the pivot player in that situation.
I also think that round is done a lot sooner because if you're Purge, you already find yourself in a great position. We're trying to be Superman in that situation to catch that time and to catch them off guard because Kleenex has worked that pinch every single time. You got 1 kill, but you didn't really have a lot of map control to work with it. Objective couldn't go down. You force your teammates to start think about that rotation over towards B. But Toronto just trapped them. Yeah. Simple as that.
It's just you have to throw someone back if Beans falls. It's Joe, and he's just comfortable in that position playing from topside windows. So now 5-2 the count. Toronto have a lot of rounds to play with if they want to try something risky, which this might lead to it. Kleenex up and over. Yeah, there's 1 for free. No one's checking for it. Long range shots for 2, and not able to slip away from the trade, but it's done. It's over. Ultra just getting away with murder. Just throw a curveball because you're up 5-2, so why not try something weird?
Yeah, you can just do whatever the hell you want. Kleenex every single time you hit that pinch route, either through bottom gym or through underground, he was always finding an opening kill. Boston were just trying to stack their way through top mid because usually when you watch Ultra in their last series, it was all a lot of pressure from bottom bed, work your way with your stuns, plant the bomb immediately at A. But this time it was a slow approach, and that caught Boston off guard. A lot of players just getting isolated in some of these gunfights. Didn't have situations where they could play the man advantage correctly. But basically what we saw in the round number 1 is how Boston felt throughout that entire map. The Ninja Diffuse comes in for insight, and Ultra could do no wrong after that.
Yeah, it just didn't really feel like Boston was able to kind of adjust and adapt to what Toronto was throwing at them. A couple of rounds where you saw what Boston was attempting to do, sometimes blind countered, but mostly that play on offense where they're trying to push through pool. As soon as it gets countered the first time, didn't really feel like there was another plan.
Yeah.
So it just feels like, again, this Boston team is a little bit on the weaker side compared to some of our top squads that are out there in the 2, 3, and 5 in particular, and the 3 especially, which I'm sure is going to be talked about plenty on the desk. But after a barn burner map number 1, very convincing result for Toronto on map 2 as we head back to the desk.
After looking at this bracket, I think we should petition to remove halftime. There have been so many 3-0s. No one is coming back with more energy. Can Boston do it here, Merc? What have you seen through the opening 2 maps?
Well, not what you would want to see if you're a Boston fan. I mean, just losing map 1, that was sort of the key. They were in control early. They had, like a 50 to 60 point lead kind of below that. And you lose your hard point, and now, what the Tasters just talking about. They have just not been a great control team. One of the worst in the league, and you're down 0-2.
Let's take a look at Search and Destroy Alley because some big rounds, some clutches coming through. Snoopy with the 1v2 for Boston, but outside of that, it was Toronto's game.
Yeah, they went out with a whimper in this one to the side of Boston Breach. Toronto Ultra, I think the most impressive thing to me is I love the way they played this Search and Destroy. They kind of didn't really allow Boston Breach to get the bomb down very often as they are the worst retake team in the league. So what do? They found an open lane, and I've never seen a team play more confident when they get that lane, when they find the lane that's open. Toronto Ultra would find that open lane, and they just started sprinting. They just started sprinting to Boston Breach's spawn, which created this awkward situation where all these players kept getting isolated, and even when they tried to wrap back, they kept running into 2 Toronto Ultra players that were kind of wolfpacking around the map, and Boston Breach, there was just no adjustments that could be made throughout the entirety of this Search and Destroy.
Joe Deceives goes on another terror and Surge. Kleenex has has a great game. And what did you earn throughout this series?
I mean, yeah, just in that Search and Destroy, just so prepared. I mean, now they're 4-0 on Skyline S&D. They've added it to their map pool, and you got to go into these series thinking, like, that's just a map we can't play against them. They have so many different looks. You saw immediately, like, Insight with the Snake Defuse. After that, we're just going to all bang piano. There's no way you're getting it down at A without us finding that first kill. And now you start thinking in your head, where do I even go? I'm just going to play a little bit slower. They just kept Boston guessing the entire time. Toronto on point.
I just ran into Envoy backstage from LA Thieves. I was like, how is Envoy waiting here on a sack? Oh, yes, Boston beat them day one, Joe. Boston get back to that form moving forward. But first, let's take a look at how you lost game one. You were up by 40.
Man.
Score streaks. Nade Shot would have been raging if he owned Boston Breach.
I mean, Purge was the 5th man on the map for the side of Toronto Ultra. He accidentally takes out 2 of his teammates, and that allows an extra 20 seconds for Toronto Ultra to kind of put themselves back into this hard point. And from then on, it was just a really good rotation off of that P2. They ended up getting broke there, but then it's just a picture-perfect P4 to close out this series. Unfortunate for the side of Boston.
The reason they're so dominant at this map is because Toronto is the best, like, P1 into P2 team in the league. They get so much time on that P1, and they just put you in a blender. Teams have to start realizing that and just trying to flip the map.
Texas, I saw a few yawns out there. Get some caffeine and let's get fired up because there's not many matches left. You can see at the bottom of your screen, we are currently finding out who powers into the top 4. Ultra, 1 map away, and we still have a banger to go tonight, Joe.
No, we do. I mean, listen, no one just really thought the bracket was going to play out this way, and this is just what happens when you have some early upsets. I mean, you know, Ultra, you know, they get some key wins here, but a lot of people thought maybe we'd see FaZe, LA Thieves earlier in the winners bracket final. We don't. Or so you're going to have FaZe versus Surge tomorrow. The next one should be a banger. Like, if we're going to have a game 5, it should be between Cloud9 and LA Thieves.
Oh, yeah.
Shift, I just walked by a fan who hasn't changed his Boston jersey in 3 days. Give him hope. How's he get it done?
Well, I don't know. Can't really build out too much hope, unfortunately, because the control hasn't been great. Jay, you did say, though, when we were kind of looking at the statistics, it's odd because as we go to this next map, Boston's offense has been good on the control. Their defense hasn't been so good.
I don't know how that makes sense.
Me neither.
Because usually on all these control maps, you prefer the defensive side. But for some reason in Boston's sense, they can't figure it out on defense. They get outslayed on defense. That's a big problem. You can't really find pacing. You're allowing a lot of segments to get away from you. And now you're 5-15 in total so far on the season in this game mode. This is going to be a tough one. Yeah, this is really going to be tough.
Just got to get a lockdown breakdown. Break off, rather, I should say, when you're on the defensive side. Get a couple of kills. Just don't get too crazy with it. I think that's the other side of the problem here when it comes to watching Boston on control. It's like one player on defense will get to a good spot. Yeah. And instead of just like controlling the spawns, manipulating the map, they're trying to find kills, and they just get instantly traded, and that pressure is immediately alleviated. So that's maybe one of the things that you look at Boston saying, like, we don't have to be world starring everybody. Let's just, force them to be in the worst position possible.
Yeah, we don't have the overheat. Like, that's the perfect terminology there. And I feel like the player that I'm talking about for Boston that usually finds himself in that situation is Purge. If you find yourself in a great position, play your corners, play your timings, pull up the back button to see what time they're coming off of the respawn so you can set up on that repitch. But just don't give up your life for free here because Kleenex and Joe DeCease played this map earlier today and they were just so annoying to play against. Backs against the wall, though, sometimes when you play your best Call of Duty, it has to start now for Boston.
Absolutely does. And it needs to be all 4 members as well. Let's put that into the world of possibility. Because so far, it really has been kind of individual star performances with a small supporting cast when Boston has gotten through the bracket that they had to this point. So, see if all 4 could step up in this particular moment and try to slow down this Toronto team that, like you mentioned, had ran through Optic earlier today on this map mode combination. Here we go, Protocol Control looking for the reverse sweep for Boston. Otherwise, Toronto find themselves in a very convincing spot, moving their way into Sunday. See how things go. Boston on the opening attack.
Yeah, the break off already for Boston is approaching over towards this B Street side, but 2 gunfights don't initially go their way. B's knows it's been a little bit too quiet. Let me just watch my zip flank, and that's already 4 dead.
And that's just one of those offensive rounds where Boston's just trying to create something weird. Yeah. And it just doesn't happen because Toronto, they clear out mid, and then you have to watch for your pinch. Now they're in your spawn. Beans holding over towards helicopter side while Boston will create an exit from their spawn for the time being. Snoopy looking for the same route, different result, and he will find it.
He's gonna find some kills on this pinch. Hopefully your teammates able to eliminate those players over towards Heli. You go 3 for 1, make it 4 for 1. So game clock now going to be paused. You have made up for it in the lives remaining as well, and look at how aggressive Snoopy is.
And this is that moment where Snoopy just needs to hold this position, continue to force Ultra to spawn all the way at the top so your teammates only have to watch mid-ledge or the long route around the back. First tick is in. They did not stack it. It's only just the 1 tick for now. Toronto's now working their way around the back. Awakening trying to clean up over towards Gun. Not quite able to finish off the last bullet. Maybe Snoopy there for the follow-up on the damage, and the second tick of progress will be locked.
Yeah, but just leaving only 1 player on that A point is still giving opportunities for Toronto Ultra to find these breaks the entire time. Beans is just being a nuisance behind enemy lines. He was able to find 1 kill, pull the focus from Boston Breach coming off the respawn. Everybody else from Ultra retake through the middle of the map. So second segment does get locked, but 25 seconds to go.
Oh, Joe gets caught. Trying to play a little bit further forward. Beans Kleenex following up behind that. 22 seconds on the clock now. And Boston will have maybe 1 more chance to try to touch this. And it's Cammy for now, but he's immediately taken off the Hardpoint. So you've got Purge on one side of the map just trying to move the Toronto defense around, but it's just not working at all. And Boston may have lost their window of opportunity as they only have 10 seconds to get back to a point.
Oh, it's a big kill, though, from Awakening. Take down Beans. You find 3 in sync now. Just got to take care of Kleenex on the pinch. They should find themselves in a position to extend the game clock, but instead of stacking, we're trying to fight these difficult gunfights. Now Cammy left to try to be Superman. Unfortunately, he gets isolated. 8 seconds left to go. Final push here for Boston.
Yeah, Beans is still on point. Beans is still on point. He's got himself 2. The pistol just to be bold, stunned to try to slow things down and get himself a reload. Up and over. Kleenex there for the help, and Boston can't get back to the zone. It's another one of those moments. This is what I was just talking about, where it's like Snoopy puts himself in a good spot beyond the A zone. No one's stacking, and we're letting them get the overextension?
That can't happen, man.
Can't.
You get all 4 dead. You know that they have to work their way around tower, or at least put someone in a position to watch that overextension if that's the way you're going to play.
Yeah, if we're not going to stack it, you have to watch the pinch through that plays.
But now you only have 2 segments if you are Boston. Before the map started, I said they prefer the attacking side rather than the defensive side. But Ultra, up 1-0, couple trophy systems to work with. Boston Breach, the break-off needs to be better.
Yeah. Just such a missed opportunity, man. Cammy good first and second blood over through sidewalk. Joe Deceives gets at least some sort of a trade with the Semtex, but largely speaking, Toronto's Ultra offense has been completely stalled out, and you've got Snoopy trying to play around the backside of your spawn.
Yeah, the good thing is, though, you still have insight in towards 10. Just keeping that power position. Not going to allow the SMGs to get lost, but it's already been 30 seconds wiped off the game clock. Big read right there to inside to pick up the player on the pinch. Game clock now paused with some progression slowly working its way up towards A. Just got to eliminate Cammy because he's going on a route.
Yeah. Contest is in, at least for a small moment. First tick of progress about to be locked in. Secondary focus now for Boston, trying to get Joe out of the point. He's got so much help, though, through the middle of the map. That's Kleenex right there behind him, trying to make his way over toward the Boston side of the map as Insight finds under the elimination, and now you can finish off this first tick, if not more, at the A zone.
And every single time Ultra are hopping on this 8 point, both players who are usually playing around 10, they are putting themselves in angles to instantly watch that pinch. Second segment should be locked unless Snoopy has anything to say about it. No, he's going to get taken down by Insight. But Ultra down by 1 life. A lot of map pressure here from Boston. You got to find kills.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. Just look at the exact difference that when Boston were here versus when Ultra were here. Boston trying to hit the same long route, but Toronto aware of it, setting themselves up to deal with that pinch, and then as soon as you find that player on the extension, then you can take all your focus forward. They get the extra 60 seconds, pardon me, and we have now a 17 plays 17.
Already 2 kills go in favor of the squad in purple. Insight trying to line up a couple more, at least has the info. Both players are weak, trying to send in Kleenex to finish it out, but he was peppering both of those guys. Now Boston have a little bit of pressure through their spawn. They just need to stall out time.
Purge only finds 1. And middle of the map, Insight now can start to make the play over towards Staircase. You've cleaned out all the way through Gun. Trophy system down. Insight going to zone a little bit further forward. Clock stops at a minute 17. 2 life advantage for Ultra. Here comes the rebreak attempt, but it's really only a couple of members. Awakening finds 1, but that is not enough. Now you can stack it up, find at least a second, if not more. And Boston will have to try to flood this largely through tower side. Cammy's got to find an opener. Not going to happen. The stack is good. Toronto up 2-0.
Just too clean right there from Ultra on their approach. You have 1 player on that A point, but realistically, every single player from Ultra are in that play.
Yeah.
You're dominating your top 3 presence. You're making sure your flanks are being watched. And then when Boston are finding themselves in good positions, only taking 1 kill and then dying is realistically doing absolutely nothing for you. So now backs completely against the wall. Down 0-2 in the series. Down 0-2 in the control. Boston looking for a spark.
Yeah. And on the other side, I know we're coming across like disappointed dads watching this Boston team right now in control, but Toronto's playing pretty damn well. Terrifying stuff. Nice opener from Cammy, shuts down Beans up top, but once again, here's the push through for Toronto, trying to work their way in towards Tin. Insight held at least somewhat at bay at mid-gun. Cammy's still stacking on for the first tick of progress, and they do shut down Kleenex. Here's a good moment here for Breach.
Fantastic moment here for Breach, but Purge, unfortunately, with the team kill, not going to make a difference. Clean 4 dead. Second segment should be guaranteed. They actually, realistically, should be able to extend this game.
Yes, they
all
should.
of Ultra spawn over towards tower. The nades don't connect. They have no chance at breaking. Now after Ultra, win a couple gunfights on the 08. Let's just get into this ball. All's mayhem.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those moments for Ultra. You're trying to get the same thing developed that you had from the first defense. You're trying to work around, but you meet resistance this time. So you chalk it up. You just look for exit kills. That works out well, but they don't account for Awakening, who's made his way through field and now onto B point. Trades back and forth over towards Lockers, and a huge win from Cammy. Now 3 in a row, and that first tick at B starts to come through looking nice.
And now all of Ultra are coming off the respawn. So Cammy, your job is to just watch this mid-map. OE, unfortunately, gets a bad timing there. Have both of those players one shot, and now it's the last man standing in Awakening. He's trying to dance with death, unfortunately. He is going to get taken down. Now all of Boston coming off the respawn. They have a lot of time to work with. You just need to take your time.
Yeah, 2 life advantage, though, for the defense of Toronto. And you're starting to develop a couple of routes that Ultra can use to get around behind you. Whoa, hi, how are you? Snoopy shakes hands with Beans for a moment, and now you've got a chance to play around the backside of the Ultra spawns, but Veto shuts that down. Still now a 3 life advantage, and it's just a mess. It's just 1v1s all over the map.
And this is how Ultra prefer to play. Find a lot of one-on-one gunfights, put ourselves in a powerful position to win them. 2-2 split again. You know that Cammy's the only player on this B point. You're spawning so far if you're Boston that you're able to come back and help yourself in the play. But 13v9, Boston don't really have a lot of opportunities left.
Yeah, Ultra just collapses on it. They have so much control of the map that as soon as they start to see a vulnerability, they can just snap onto it really quickly. 11v7, make that worse. 11v6 as Cammy now trying to find a trade through middle of this PC position at P4. It's Kleenex trying to battle with him, and he'll get the better of him. So now it's just down to last chance saloon here for Boston. Only 1 respawn remaining, and that is now just down to the last 3 lives as Toronto just are not letting them get out of spawn.
Yeah, you still got Beans roaming. He's not going to be able to get a kill, but 10v2. Toronto are going to be able to lock this one up unless an absolute miracle happens.
Yeah.
Boston Breach, unfortunately, are going home.
Yep. The Cinderella story ends at the hands of Toronto Ultra. Still, though, for Boston, that's a heck of a tournament for you. You come out hot, you take down Thieves in a absolute stunner. You're battling tooth and nail with a really tough Vancouver team. It almost puts you in the winners' finals. But then you have to come immediately bounce back. You find yourself against a red-hot Toronto team that's just looking really, really polished. And again, you know, we look back at the bracket at some point, you're going to see that Toronto lost 0-3 to Cloud9, but that could have been a 3-0 the other way. I mean, that was one of the tightest series you've had this weekend at this point, so Toronto's feeling nice.
Oh, man, after the first day mishap, Toronto are undefeated on maps, 9-0 through the losers bracket, making everything look really, really easy, especially their search and destroys and their controls.
Yeah.
But you gotta feel for Boston, man, because that map number 1 was truly the deciding factor to how the series was gonna go. The mishap with the Hellstorm was the reason why you let that one go. Then the S&D, you just get funneled. The control, you haven't been good at it all season. Just a tough one to match up against this squad.
Just a couple of flukes, a couple of follies, a couple of mistakes, and I think just kind of watch them in control on the weekend. Some very significant work that needs to be thrown into that mode in particular, the attention to detail and just kind of knowing what our protocols are as we start to falter and break down. That has to be locked in because the top teams in the league are starting to really grow a divide, I think, in that game mode in particular. So a decent effort for Boston, but Toronto looking really solid, really polished, a 3-0 here. Really solid on both sides of the control zone as well. I mean, there's not a single stat line you can point to and say, you wish that was better. I mean, that was perfect.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that, man. The S&D was dominant. The protocol control was dominant. Toronto Ultra, at least at Major 1, couldn't even win a series.
Yeah.
They were always that 2-3-5 team, but you had a couple hard points. Now you find yourself in towards top 4, and you keep on going until Championship Sunday.
Looking good. They make their way into Sunday with a chance to possibly start to really tackle some of the top teams that are out there. But Blaze is on stage with Joe Deceives to give us our final thoughts as we head into the last series of the evening.
Thank you so much, Shift and Study Texas. Give a warm congratulations to the Toronto Ultra as they make it to Championship Sunday. I got Silverback Joe with me on the main stage. And Joe, how does it feel to make it to Sunday here?
I mean, it feels great. Obviously, last time we got top 6, lost to Carolina. So to be back on a Sunday, it's gonna be my first one in like a CDL major. It's great.
Man, are you guys excited to see Joe on a Sunday? I know I am, okay, as a fan. Now, you know, you're going to be up in there. Talk to me about Kleenex, man. When I see you two running around the map together, sometimes like y'all can't be stopped. What's y'all flow like looking like right now? The little flow state y'all hitting.
I mean, even from playing Toby in like past years, I mean, he's the best sub in the game. I can say that with my full heart. I would never lie.
I don't consider you a liar, Joe, okay? And it backs up there in the gameplay. Now, this was quick. We don't know who you're going to be playing next in your next matchup, but I'm pretty sure it don't matter for y'all, okay? Because with the strength of the North here in Texas and the strength of the North at home, I know you guys feel like y'all could do anything. So what do you want to tell the fans out there that's supporting y'all?
I mean, thank you guys for supporting us. I mean, I genuinely appreciate it. I see it on my socials, at the events. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
That does it for me and Joe here on the main stage. Chris, take us away.
Joe Deceives with a big chain and some big digits. Love to see the Silverback crushing here in Texas. Welcome back, everybody. We have the one and only Joey D, the original.
Still weird.
Now
Still weird.
Now Joseph, original Joseph.
All right, that's fine.
9-0 now for Toronto in this losers bracket. They have not dropped a map. Have you ever been on a team that's made a run through a losers bracket, Joe?
I mean, yeah, of course, a couple of times, but like honestly, they haven't even been tested. Like this is a team. They have beaten these teams online. Where have they struggled? It's against the elite. And the way that the bracket has played out, they just haven't played one of the elite so far. But you can only control what you can control. They're taking care of business right now. They're winning these in very comfortable fashion. They're starting to clutch on up, and I mean, they've kind of talked about it. It's just every single match on the stage with Beans, with Joe Deceives, they're getting better and better. We'll see if they can cause some upsets tomorrow.
Too early to call them Envy from Call of Duty Ghost.
Just a little, yeah.
Okay, a little bit early. A little bit early.
A little before my time. I'm just going to agree with the rest of it.
Sure, Ali. Nameless, what do you see here?
I mean, I think I'm seeing a Toronto Ultra team that's evolving, getting way more confident, obviously on land. You're seeing like the Hardpoint just so much improved. Like all season long, it's been the Search that has gotten them through a lot of series. And to Joe's point, they have handled all the teams that have been below them in the standings, but they're handing them 3-0s now, right? And they have 2 Search Destroy maps where they're undefeated on, so in the vetoes it becomes very difficult. And now that they're winning HPs, this is a team that I can absolutely see make it all the way to a final. Joe Deceives looks comfortable. Kleenex is back to super prying. I mean, he has almost 30 in this control. That was a 3-round win. So this is a team that is scary.
They're a number 2 seed and a number 3 seed throughout our first 2 majors. They've been crushing the qualifiers on a consistent basis. How far can they go in this tournament? They are now officially locked in to our final 4. Let's take a look at the bracket here, Merc.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right there, right? 3 3-0s in a row, all the way down low. And on the Boston side, it's like you get a top 6. That's great for CDL points. But when you upset Thieves in a 3-1 fashion the way they did, you're hoping for a bit more of a run, right? And that's just, they drop down after losing a Surge, and then they get 3-0'd. Again, I think you just look back to that map number 1. If they're able to pull that out, maybe we have a series, but they don't.
Not to be a hater, but I don't know. I really still want to see Toronto Ultra go against a top 4 team and see what they're made of, because I don't think I'm convinced just yet.
Would you call Cloud9 a top 4 team?
If they make it to that match, absolutely.
Okay, well, up next, we find out who they'll play in the next round of the elimination bracket. It'll either be Cloud9 or LA Thieves. Stay tuned. This is Major 2.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Bro, this thick as hell.
Get back there. White car, sell him. On the black car, one shot, sell them. Shit on you fucking idiot. Pillar, mid pillar. Mid pillar dead. Not playing, he's running that. He just got fucking shit on in finals for 5K. No, core, no, that car right now. The fuck up, get a haircut. Midnight. Come on now. Come the fuck on. Who's fucking with me? That's every single year. That's Zuma's tournament every single fucking year. Give me that 3P. I'll fucking out of here.
Yeah, Scrap, you want the Twitter me, big dog.
I'm fucking tweeting it.
Yeah, come on.
In cubby, I'm Sean. Stay up, bro. Man. Nice, man. Stay down. Just lay it. Live. I can help. I can hold the front. You're good. Stay down. Stay down now. Already front.
Let's get in time. Bust up that.
Absolute front.
London. Nice.
Boys, holy
That P5 was so me neither. That P5 was
No.
What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real. Ruthless aggression. Another on stairs. Can't get it. It's Kremp with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come. Finds the first. Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mio, how has he done that?
Different spot. Trying for a different spot. Oh no! Wrap it up, Chuckleberry Finn! I bet you're having a great time!
Weak.
One shot low. Nice.
Rug was weak. He was weak. I'm just holding the iron. I couldn't get him. He's one off a streak, Teach. He's working bomb quick. He's playing confident.
You saw him. You can't get on till 8.
Oh, frag.
Wait, what?
Alright, we gotta regain. He's one off a streak. Come on, Teach. Let's go.
All good.
He's one off a streak.
Ain't no other frag on, bro.
All good.
Did you? The 2025 Cloud9 New York Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this kitty weapon charm to keep you company while the competition gets smoked. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say nah, for real. So I say
spawns, make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
Texas makes some noise. We're about to find out who powers into the top 4. LA Thieves have their hands full after getting knocked down by Boston into the lower bracket. They've stayed alive, but now they have their toughest opponent yet. Cloud9, 3-0 in Carolina to open up this weekend. Let's talk, or Toronto rather. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup and how these two teams got here, Jay, because as you see in the bracket, it's been a lot of 3-0s and 3-1s.
Yeah, I've been a part of 5 3-0s, 15-0 in map count. I'm banking for a map number 4 eventually, but both of these squads have been tested. For LA Thieves, you start off versus Boston, you fall short, you make your run through losers bracket in the opposite side for Cloud9. An unfortunate series versus Atlanta, but you're looking for the bounce back here.
Before we dive in deeper, big shout out to our stats wizards behind the scenes. We have an updated standings, and what did we see? Well, Boston, with their performance here at Major 2, have jumped to 110 points. They tie Optic Texas currently in 7th, and you can see there is some disparity now from Vancouver Surge, who's guaranteed some serious points this weekend at 170 in 5th.
Yeah, it feels like nobody's coming close to LA Thieves or Atlanta FaZe right now, right? Like we have a few top teams. I feel like there's 4 teams kind of in a bubble that like can sort of contest them, but nobody's really gotten too many wins. And Jay, I remember there was a time where you and Alan literally couldn't get away from game 5.
Yeah, right.
You should be happy for a little bit of a break.
Hell
Just
no.
take a breather, man.
I want a game 4. Please, tomorrow. Can I have my last series?
Don't know if it happens in this series. Let's take a look here at our squad, starting with the Thieves. They entered with a 7-0 record. Got shocked in 2 hard points by Boston, their best game mode. Now they're looking to make that losers bracket run. Cloud9's in their way.
Yeah, Cloud9 is in their way, and it's a tough opponent. I mean, they played each other online and went to a game 4, Jay, so maybe we get one here. But when you think about this Thieves team, once they got into the losers bracket, after a couple games, they just looked so comfortable. I mean, Hydra was back. They ran through Carolina in record speed, right? So in this matchup versus Cloud9, it's going to be a little bit more difficult as Cloud9 been surging lately.
Jay, let's talk about that New York squad. As a man in the Bronx, it hasn't been the best times, but this stage has looked way better than Major number 1. What have you seen from Cloud9?
A lot more consistency from every single player. They've figured it out in hard points. They love Hacienda, basically everything, and their Search and Destroy is also a lot more consistent. You were not really banking on Kremp to be your sole guy to get these rounds done. They have figured it out. It's just a tough series versus Atlanta early on, losing both those hard points. We already saw LA Thieves can bleed, but I think it has to be in that opening HP. You gotta make them feel uncomfortable.
Kremp's been playing with a ton of confidence. You saw him yelling at his opponents at the end of some Search and Destroys. Ali, I think we got to put eyes on that man, though. Sib has been walking around backstage in just his white tee. The man doesn't put on his jersey until he's forced to walk out on stage. Yeah. He is vibing in this venue. He's been one of the best ARs if you've been looking at the numbers from the last 3 weeks.
And he has to be for this team. The second that Sib starts to slow down is when I feel like this team's gonna crumble and fall apart, because we saw from their series earlier, Attach had a slower one. They were still keeping it competitive, but it was still, okay, he would start them. Okay.
He got deep fried.
I wasn't trying to say it, but I mean, you
tossed.
can say it if you want to say it. The only issue for Cloud9 in this series is their map pool and hardpoint is going to hurt them going up against the LA Thieves, because they've been working in that game mode. They're strong in S&D, they're strong in control, but they have very few that they can go toe-to-toe in LA Thieves when it comes to those 1 and 4s.
A 1.58 for Sib, a 1.35 for Scrap. Expect those numbers to even out around a 1.02. Let's take a look here at our maps and modes. Will it be a fair fight? Hacienda, Skyline, and Protocol are first 3. Jay, you're nodding in agreement.
I like it, because if you're C9, you're happy as hell to see the Hacienda to start this off, and also the Hacienda to close this one out. The ball hardpoint is good, but the Proto control is also a bread and butter. So
looks good for C9.
A square up. Yeah, this is a good one.
It's a straight up square up. I mean, we know LA Thieves will put a ton of work in on that Skyline. Hasi, Kremp's going to be going around the water, making plays if we get to a game 5. But yeah, the hardpoint's, like you said, Jay, a straight square up. I think we got a banger on our hands, guys.
Yeah.
It's pick'em time, and I'll go ahead and say it first. I'll take the number 1 seed in the tournament, the LA Thieves, over Cloud9, Jay.
I'm going to go the opposite. I think I'm going to go C9 here. Just looking at those maps, it gives me a lot more confidence. To start off on that opening Hasi, I feel like every time I watch them on that map, they lose by 10 points. Let's just fix our P2s and we're okay.
MP4. Like, just lock them down.
Rally Cat?
Oh man, after seeing those maps, I low-key want to go Cloud9, but I'm scared to go 2 behind you, Chris, just a little bit. I'm going to stick with LA Thieves.
Smart, follow me. Ant?
Whew, they destroyed Carolina. LA Thieves are terrifying. I got them taking this one, but I don't think it'll be easy.
It'll be 4 or 5
Strap
for sure.
in, because I do believe we get our first game 5.
Texas makes some noise. We have 5 teams left, but only room for 4. Let's send it to the stage with Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris, and I'm ready to get up into this matchup. No fluff, all fire. But Texas, can you guys give me everything you got for this last series? The first squad coming to the stage from the West. Get ready for the LA Thieves! We got Scrap, Hydra, Envoy, and Ghosty. Looking to give it everything they got for the fans. Looking to take it all, take everything, and take it back to the compound.
Man, what a star-studded roster. They find themselves in the loser's bracket, and they got to go through Cloud9. I'm looking at Hydra. He's going up against his ex-teammate in Civ. You know he wants to put him down. Hydra's been frying lately, but you got to also look out for Scrap. Looking good in them shades.
We'll see if they can do it, but now it's time to bring out their opponents as we light the stage up blue. Get ready, because here comes Cloud9 New York! Crip, Mac, Civ, and Attach, knowing that they got to give it everything they got to clap back. They know they can take down the Thieves. They know they can make it to Sunday. But do you believe in them? It's time.
A team that was staring down the barrel of a blow-it-up goal is now looking to go into the top 4, playing for a Sunday at Major 2. It has been an insane turnaround for this Cloud9 squad, and even more impressive if they can go up against this #1 seed. Both these teams on a heater, and we're gonna end the night with a banger, Guy.
It's gonna be an absolutely amazing match, and as I said, Texas, give us everything you got. We got Miles and Chance on the mic.
Once more, team, one more series to close out the night, and it could be a great one. It could be a 3-0. We've just got to watch and find out. That goes for us as well. Chance, how are we feeling, man? 2 teams who are on heaters. C9 take a beating from FaZe. You feeling mean? They feeling angry?
Well, listen, I mean, if your gun is ever going to get warm playing against Atlanta FaZe, we'll get you to that mark and margin. They're going to force you to be your best. So the series might not have gone how they wanted it, but you get a chance at another top team in the game. And look, man, you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. LA Thieves in that mark, C9, you know they're bringing the ferocity, you know accuracy. Their new coach has them locked in and ready to go. It is a square up in the map set, right from the Hacienda to Hardpoint. It is 2 of the very best teams getting after it.
I had a brief moment to catch up with some of the coaching staff of the LA Thieves, and there was 3 words that best described, you know, the approach they're taking to this match. It was trust, it was action, and it is absolutely intensity. So we'll find out if they can bring that to start things off. Because their first day was not good. They did lose out to Boston, who have placed 5th through 6th, and they could be joining them depending on how well this series goes. We'll see if they can bring those 3 modes. Again, I'm not going to say exactly what they said, because it was absolutely not safe for the internet, and that's saying a lot, but we'll see how the Thieves go. Top tier team coming into this one, high expectations, high pressure, not only from their fans, from themselves, the entire org. Let's get it.
Yeah, and I think the Thieves are going to be the team that we're going to pay attention to early on, just because they came out so flat. We have been accustomed to listening to this squad, having some of the best comms in the game, and then they go into the first series against Boston. They did not sound like themselves. The second listening we did with the team, similar kind of vibes, moments of silence for the human UAV, not getting as active as we would want them to, and I think that is really sold the story so far for this team. It's Saturday. It is elimination. You're still trying to just make sure you can get to that championship Sunday. You cannot afford to start out slow. You cannot afford to lack any energy.
Not on a Hacienda. And again, that Vault Hardpoint for map 4 as well. You have got to be bringing your A game. It has got to be hot out of the gates. LA Thieves, a top tier team coming into this one. How intense will they be? Let's go for a quick listen in with the Thieves.
Left one bullet. He's going you. Open sim. One you. Open sim.
Challenge through. On the waterfall right now, Scrap.
It's 1v2. I'm gonna come
yeah, right
open. Open. I'm with you. He's that's not open. That's not open. One bullet. Alright, top close. Top close. One on top. Dante, that's open.
He's still there.
I think
Spiral the knife. Gonna be close as well. Nice. Time.
On time. Use that time.
Close
Use that
well.
time.
Close one shot. Absolute.
Use that time.
Nice. Last guy in secret. In secret.
Where? Tim.
Yeah, one Tim. Yeah, Tim.
It's close.
Well.
Close
Three
up
going
that.
new. Two going new already.
Two going new. Let's go.
Play old, boys. Play old.
Arnold.
Nice.
One, two, this one. I'm flying secret. I'm trying to spot him out.
Yeah, he's gonna be above you, Spiral. He's left side. Left side.
Left side. Shit on.
Cramping you.
Last guy new.
Last guy.
Come inside.
Side. Half health. Half health.
Two spotted, guys. Two spotted. What's he doing?
So we're back in time.
One shot shit on.
Nice. I spawned
It
back.
could be close side. It could be close side already.
Nice.
Follow me this. I'm just buying
Could be well. Could be well.
Yeah, I'm just buying time and time. Could be my close side.
Watch your side. Yeah, in the back. Already deep back.
Yeah.
I'm playing close side. That's it. Deep back is weak as fuck.
Dead end. One's close lobby at me.
Follow me then.
Nice. Follow.
One front.
One shot. Then
Last
back.
guy front. One bullet. I can't chop. I have your front. I'm just laying down. Good job, guys.
I spawned well.
Bait Tommy. Guy front. Yeah.
I see him.
He could be in the water. I don't see him. I'm gonna look water now. I'm looking water now. I don't see anything.
Go.
You're one well. I gotta hold well.
I think I don't see front.
Well.
Secret dead.
Nice. What's up? Charlie well door.
Well dead.
Hey, Sid might have punched him in the mouth off the opening break, but since then they have been singing sweet, blocking spawns, getting the rotation and dialed in. And now you flip it, which in the short term could be bad, but if you set up the spawn trap, LA Thieves could end up in control of the game, but Prep is there to take him down. And even still, I mean, the final fight for the final 10, Scrap, you just see the pressure LA Thieves are bringing. All 4 players from C9 still going to be at old.
Yeah, this is picture perfect stuff so far. So you got C9 at old, one player spawns out there from the LA Thieves. He'll join the fight. Never. Scrap done. He might spawn there again. So now over to the new hardpoint we go. Ghosty in position for this. Gets his boy spawns. Here's Envoy now. Oh, the timing. That stings. Mac over the top. Scrap's taking heavy damage. Is Mac going to find another? Yeah. That's going to be a break.
Oh, they are running rampant. Mac is soaring and flying and shooting his gun. A 5 spree to make that happen. And how much time was that wasted for C9? They are playing with some pep in their step. They got the fervor, and their comm is clearly good. Mac almost the turret. Hydra drops him in the one-on-one, and LA Thieves do resecure the time.
Yeah, back on the break, back down to time. Thieves holding it. Kremp first man in. Watch for the contest. He has got teammates now to back him up, but it's all through one front. So again, you win this battle, you're looking sweet. Envoy and Scrap come out on top. Whoa, look at the shimmy there. Dylan Haddon wins it.
And look at the foot race right now. I think LA Thieves are actually going to make it first here on the rotation. So the Rock Hill is what sets teams apart. It is where C9 has won electric games. Now they're going to have to break. There is one man still at old, but Attach is playing for the guy at old time. Meanwhile, it's a 3v3 at new.
He's gone. That guy's out of play. Don't worry about that. Battle of new. Ooh, Envoy winging another one. So now Ice to the front.
And Attach is trying to go through mid, but he just left his team out to dry. But look at that pickup, maybe trying to make up for it. Able to get 2 and soften up the push, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think that route just costed C9.
And that's such a tough one. And then the next wave of reinforcements are obliterated. So now Ghosty just holding, sitting pretty. Trophy's doing their job. Next wave of attackers now. C9, another go at this one, but you've doubled the score now. What a turn this has been. Kremp finds 2 on time. Looking for the break. Hydra from behind. Can't get the second. Here come the Thieves on the rapid counter-attack.
And all things considered, I'd be a little bit curious right now if I'm LA Thieves. You have Scrap at 4 and 13, and you still have a 40-point lead. You don't expect that to go any slower, as Ghosty maybe going to be able to rein in a Hellstorm as well. Everything going right now for Thieves.
Yeah, Thieves. I mean, I don't want to call it out, but Scrap is back at his old ways, man. 4 and 15.
Who cares?
Who cares when you're winning like this?
And that's Ghosty. Hellstorm scared. Rock Hill has been his. He's still drawing pressure and aggression his way. And Ghosty outplaying the SMGs with a Jackal of his own.
Yeah, this is the intensity you wanted there for the Thieves. They are fighting hard. P1 now as the first set comes to a close. Not great for C9 New York. They've still got a lot to do. See if they can't find some success here on the attack. Great shots in from Scrap as he manages to do what he can and find those kills.
Yeah, he loves that spot underneath the window. So delivering you for 2 and getting a lot of this time. And LA Thieves already on P1. Happy for how much you've gotten. And you don't have to fight tooth and nail for it, but you're going to get it anyway. The SMGs from down low might fall to the hands of Civ, but you're still secure on that rotation. LA Thieves just have to make sure they pick up the route. Kremp, he's found the opening. He only has Hydra to deal with.
If you can deal with Hydra, that's great. His teammates are on the front side of the hard points now. One button dealt with, now to the front side of the hard point. And here we go. Attach the first man in. As he's gone as well, so the front side all safe, and now the back as well. Not enough time though, the spawners make it through. Civ gets gone, what a battle from Scrap.
Oh, I'm seeing Scrap roar as well in the comms. You talk about the energy starting to flow there for the team. And a 3 spree, I mean, back spawns be damned. They're happy to take it from the front. Just overwhelming aggression and pressure. The slaying is out of control.
Force three now from Scrap. He's starting to get going. Ghosty just fearless on the approach. Shots are in, and it's a small peek from Scrap. Another one to his close right, dead. Cleaned up once again. 25 to go on B2.
And only Envoy is the one that can slow him down. But I mean, look, this is LA Thieves at their finest. When you pressure them, you can see cracks maybe in the surface. But when they're in control and their guns are shooting hot, Thieves, they look unstoppable.
Yeah, Thieves, very, very strong approach. A new hard point up and a setup at the ready. A massive lead right now for the LA Thieves. Let's go back in for another listen in.
Their side open.
Yo,
I spawn back and forth, boys.
Blocking?
Yes,
I'm streaking.
Yeah, do it. There's one that spawned well.
Two office. Platel office.
Hyper plat pitch.
Yo, one's hitting in front of me.
Close, Dante weak. Close, Dante. There's two plat then.
We closed.
There's two gonna be plat.
Two plat right now.
I spawn well. They're gonna be
Plat
plat.
left
I send it in for journey.
In front of me, one tin, one time. Tin at time.
Tin one bullet.
Two one time.
Shit on.
Nice.
Tin one bullet.
Sun inner.
I got naded out. I got double naded out.
Paco pitch. Yo,
Outer.
Nice, missing one. Sibin attack.
Inner, two of them.
Last two.
Last
One more.
there. Plat stairs.
Last stairs, one bullet.
Shit on.
One bullet.
Just shit on.
Just soak.
I am.
Nice.
One, two, three elbow.
Don't kill them.
Intin.
Two in tin.
Inner, one time.
All weak. I have a streak. Hard play. I have a streak. Let me get the scrap.
One shot.
Full stun.
Let me get the scrap.
Nice.
He knew that.
I'm gonna streak.
He knew that.
Yeah, I'll peep Paco.
You're two in
I'm streaking for you.
Top office, give me a second.
Yeah, I'm streaking.
Temperature check, much better there from the LA Thieves, faster, and it's showing there in the scoreline as well. 100-point lead going into the next hard point.
And Hydra just played that perfectly to set his team up for the streak. Ghosties get the Hellstorm, and, well, you do have C9 developing a pinch on the time. Envoy reads the first, waiting for the support for the rest, and, I mean, ultimately C9 have found their way through, but every reinforcement gets cut down, and Kremp, the last man standing, falls.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Crossing over 200 now, and just seemingly every push you make from C9, it doesn't go their way. Scrap now holding time, back up to 2020. Through the middle of the map comes C9 New York. Last time, it was not perfect on the push. Can they find the entry? Can they get through the threshold? For now, yes. Hydra on the pinch. Hydra finds one on the time of the contest. The second down, and that's the once again, another hold.
And listen, man, LA Thieves are going to win this map. Make no mistake about it. They are wheeling and dealing. You want to get the 100-point club as well. Stand up, talk your trash, and set the theme for the rest of the series.
Yeah, the rest of the series. That's the problem to deal with in a moment. Third hard point set. C9. They've got numbers up at the moment, and they're still trying to fight their way towards that P2. Ghosty has had one hell of a map. Can he find a couple more kills here? Sweet slide in from Attach, finds it. Hardpoint time going the way of C9 New York. They most likely will escape the 100, but Hydra, what a three-piece that was.
They've escaped it, but only just. What routes do you take to even think about breaking the new time? You go through office, you fall into his hands. Well, there's the first freebie. Everybody else getting funneled through. 2:47 on the clock, and look at this pop-off.
That is that, folks. Map 1. Thieves find their intensity once again. And C9, after the defeat from FaZe, come out a little flat.
No pop-off needed. We're having a chugging competition there from Ghosty. I don't know how often I've seen a player drink water in the middle of the map. When he was calling in the Hellstorm, I mean, he took a swig, making sure those comms keep flowing. But Hacienda for C9 is something that they love to play in the hard point. LA Thieves now 2 for 2. They beat them down, and Ghosty, I mean, he's taking breaks in the middle of the map.
Well, you know you've got a little bit of time there with the Hellstorm coming through, but there we go. Great start there from the Thieves. We'll see if C9 can bounce back in the S&D. And again, as far as this goes on paper, a brilliant matchup between two teams in S&D. And that guy is not a doctor, but you never know.
I mean, good advice is good advice. Either way, though, the best advice I think LA Thieves had, as the 3 words you put it, making sure, at least for the final stamp, bringing the intensity into the mix. That's the LA Thieves we're accustomed to seeing. I mean, the comms absolutely flowing, even hearing Ghost being like, I'm getting scrap time, I'm calling in the Hellstorm. And we saw the way Hydra started playing around fire plays of he's playing keep away, getting tags in the player outside and making sure he does not throw away his life. He's leaving him outside just for fodder. So efficient work, all 4 players positive or even. And I mean, hey, shout out Scrap for the turnaround, right? Had a slow start, ended up getting a Hellstorm of his own. So ultimately, crazy game 1 from LA Thieves. with the theme of the tournament underway, I mean, they got a massive advantage.
Yeah, big pieces. Early on, though, C9 New York, real strong. They were very much keeping up. Max sprees were great. Unable to close out really a lot there. And a couple of plays like this from Envoy, he just cuts the play in half. That insane three-piece. The rock hard point again, proving to be a continued issue there for Cloud9. Thieves, good holds, even with the team damage, even with the team nades. It was disgusting stuff. And Ghosty, absolutely the hero for the Thieves.
Oh, for sure. And I just feel like LA Thieves are a squad, or at least they showed it on this map, that even when the situation isn't perfect, they're able to make those very quick adjustments. That first P2 rotation where Kremp had the 1v1 against Hydra, Kremp wins it. You think it's there, good for the back spawns, but Thieves just know most of the pressure's coming through the front. Then they got Envoy soaring through the lobby to clear the final guy out, and they just handle every single situation so well. So much so that Hydra's over here dancing with that one player, and two of his teammates are like, hey, go smoke that guy, go get that kill kind of deal. I mean, they're so locked into the game, they can see every one of their teammates' own POV. And the guys are locked.
Yeah, it's real good stuff. Thieves starting their campaign strong here in the lower bracket. Our first seeded team coming into the tournament. Take a first round drop in winners. Serious pressure moment now for C9. They want to bounce back here in the S&D because very much a flat line throughout that hard point. Hacienda was not kind to them whatsoever. S&D though, Chance, a brilliant squad at it. Thieves are putting a lot of work, so this should be a superb contest, but here we go. Let's find out if the morale is still high enough.
And ultimately, this is the two best teams throughout the stage in Search and Destroy. I think it was a 10-2 record for MLA Thieves and maybe an 8 or 9-2 record there for Cloud9. So Search and Destroy is something both of these teams have shown off the absolute goods when the online portion. Now we show up on LAN as something like Skyline under the Thieves fans. They want to get it back. It was better on the stage. They grinded it early on. It was one of the first things they made sure they could improve upon. They have done so. And C9, one of their less played S&D maps as well. So C9, they want to see a Game 5 at this point. They're one of the teams that are desperate for it. And maybe it starts here. They want to avoid the 3-0 fate. Get the instant bounce back.
I mean, this is a squad that, they're putting so much incredible work to get there. C9 absolutely a top contender, but difficult situation right now because the Thieves are the #1 team in Search and Destroy throughout Stage 2, and the stats do not lie.
Good at absolutely everything. I think even the first bloods, occasionally they'll falter, but they've brought the clutch potential now as well. Even from this tournament, we're seeing Scrap and Ghosty play off of each other absolutely perfectly. I mean, they got the chem and the fist bumps department as well, so you know they are going to be bringing the heat. And when I play Skyline, you have options. I just know if I see Hydra down low, I'm going to have flashbacks.
Look at the PTSD from Chance there way back in Major 1, that grand finals. At Game 7, at round 11 as well. Ooh, of all the times.
And again, for the man that made that mistake was Paco, or at least sort of had that attention on him. And in Stage 1, he went from bottom 5 S&D player in the league, and now he's at the very top. It is him and Kremp at the top of the S&D leaderboards, absolutely neck and neck. I feel like two players like that are almost expecting to match up against each other at some point. And, well, LA Thieves on the attack. Hydra is taking the high ground, and they are, from round 1, taking it slow. It is Scrap the entry man with an AR. Get the first blood. Goes to wins a gunfight against Detach, and just like that, a 3v2. And Bomb Team plants it on B.
Yeah, and what a snap from Hydra. Big win there from Sib as well. Puts it all down to Mac now in the 1v2. Bad news for the Thieves, no bomb. That is down by the B-bomb site, and I highly doubt that Sid managed to pass that intel over.
I love this spot. Time for some information to trap the players in the post plant, but he's reading this perfectly. Intel on both. As good as it gets for the potential of a 1v2.
Here we go. Oh, I love this. One down. Whew, Hydra wins it. And C9, what an attempt. The numbers prevail.
Dude, that round is a legit Hydra just being built different bailout. Civ would have had the double kill lined up when the bomb was going down, but Hydra, I mean, instant snap on the reaction time, and similar there for the final kill. Mac is making the perfect read given the situation, but Hydra too good. Shuts him down.
That angle as well to watch the two players cross. He's got options. He can hide upstairs. He's got cover through the walls there. He can go piano if he does get tagged in the back. I mean, it's just such a sweet spot from Mac. He has been a standout player for C9 since BO6 dropped.
Nade's going over a crossover towards A, so Mac happy to be aggressive. No one's going to meet him there, though, for LA. That is a 4-man stack up high from Thieves. They're trying to take advantage of the high ground. Kremp's already got pressure on him. And he might put himself in the perfect spot to break this one down, but a player will get through on the flank. Attach is watching that, and in the meantime, Hydra strikes for the first blood. Everything is going to be chaos.
Sid wins a big one. Scrap now sending for the trades. The trades are done, though. Now a 1v2 again. Kremp. Search and Destroy Wizard finds itself a 1v1 now. Has Ghosty made the read on this? He has, and the shots are there as well. Another 1v1 win for the Thieves secures the round.
And a cheeky smile out of Ghosty as well, locking it up and getting it done. That is a snap of a round. And that is Hydra again, this time in a different capacity, the opener. Gets the first kill on the player and you get that initial man advantage, and then guys like Attach originally needing to watch the flank. Everybody has to turn, deal with Hydra as the rest of Thieves just converge. And Ghosty, no time wasted to trap that player in for the final kill. Efficient work.
Well, that's Skyline, folks. Round 3, here we go. It's a fast-moving pace map here in BO6. Attacking round for the Thieves. We can see Envoy run that bomb, and again, we're going straight in towards A, and there's going to be a lot of players here. Who's going to walk away with the kills? So far, the trades are good. Bomb recovered. And Hydra's out. See ya. Oh, 7 HP. Somebody sneeze on him.
How about that for the movement?
Can't double back now. Hydra's all alone. 1v3. C9, great advantage. But you've not read it. And he's going to get one. Oh, big tags. And now an opportunity for the Phenom to continue his run.
I can't believe Sib had him one shot. The last time they spotted Hydra, he was piano steps, and somehow Sib is just ready to check behind his own teammate. Either way, a lot of time to work with in a 1 versus 2. If he can find a way to isolate a gunfight, that would be nice, but now you see the players grouped up together, roaming as a unit, and then his COD timing at his fights.
Yep, they're up there with him. Hydra now, a 1-man army. That's intel. That's huge intel. He's not going to check this on the cross, though. He's still got options, but he's running out of time.
And the good news for C9 is they're just moving too quick. He was not able to make the play, but he will be able to get the bomb down, but an instant trade should roll through.
Here we go. 1v1. Oh my God! What started out as Mission Impossible ended up as the Bourne Identity as that man with one of the most unbelievable rounds of S&D you may see.
Oh, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Oh, flashbacks. And poor Kremp, as good as he has been, just got diffed.
Yeah, that's bad. That's really disgusting. And the reaction is there, like, Anna, come on, what are we talking about? Oh, wow. That is the stuff that dreams are made of in the COD world. 6-1 overall, now a 3-0 round count, and Hydra starting to move like this is a movie all about him.
Oh my God, he's just sprinting at them and backs him down as well. Kremp, though, does get a first blood in the meantime, so a nice pick up there, but easy trades from Hydra. Attach picks up Scrap, maybe a revenge from an earlier 1v1. But Hydra alive on a 4 is a man to be feared.
And the way, again, he is pulling these players of C9 all over the place, but wait, now he's down and that's it, C9. The fun and games are over. That was an essential round.
A breath of fresh air. Maybe an opportunity to attempt to wash that one away. And Sid permanently locked in there for the final kill. I think able to get 2 in the round. Attach and Scrap have been having a few square up battles as well. I think they've been able to trade out 1 for 1. And so far, as long as you shut down Hydra, you are good. Doesn't get away with the smooth footwork through Jim this time. No escape.
Yeah, that route. We've seen that one before. Did not pay off the second time. Oh, here we go. C9, you finally got yourself rolling here. Defensive round, a lot more love towards the B side of the map, but they're playing for the crosses. And no one is there yet.
And Hydra's aggressive as ever. He's already in Jim, played in the corner. He got the bomb down for a 4v4. Kremp working the flank, and he'll be coming through mid.
Things are there, Sib. Nice opener on the player behind bar. Now Scrap's got to reposition. A huge advantage right now. Can you push this one, Max? You sure can. Last man, Ghosty, 1v3.
That was beautiful. Still got to finish.
Check left. Can't get it done. Nice. Kremp strong finish. The fuse there from Mac as well.
And the lead now from the Thieves slowly starting to fall apart.
Yeah, and playing off the aggression as well. I think the idea was similar for the retake on the A site, similar to what they were trying to do against Hydra in the 2v1, but a better execution. And I just love the aggression from Kremp. While Hydra was doing one thing on the same side, going over towards Jim, did the exact same thing over towards the bedroom and ends up getting the drop on him. So that battle, two of the best S&D players in the world, you got to make sure you stay active on it.
We go late into the night here into Texas, and this Search and Destroy is delivering. One round advantage for the LA Thieves. C9 now on attack.
Everybody's here. Everybody's here.
Hi, guys. What a shot. 3 dead already. Oh, boy, last man, and that's the round.
Hey, that's the tone setter, too, man. The square-ups on A, when you win them, they feel so good. It's like you've achieved dominance.
18 seconds? I mean, what? Maximum? How long was that?
Oh, less than that. That was an 8-second round, if that, and Sib walking away. One of the last men standing. That is sheer and utter dominance. Might be one of the last square-ups we see like that. LA Thieves, I got back down.
Yeah, they had the firepower in kitchen. C9. You love to see it. 3-3. Yeah, we're not going towards kitchen. The bomb is, but slowly. RCXD in play.
Oh, he's flying.
Hydra knows it's going to be a player stationary. He didn't see the one down low, but he caught Sib. First blood, second! Kremp now brings him down. Envoy trying to pick up the pieces down low. Still holding the bomb.
From the school of Draza, we've seen that type of situation before.
Scrap. Down in the hit point department, loses the fight. Envoy now trying to make this as easy as possible, but Ghosty fighting forward, gets the last man. And the Thieves survive.
Every single play has to be on point. When the trades start rolling through, you cannot hesitate for a moment. You have to be there to trade out your teammate, and Ghosty is there. Active. Envoy's calling out. I'm one shot laying behind the bomb, and as Matt goes in for the kill, the trade instantaneous. And you're having to work for these rounds. C9 are pushing him. Even where Sib and like whoever else after that dying immediately to Hydra, C9 still forced that down to 1v1, but that is credit to Hydra. He's hearing the buzz of the RC car, knows he can find a freebie, and he was instant on that route.
Uh-oh. Another RC. Hydra gets pretty close. Damage there from the RC, but nothing really to write home about. And now we're still fighting for this A bomb site. We're keeping close. Mac not giving up the space. Scrap is going to be the only player here involved in the fight, and that suppression gets him out of the play. Now we can get the plant.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Kremp was able to get the first blood, shutting down the underground route. So underground ownage right now from C9. Sib, he is willing to chow, wins another one. And his team now in a 4 versus 2. Hydra and Ghosty looking to do the impossible.
They're trying. Mac peeks wide and absolutely destroys the 2 remaining members of the Thieves. We're going back and forth. It is 4-4.
C9 just has a really good tool set that they're working with. Sib has been squaring all map long. Again, he's the one last standing for the final kill. He's collected maybe 3 of those on top of the gunnies in the middle of the round. We always talk about how good of a shooter guys like Scrap can be. Very few can match him for the chow. Sib is one of those players.
We've barely mentioned Attach in this map as well, and like he's doing fine. He had the complete top side of the map covered. That trophy working overtime, feeding intel to the boys downstairs. And that might be where all the action is, but it's a well-oiled machine. C9 New York, and another RC car gone, and a fast plant on A.
It's a day 1 corner, by the way, from Hydra. We've seen this spot before.
Yeah.
Sib has checked it. I mean, we've seen the wall bangs, and yeah, C9 always that team, but either way, trades roll through from LA Thieves. Envoy for 2, and LA Thieves for the round win.
Matt Point.
This is a Skyline being played at light speed. We have had 6 minutes of game time for 9 rounds.
He heard that one for sure. Stay hydrated, folks. We're not done yet. Can C9 keep this going? A hot team in S&D. A square up and a man goes down low, and Hydra, he has pumped the brakes. Kremp knows something's up. Seen this one before. Gets it, first blood.
Huge. Two of the best S&E players there, but Envoy and Ghosty on the flip side drop the other players. Kremp and Attach. They need this clutch.
They do recover the bomb, and that's the plant at A, but here we go. Thieves, they have the numbers, but not for long! Attach, they line up, and now it's all down to Ghosty.
You better believe Attach has played with accuracy. The coach on the team, the spirit lives on.
They line him up. Ghosty now in the 1v2. If you can take care of these players and get the defuse, he will win the map. Attach, perfect position. He definitely spotted him out. Can you isolate Ghosty? Oh, that was more than a warning shot. There it is. Dylan Price. What a brilliant round to force the round 11.
Once you need the captain to go large, there he is. 3 kills on the round, and arguably the most important one coming in from C9. In a Skyline round 11. You know what time it is.
Oh, Captain, my captain gets you this far. What are we going to pull out now? Round 11. This is it. For the lead in this series. The Thieves can go up 2-0, or C9 can level us up going into the half, and we're going to go straight to the A-bomb site once again. C9 all over it. Hydra strikes first.
It's his favorite round. He is gone.
Back at it again. Is he going to make this run once more? Man advantage right now for the Thieves. And Hydra moving with such pace. Dances around Sib. Last man! It's 2-0 in the series. As the Thieves rob C9 blind in round 11.
I do. Running them down and wasting nobody's time. A round 11 in a map that took 7 minutes and 25 seconds. There was no fear of squaring up and challenging at A. Hydra, I mean, he took the same route 3 different rounds and showed off a different flair every single time. And for round 11, the rounds we gotta rethink about. How about the 1v2 from Hydra, taking down Sib and Kremp? I mean, he just handled 2 of the best S&D players in the game.
Technical 1v3, he shot Attach in the back from bedroom, and yeah, mission impossible indeed. What an unbelievable game of Skyline that was. Breadsticks for Hydra, or a pair of baguettes if you will, and Kremp 10 and 8 as well. 2 champions of the mode. That was a delight.
Hey, that's tough as well, because the game plan for C9 went as well as it possibly could have. Everybody contributing for the first bloods. They completely shut Envoy down off the rip, and as calibrated and calculated as their strats were, it was simply not enough. You cannot afford to make mistakes at this level, and that 3v1 is going to haunt them in their sleep.
Is it a mistake, or is it just, you know, a little bit of that COD magic that Hydra is known to create, known to pull out of his tricks? I mean, woo, that was a sensational search and destroy, folks. We're going to go to a very quick commercial break here in the half. When we come back, we're going to Protocol. We're playing Control here at Major 2.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
What is the Classics freshman class? Every year throughout Call of Duty history, there's a new wave of talent looking to shake things up.
He is on a roll right now. And the pitch right there. There's the house
and define what the next generation looks like.
Call of Duty World Champions!
So the question is, who's next? You got them suits.
Number 40.
Yeah, brother.
Done. Hydra.
The first win for LA Thieves. God damn it, I love to be a Thieves fan right now, gentlemen. We just hit 10,000 viewers. The boys just got the first win of the 2024-2025 season. Holy shit. We should have won 3-0, but we'll take the 3-1. A win is a win, and boys, we look f***ing dangerous. God, I love this shit.
It's like watch.
Play sound with a very quick listen in.
Last one, missing Zach, missing Zach. P3, missing Zach. Two boxes.
Got you.
He told me. No, he didn't get TP. Last guy. My bad if I need you. You're good. Yo, come weak. There's 3 on 3. The short steps. Short.
Can he find another? 3 lives now for the Stallions.
Hey, this is just a round of S&D. It's a round of S&D, but we saw how that one went. Dylan and Rex, last Hermano, does not survive. Ultra clean, efficient, no time wasted. And Scrap, never a player that says any mean things about any of his opponents. An incredibly nice young man.
Unbelievable gameplay.
But the Miami Heretics are hungry for a win. Can they end the streak?
Then, Toronto squares off against Minnesota. The Rocker will need a masterclass from the rookie Linz.
What is Ben doing here?
Hey, I've got to go with the New York subliners in this one.
FaZe warmed up the subliners.
Vibe check, bro. Dang, man. Paco has carried me in a rank. I'm going to go with the New York subliners.
That's crazy.
You heard some words, Scrap and Draza now getting the opportunity to go toe-to-toe. Who gets the final chance to head to Twitter? We're about to find out.
Here comes Scrap! We got Envoy!
The 2025 LA Thieves team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray, which is perfect. So get it, meow. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Oh boy, those Thieves are purring so far in our series. This is a lower bracket matchup. Elimination, folks. 5th to 6th on play here. And so far, 2-0. An insane Skyline Search and Destroy to get us this far. We play a game of Control, we go to Protocol, and it will be, no doubt, muy caliente.
I mean, we'll see about that because Hydra certainly has something to say. He will live in the nightmares of the C9 players for that difference maker in the round 11 and frankly in the respawn. I think LA Thieves right now firing on all cylinders. Nadeshot has to be a happy man.
I'd hope so. Well, if he wasn't, we'll do it now with the Scuff player of the game. We're going to be looking once again at Hydra's unbelievable 1v3 in that Skyline S&D.
I mean, and this is what he's been working for the entire time. One of the worst players in Stage 1 for S&D. It was the name of the game for Thieves. They lose every single search in the grand finals, and Hydra said, okay, I'll figure the game mode out, and he plays it perfectly. Gets the drop on him, zero hesitation. And Kremp, well, probably lost a brick there in that final moment. Once he gets the call out that Hydra's, in fact, not one shot, it's a, oh no, I'm gonna die.
He even found the lens as well. He found the cameraman. That's some pro moves right there, folks. That really, really is a laugh a minute, that boy. Well played. And that was one of the many rounds that helped the Thieves close that map out, a round 11 finish. If you haven't watched it, you're on YouTube right now. I know you are. Hit the rewind. That was unbelievable. Control, though, now on its way. Just how are we feeling about this one? C9, the backs are as firmly against the wall as they can possibly be. The morale might be going down the drain.
I mean, they have good tools at the very least, though. Kremp has been lights out in the game mode in this major, and the fact that Mac is #2 directly behind him. Your SMGs have been absolute monsters, and we're going to Protocol. SMGs are the ones that set up the spawn traps and the spawn kills, so if those two players get active, there's hope. We obviously saw a little bit lower in that leaderboard, a couple Thieves players poking their heads up, and I mean, listen, it's been 20-some-odd series now in a row through the CDL. Nothing but 3-0s and 3-1s, and Thieves
Listen, man, look, it's their best game mode.
And that's saying a lot. They were first ranked in S&D, they're first ranked in Control as well, but that doesn't mean all too much. C9, let's see if you've got what it takes to get things going here. Well, C9, they start things off on a bit of a bad foot, but on the attack, let's go for a quick listen in and see how they sound.
Envoy might be there. I'm only trying to left. He did not pitch your grab. Be serious. Watch out on me. He's going back to our tower. He's still right tower away. I'm re-clicking seven. Subs are dead. Mid gun, done. Nice. One's in their spawn, Envoy. Missing Hydra, almost in their spawn. Just getting into their spawn. Hydra, on it. They're spawning grass, I think. No, he's on B. No, I'm spinning grass. Heard you. He touched me. He's not staying on it, though. I'm only just grabbing you. Do we have underground? No, underground's a bit nice. Leave Envoy. Grass. One shot, grass. Grass going to two tools. Two running tools. Two running tools and 2 on I'm rapping G's. Ammo stairs. What's up? Let's shoot bottom ammo. 2 ammo. Ammo stairs and run up my gun. He ran up A. I'm looking still. I'm looking long. In internet. One shot. I heard you. There's 2 on A. Top G's got me. I'm pitching top G's. He's in the bedroom. I'm pitching top G's. Wait. I'm playing Dan. Oh, you're leaving. One bottom. One shot long. There's bottom G's and outside. Front grandmas. Front G's and our bottom G's. We can chalk it on spawn then. Heard you. In our bottom G's. He went side G's. He went to red tower. He's playing spawn kills. What's up? In tower scrap. And one's on A. They got it. Yeah, I'm living underground. Okay. Bottom G's. One shot on top mid. He went to zip. Yo, mid gun. Grandma zip on.
Listen, man, that's a great listening from C9. They knew everything, but they never actually solved the Envoy problem. He was the guy they found. He touched B. He's going through. He's in our spawn somewhere. They never found him, and by the time he falls, it feels like the round is nearly done. Ghosty soaking up the hill.
28 seconds away from victory here in round 1. Now you're looking at a potential B zone capture, but that's going to be safe for now. Middle of the map now for the players. You're trying to drain the progress over by that first segment on B. Scrap continues to peel players from window.
And they're just looking for that final player, and then they make their move. It's Krem taking the underground route, looking for the full pinch for Thieves. Everybody else near time.
Are you going to take this? Yeah, easy. Hydra's going to get a freebie there now. Anyone on the zone? Yeah, good. Halfway through B. Contest is there. But all the members of C9 are down. That is going to be it. Last chance here from Krem to get involved. Over top mid. Gun.
Easy read.
That is that, folks. Round 1. LA Thieves.
Easy reads, and everybody got to the objective in the end. And that's a cruddy spot from Hydra. I expect Pred to probably be stealing. You see the shadow coming over from the barrels, and then if the player goes behind you, you dip out and run through the lighthouse. So perfect spots, perfect reads, and the best play from Scrap just to get them out of their spawn. C9 had the trap set up, and I mean, this is the moment. We were on board with Kremp here trying to set up the pinch, and Scrap knows, rat back and help your boy out. Perfect reads from the Thieves.
Everything was good until it wasn't. And that's the way it goes in Control. Well, first attacking round goes the way of the LA Thieves. That seems to be the way things have gone ever since the patch changed the position of the B zone. C9 now on offense. Opening nades are up. Can they maintain that top mid pressure?
Those nades came through late. I thought those Thieves players just ran straight through. So Thieves didn't throw a ton of pre-nades off the rig, at least not on the left side. They were instead taking space. In space they have taken. Envoy gets dropped in. Well, so does the final player on C9 by the time he get trades out. But ultimately, Thieves, it's not a golden setup. It's not the spawn traps just yet, but they have all the power positions they need in the middle of the map.
In the middle of the map, but you've got to now deal with these players who are starting to hit the backside. That's going to be Ghosty. First man in. He's got eyes on a few players. Nice shots from attached there. Take care of Scrap on transition from cover to cover. And now you're starting to find kills. This is good. You've still got Ghosty on the wide flank. He's gone way, way deep. Kremp sees him, gets it. That's a big moment. C9 stealth pushing forward.
And C9, though, looks like they're going towards the A site. So Kremp, instead of moving towards B, dealing with Hydra, wants to get the Grandma's control. So he's in top of dubs. First 2 kills go their way. The ARs make the impact. You got to be worried about the Hydra pinch up in the window. And you can see Kremp, they got it dialed in.
Here we go. C9 New York starting to get things going. Let's go for a quick listen in.
I need him front again. So that's me. Front G's, absolutely down. Long, probably. Top ammo hurt. RC point in the bottom G's. Top ammo. Yo, one's pushing sidewalk. Aim. One's zip. Martin, one shot. I'll finish him. I'll be tools. Back ramp flank. He's one shot. Dead. Nice. One tools. Tools. All of our tools. I think it's Spiral. One top ledge.
Play through ammo. I'll run up in.
Alright, flick in Spiral. Flick in Spiral. Yeah, one still by ledge. He's under zip. Alright,
There's two on the mid gun.
I think I was.
One's under mid gun as well.
Okay, I'm trying to wrap right here. I'll see. They got a point. They push out Heli.
Top zip,
I wrapped Heli.
I'm with you, Tools. In the arches. He's gonna be ammo stairs on I'm trying. Ammo stairs.
Tools.
Yeah, one's go no man to me. No man. Wait, Bo Punko. You went towards big in.
A little moment of life there from C9 New York before being shut down quickly, but we've got a player on A, we've got a player on B. There's hope yet.
I mean, look, they're trying to make something happen, and Sib able to give you 2 to open things up. Still more problems to solve because, well, your B pressure's gone. You're forced to flood through on A. You're not winning the initial gunfights, and in desperation, you lose these, you lose the round, and it is done. LA Thieves up 2-0 in the series, up 2-0 on the map. And they have not slowed down a single step.
Not every step of the way. Thieves are soaring. Match point. Another offensive round is all they need, as they are playing with the most, I want to say disrespectful confidence, but anything they attempt to do, it's always together. The success rates are exceptionally high. They're feeling good. It's all smiles. They can smell a Sunday.
It's just a team that when they get going, they look virtually unstoppable. And right from the jump we heard in the hard point, no time wasted. As soon as they squeak away with that round 11 win, I think for this team, there's just no looking back.
Plot armor in full effect right now. Nades up through mid. Last time very successful. This time possibly just damage. Envoy once again, first blood. This is nice. Again, that's a very red kill feed so far. Kremp the only outlier there. We start to capture A. 2 players on it.
Last guy is going to be on the pinch top. Trips might be able to get a freebie there from Sib, and him and Attach win the gunfight. So you control a couple power positions, you win a few gunfights, and you at least get them off the zone, and that is all for C9. They bottled in their first round the setup when they had the spawn traps going. You can't afford to let up the pressure, but Scrap already ripping heads, opening up the map for his team.
Yeah, Scrap has so much firepower through the middle of the map now. If off a Kremp's Jackal. Lovely teamwork again from the middle of the map, and a flying Kremp causing problems. Sib picks up the rest. Hydra now battling out of spawn.
And they've at least made it through. You get through Trips and go pick up freebies. How about that snap from Mac?
Here we go.
Envoy, welcome back to his spawn. Last man up is going to be Ghosty, and Ghosty's going to be common. Maybe not common from the grave just yet. The C9 players are prowling.
Ooh, okay. Sib, 4 spree right now in spawn. 30 seconds left on the round. The Thieves, they've been taken care of here. Still plenty of time to get things going. This is it. As Attach, so aggressive.
You'll take that. 4 down in the feed. I mean, hey, get up and go again. And Sib, you want this Hellstorm. He's only halfway to it, but the more utility you have, the better.
You have absolutely flattened the Thieves in this round.
In LA Thieves reading the spree, I mean, they're chalking the round. They're posted up in their spawn. They are not going to feed anything. But ultimately, that is a perfect round of defense.
Who's that? It's Envoy. He's managed to sneak out towards the zone. There's the kill. And I thought there was a player on steps incredibly close, but C9, you bought yourselves an incredible lifeline there.
I mean, heck, they were maybe Envoy trying to be a hero, but either way, maybe they got that extra tick, which in theory could come in handy, but that is the dominant C9 we're looking for in the first round that they were not able to achieve this time. Wheeling and dealing, everybody popping off, and Sib especially with the spree he just went on. Able to close the gap. Now you just got to flip the script, do the same thing on the attacking side.
I mean, that's the incredible confidence you're looking for out of C9. You're in spawn, doesn't matter, they can bleed. Doing all the hard work there. We saw a couple of nice routes, a couple of great opportunities, and again, huge firepower opportunities from the LA Thieves, but C9, what a round. Can they keep that going? Can we get to a 5th? Kremp on a 4. Don't believe Sib did manage to get his streaks in the end, but here we go.
Another underground route. I mean, look, Kremp and Hydra, 2 players that are constantly having that battle down low, but his teammates pick up 2 kills. He's still trying to take the exact same route, and Ghosty at this point knows how to read it, able to give you 2. And making the same plays is not an easy thing.
Not always. Here we go. 1 minute to rock and roll here on Protocol. Attach has been suppressed. Hydra now starting to make moves. You're in the spawn. Kremp with a big win to get a little bit of space here, but not enough. Hydra once again now in the back lines. Good work here on B. Max getting kills. This is good.
Doesn't have a ton of help. He has a little bit of pressure over towards the middle of the map. They're still dealing with Hydra and Spawn. Mac has 2 teammates dealing with spawners, so it's a solo capture. He's able to get the first tick, and he's been mostly ignored.
Absolutely. They're trying to maintain that pressure through the middle of the map, not let anyone get through. Now you've had to turn attention towards it. And Mac, nearly finds the fight. A lot of work done there, but you've still got players now over towards A, and there's a couple of members of C9 watching over mid. Are they able to do what they can to keep that player on the A zone safe for now? Yes, segment complete.
These are good reads too, and good comms rolling through. A little bit of progress on the objective, and a huge win again there from Sib. Multi-sprees and multi-kills rolling through.
C9, second segment at A closed out. Lots of time and even more lives to work with if they can finish this one out. And that is it, we go to B.
Mac's already gotten you a tick of progress over towards that B zone. So long term, they're in a decent spot. Hydra gets taken care of. A nice little shot there coming in from Kremp, but ultimately he falls, and everybody else from C9 starting from square one. And Mac, he's getting called out and hunted down. He's able to get a kill. Ghosty was on the chase for such a long time, and he's able to get it, but not before Mac does some damage. C9, they have an open route towards B.
Yeah, numbers are there. They're fighting their way towards B. Hydra's going to get here in a mo. Good shots into the next player. You've still got numbers up, though. Still, the firing line was there. Ghosty from down low, finding another. So, C9 all towards the top side of the map. Still maintaining that life lead and finding the kills as well.
And the life lead might end up being the factor because they can slow cap this zone as well. Ghost is going to fall. Too many directions to look, and 2 bodies on the zone.
Here we go. Attach now trying to push this one out. 4 players on the point, super stack. They've got trophies, they've got it all. Hydra now, last ditch attempt to get at least 4 kills, and it's not gonna happen. We're going to a final round.
And how about that? C9 starting to believe. A wild moment. Mac seems to be the product of these time and time again on the objective, just doing something that, he creates situations that are just not standard. Makes it weird to deal with, and getting that initial tick of progress, and frankly, just pausing the clock so his teammates have more time to work with, I think is such a beneficial thing. Probably bought him an extra 15, 20 seconds on the map, just keeping things slow, and Mac winning gunfights from time as well. Ultimately, the play call was over towards A, but Cloud9 New York, they handle it perfectly.
Yeah, you make something from absolutely nothing, and now we've got a final round. Thieves on the attack once again. It's relatively 50-50 now at this point in time, folks. Envoy once again, another first blood. Onto the A zone immediately. There's opportunity for the stack.
There's the pinch, Kremp. The underground routes are just diabolical. Always about the timing as well, and it goes to the last manning on time gets dropped. C9 have had the spawn killing opportunities every single defensive round. Thieves have only found their way out a single time, and right now from Hydra, he's simply just not in the play. His teammates are trying to get out so they can get near him. Meanwhile, Kremp dealt with all 4 in the feed, the go button for LA Thieves.
Hydra now to the other side of the spawn. He's going to get in here now. He's been ready, he's been spotted, and he's down. Good job. However, 3-man stack over by A makes this zone evaporate. 1 segment left. You're looking at 2 minutes of game time. Can they close it out? Can we get a contest going here? The answer is no. The kills might be nice, but you're not going to get those either.
Perfectly timed on the child from Ghosty as well, making sure you get it secure. Nobody over-challenging, no mistakes, and nobody throwing away their lives. Hydra back in what he wants to be his brand new home. Trying to accomplish the real estate there for the trades, and that's 3 in the feed for Thieves.
Yeah, it's very composed moments now for the Thieves. You're spawn killing on the other end of the map. Unfortunately, Hydra can't get anything going now. Scrap trying to provide that coverage through the mid. He does. Sid goes wide, and he pays the price. Attach. Trying to find everything he can from these tight angles down low. Ghosty gets his as well, and they're on B.
And you can see how much they're valuing the computers and down low control. Meanwhile, Hydra, he loves his new real estate.
Yeah, but he's just been in there every single life, fighting his way forward. Big wins from Kremp now fighting out of spawn. Got to get towards the zone. It's looking like a 2-man stack. Nice shots from Attach. The backline, though, still not safe. Envoy alive there.
And he's got a little bit of help. Scrap showing up in the feed. Scrap, everybody showing up in the feed. Blink and you miss it. This zone's going to fall.
That's going to be game. That's going to be game unless C9 can get in there. C9, last chance! Their tournament ends here. A hard-fought battle from Cloud9 New York, but not enough to escape the 3-0. The LA Thieves, your superstars, your first seed, continue their run and make it from losers round 1 to Sunday.
Something in the water here in Texas, or maybe something in the air. LA Thieves taking full advantage, and I feel like we are watching this team level up as they move through the tournament. an emphatic 3-0, and it had a little flavor of everything you want from the team. Every player on LA having their moment to shine.
Unreal, man. I mean, from start to finish, Hydra's search and destroy. We saw everyone pulling up the stops there in the hardpoint. Ghosty with an unbelievable run. Yeah, LA win indeed. They got the job done there, 3-0. We say goodbye to Cloud9 New York. We say hello to Sunday, and our teams, it is getting stacked now.
What do we got to do for a game 5, man?
I don't know. Maven said he was going to do something. We'll check in with Clint a bit later on, but Krem, 28 and 23 from him. He was trying to do it all, and again, everyone just they dug real deep, man. I mean, you're down 2-0. You pull 2 rounds off in a miraculous fashion. The Thieves, though, just what a teamwork, man. Everything they do, perfect cohesion, perfect attacks. Got that 3 down, Scrap finds 2 players in mid, and the instant go button. Irene, send it. They all dive that point. And this is what happens on Protocol. You just jump on B, and it is a wipe after that. 6-5, 3-2. Thieves pulling it out there. What a series. They have found their intensity. They had the trust there, and they were decisive in their action.
The mind-blowing 3-0s, 3-1s. I think it's 22, 23 series in a row at this point. I don't know what's going on in the COD world. I don't know what happened to the Juju, but either way, the teams that are winning these map ones are happy and taking full advantage. Remarkably consistent tournament we've had. We're at like the end of the year with teams understanding the games, and it's only Major 2.
It's only Major 2. Well, good news, folks. Blaze is on stage with Jason Bourne himself. It's Hydra.
We just need some warm.
They're here, right? Thank you so much, Miles and Cheers. Texas, show some love to the LA Thieves. Oh, hell, Hydra. As I got Paco with me on the main stage. Paco, talk to me about how does it feel to make it to Sunday the way you guys started in the beginning of the week. I know it's a little bit of a relief to get to Sunday.
Honestly, going into Thursday, we were not warmed at all. We didn't play our game. It can happen. We went 7-0 in qualifiers, so it was not expected, obviously, but it can happen. And we got through like the last 2 days, so it was the hardest. And now we're back to Sunday.
Now you're back to Sunday, okay? Now, you guys were truly tested here throughout the week, going through some woes to prepare you guys here for this Sunday. Talk to me about some things that you and the boys corrected or you guys learned throughout these last 2 days that you guys got a chance to work on here.
Nothing really. I think we are good at pretty much everything. Maybe 1 or 2 maps, maybe 1 or 2 like mistakes that we made. But
I was gonna say the vibes look good on stage, you know?
Always. At home, at the office, on stage. It's always good vibes with those guys, so it's good.
It's good, okay? And you know, we got a chance to watch you clutch up on a lot of S&D plays out here. The S&D looking good. Just how are you feeling as a player with your own personal performance here in this tournament?
Started slow, got shit on a little bit, so I had to get back to what I'm used to do, getting kills and making my teammates like just get on the point. And I do the rest.
And you do the rest, okay? Well, you shit back too, so don't worry about that one. But what do you want to say to these fans who are on their feet, supporting you guys at home and the watch parties as LAT get ready to go to Sunday?
You guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much for all the support. We hear you guys through the mic screaming, so thank you guys.
That does it for me and Hydra, the LA Thieves here on the main stage. Championship Sunday is tomorrow. Puckett closes out.
Thank you, Guy Blaze. Great work from Paco once again. Even Nate Shot taken to Twitter during that S&D. The 1v3 set the tone, then they sealed the deal. Jay, let's talk control.
Oh my God. Like, if you're LA Thieves, you're happy as hell you went up 2-0 early on. If you're C9, you need to find some consistency. It's just all those gunfights that are going down in your base, timing's not going your way. You really couldn't find your footing until you were down 0-2, but at that point, it's too late.
We're going to rock out to some highlights here in a moment. Rosalie, what are you going to remember here from this matchup? It wasn't very long against Cloud9.
It wasn't very long. I think, honestly, I'm going to remember that map #1. I mean, it was just disgusting, clinical hardpoint from LA Thieves, and that's what we expected from day one in this tournament because that had been their bread and butter. They came into this 7-0, like Hydra said. It can happen. They can have a bad day, have an off game, and that's kind of where LA Thieves has been. But I think these past 2 days have been good for them. I think they learned how they can get caught off guard by some of these teams in this tournament, and I think it will prep them incredibly well heading into tomorrow.
Top 6 placement here for Cloud9. LA Thieves moves into our Final 4. We will see them on Championship Sunday as expected. Cloud9, from here, you keep this roster nameless. You happy with the performance on the weekend?
Yeah, I think you're happy. I mean, there's some things you obviously need to work on. I mean, in this control, like, I think you love the tenacity that was shown, like bringing it all the way back, even in the search and destroy. I mean, you're 1v3 away from winning that S&D, right? So you're close, and they had a huge turnaround, so there's no telling how much they can improve going from this stage to next. I mean, stage 1, this team was like bottom of the barrel, and they end up in a situation where it's like, we're just a couple moments from beating the Thieves.
Yeah, you look at Cloud9's run. Your losses, Atlanta FaZe and LA Thieves. We're sorry, you just ran into some bigger beast in this one. Some great matches across the board, including the start of the day. Optic was red hot on day 2, but day 3, they were feeling a little sluggish. Beans and Joe Deceives weighing them down.
Yeah, they just got outclassed in this series, man. I had the opportunity to cast this one. Optic, at least in the first half of the Hardpoint, they looked great. But the second half, Ultra won every single rotation. They were winning every single gunfight, and then they just blew an 100-point lead in that map number 1.
Well, you just need Shotzi. I mean, he just had a really bad day, which is super unfortunate. I mean, I think these guys, we're going to need to take this time before the next stage to, like, lock in how they want to approach the game fundamentally. Like, it can't hinge on one player so much. But now that they're going to have an extended period of time with Skies, they can work on those things. And they need points, right? Because they're kind of in the mix now on our fringe, which I don't remember the last time Optic was in a situation like this, points-wise.
Optic currently tied for 7th in our overall season standings. Remember, only the top 8 make it to COD Champs. One team that we had question marks on throughout Major 1 was Vancouver Surge. Now I think they're shooing for champs. Since adding Neptune, this team has been very strong in Respawn. They're always a threat to Surge as well.
I think I can finally say that they are top 3 and not get called faded. There was a minute there where they were like, well, what about Carolina? They've been very consistent. And it's like, yeah, but look at what Vancouver Surge has done in such a short amount of time. And now Carolina, they had a lackluster major. I'm not saying they're out of the conversation, but Vancouver Surge easily sitting at that 3rd spot for me right now. And I'm really excited to see them go up against Atlanta on LAN as well as possibly LA Thieves.
It's insane, though, because when you look at this Vancouver squad, you're not thinking one player can make such a big impact. We were looking at this squad thinking, okay, they might just be good online, but they get to LAN. They are playing the same way that they do online. Neptune has been overachieving. A 1.18 KD. He's doing exactly what you brought him into the team to do. And then you get players like 04 to get activated. Nancy's been so consistent so far for Vancouver. They got a top 3. Can you go farther?
It's going to be harder, guys. This was a nail-biter series they had against Boston, right? So, like, it wasn't, like, super clean. You can see it comes down to the absolute wire here. So tomorrow, you got a date with a very good squad who looked great today.
Atlanta FaZe is powering into another winner's bracket final. They are guaranteed top 3 after taking down Cloud9 New York. Were you ever worried for Atlanta in this series? Cloud9 having a tough day.
I don't know. I keep getting brought back to the search and destroy, right? And we get into the breach and I'm like, I don't know. The search and destroy feels like it's kind of been slipping for Atlanta FaZe, but it also could be a case of other teams just getting better in that game mode and focusing it during this split. So maybe some question marks there for me because it went all the way to around 11 with Cloud9 New York. And again, you talk about a 1v3 away from a 1-1 series. Maybe we then see a game 4, maybe even push to a game 5. So Atlanta FaZe Respawn looks amazing. Search and destroy, I don't know. I'm a little on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, thankfully they got Mr. Chris Slayer, who is everywhere around the map. He ends this map number 4 on 11 or 12 in a row. He is always just Mr.
And
Do-It-All.
draws. 2 minutes in the hill, 36.
Ridiculous performance from those two and a fantastic lower bracket run from Toronto Ultra. They have made it a perfect 9-0 run, taking out Boston Breach. Boston, good start to the tournament. You took out our #1 seed in the opening round. Not a lot of success after that.
For me, this has been like the most impressive team so far this weekend, just in sense of like where they were kind of floating as a middle of the pack team during this qualifier and then still being able to make a Sunday. Now the road here hasn't been that difficult. We do have to call that out. You're talking about like Gorilla Mates, you're talking about the Boston Breach, but Joe Deceives has been unreal on LAN. I think my opinion about Beans has been overturned. Again, Toronto Ultra, I think this is my favorite story.
Say that back to yourself out loud.
My opinion on Beans has been overturned. I really felt like he proved himself this weekend.
I agree, in the big moments too.
Yeah.
Right? And they went up against Optic, against their home crowd. And, for Toronto, you could say like their road's been easy. They 3-0'd everybody. Yeah. Right? They're making quick work of them.
Joe Deceives going positive 22 in that 3-game series. Drops a 1.45 against Boston. But your Puckett, powerhouse player, of the day.
Who is it?
Dun, dun, dun,
It better be Paco.
Paco?
It better be.
It's his rival. It's the MVP. Chris Lair, a.k.a. Sim, drops a 1.27, and he does it in the winner's bracket. In the respawn, a 1-2-2. Search and destroy. You can't catch him. A 2.0. Take a look at the highlights, Jay.
This guy might be going for back-to-back MVPs here on LAN. Major 1, he was the MVP for Atlanta FaZe. Just every time you think you got Atlanta in a chokehold, he's always the guy to get them out. This guy is just simply unbelievable.
What's insane is every time you think he's at peak, he somehow gets better.
Yeah.
Like, we thought his performance in Major 1 was good. What do you mean this guy went on a 7-3? First of all, this route was insane. He got such good timing, but then to go on an 11 to close out the game and just basically call series, like, unreal stuff out of Sim. Just
and you have to think they are smiling knowing that they played the number 5 seed for a spot in that grand finals. That'll be going down tomorrow, and keep your eyes on this young man, Chris Lair, a.k.a. the second coming of Maven's Jesus. A 1-2-7, 156 kills, leads the league here in Texas.
It's going to be scary, though, because I know you're playing against the 5th seed, but it's Vancouver. Those guys have got your numbers so far throughout Major 2 qualifiers, so that should hopefully at least go 4 maps, right?
So here's how it looks from here on out. We only have 1 day of action at Major 2, and it kicks off tomorrow at 12:15 with headquarters. 2 big matchups. Winner of LA Thieves versus Ultra plays the loser of Atlanta FaZe and Vancouver Surge for a spot in that grand final.
I mean, we should be in for a banger of a day tomorrow, guys. I know we said that today, and we kind of got a little lackluster, but I mean, this is all of our top dogs going at it.
You know, Nameless, I think I learned at this tournament, I'm no longer cheering for day 1 upsets, because from then on out, you see the steamroll. It was all 3-1s and 3-0s, but we are down to the top squads, and they are playing tomorrow. Win? Well, we get started at 12:30, and it's a good one. LA Thieves versus Toronto Ultra. Jay, you're going to be on the mic for that one, right?
No, I'm on the mic for the elimination finals. If I was there for match 1, it's probably a 3-0.
Listen, these are some bangers, man, stylistically, but all these matchups have been awesome. And, you know, with Toronto, they're kind of the wild card here, where if they can make a run, that would be insane.
Awesome stuff here from the Pro League, but we also have challengers going on. And if you want to check out the next level of stars like Neptune's friends, where do they go, Jay? You talk about these guys all the time.
I love challengers. That's the passion pit. Just go right across to the courtyard lobby or something, wherever the hell they're
playing right now.
Those guys are still getting it on.
Games are still going. You got early dinner date time. It's time to see you guys tomorrow, 12:15 p.m. We'll see you then.
Baggage full of cabbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 cookies on the candy plain bento. Dabba dabba on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Get the cash from the pool, 60 seconds and I'm gone. Bad when I'm gone, bad man, early gone. Going fast on the pole, roll a quarter-mile marathon. Jimmy in the Jimmy, high wide, sipping Jimmy. Got a brand new Marco page in the Mimi. Lately all together, see something gonna stick. Lazy on the river, team, someone on my hip. Maybe under 18, no rim, off switch. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing. Go! Like this. Something like this. Like this. Something like this. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this. Something like this. Baggage full of garbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 cookies on the candy paint bento. Dabba dabba on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Put the grass on the one, get the cash from the pawn. Nothing like this. Something like this.